Chapter 16. Good morning, Yanagi-san, Takuta said, it is good to see you again. May I introduce the investigative team? It was Sunday morning, just after breakfast. The previous morning, after Emily explained her thoughts about Jin and I mentioned my concern that he was either considering becoming a villain or possibly had been one in the past, Mr. Yanagi and I spent an hour talking about fortifying the temple. It was a walled compound with a single quarter-mile-long driveway leading up the steep hill from the mountain road that led from the town to the nearby village. The road continued through a small pass to the next valley. The area was heavily wooded and there were cliffs making up one edge of the property. If anyone was going to attack, they would have to come up the driveway or come through the woods on the other side. The driveway was much easier. Powers could change that: flight, teleportation, some sort of plant control, or movement through the earth. So, we concentrated our discussion on fighting within the walls. These grounds are sacred. Protected by the gods themselves, he claimed. Any who come to do us harm will face their wrath. Can you share any more details than that? I asked. You do not need to know. Pray you never find that wrath pointed towards you. His smile was a mix of anticipation and gloating. I never said our discussions were friendly. I doubted we would ever really get along, but I thought we could work together for the good of the others. After our talk, I wandered the compound caching piles of stones, sticks, and broken ceramic tiles. I discovered the garage, which held the tools, gardening instruments, and other implements of destruction. I included a few of them in my various caches. I decided to spend the rest of the day practicing controlling the new spirits that now surrounded me. My larger limit on the poltergeists allowed me to fly more freely, boosted my strength and speed to near peak human, and increased the damage I could do with accelerated missiles. The wisps made for potential distractions. The shadows were great spies extending my awareness beyond sight and sound. The fire spirits were dangerous, so I left them alone for now. I found I had a lot of other ideas I wanted to practice with them when I had time. My range was still the same. I could control spirits within around 10 yards and maintain control out to around 100 yards. With the shadows, this gave me a sphere of awareness that covered the temple. This awareness extended into the spiritual realm, allowing me to sense more and different spirits, but I couldn't control them unless they were within my initial range and mostly in the human world. I spent several hours after the twins got back from school talking with them about what I was sensing. Apparently, they could see further in the spirit realm than I could, even with the boost. Do you see that crying woman near those trees? Miyoko asked. I nodded. The spirit was at the limit of my senses, almost completely removed from the human world. You need to be careful with her, or really any spirit that is still mostly human in form. They retain strong connections to their past life and can still reach into the world, Miyako added. They can harbor strong feelings: anger, sadness, grief, want. And they can be driven by those feelings to cause harm to the living. We are training with Father to learn to exorcise them. I don't think that would be easy for you. Your connection was always different than ours. And now with the two spirits in you, you should probably avoid exorcisms completely. She gave me a flat look while her twin slapped her shoulder in protest. I think you still need to have a heart-to-heart with them, especially Miyako. I chided Emily. I think she's still angry at you for tricking them into helping you commit suicide. Perhaps this evening we might ask them for some time alone. I have much for which to make amends. Emily agreed. That discussion wasn't pleasant, but I was able to use Emily's trick and retreat into automatic translation to give them privacy. In the end, with Miyoko playing mediator, I think they came to a détente. I got the feeling that the divisions between Miyako and her eldest sister went deeper than the ritual that brought me to the world. Sunday morning, Takuta came to the temple with 4 strangers. The standout was a short, white older man with shaggy black hair, a generous mustache, and wild goatee, dressed in a traditional-looking outfit that included dark blue pajamas under a chest armor of woven grey metal bands, covered with a padded red jacket. On his legs, he wore dark blue leg wraps that ended just above his small hooves. On his head were 2 goat horns sticking up those slots on his grey metal samurai helmet. He wore a utility belt and had a bandolier of pitons and a coiled rope with a grappling hook crossed on his chest. This was Alpine, the mountain hero who made his home in the Japan Alps. I already know Sir Nitai and Alpine, I said, bowing to the 2 pros. But please introduce your other colleagues. This is Kenji Yaiko, an investigator for the National Tax Agency. A short, somewhat overweight woman in her early 30s, with shoulder-length purple hair, and stylish glasses returned my bow. She was dressed in a blue suit with a sharp knee-length skirt, red blouse, and sensible shoes. And this is Nagase Genji, a detective from the National Police's Civil Rights Bureau. I bowed to the man. He was dressed in khakis and an Oxford shirt with a National Police windbreaker. He wore hiking boots and a baseball hat. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about him. He was middle-aged, anywhere from 35 to 55, with short-cut, lightly graying black hair. Medium height and weight. He had a face and presence you would forget as soon as he left the room. Then he spoke. You're at UA? A first year. His voice was normal too, but the intelligence in his eyes only shone when he was speaking to you. I answered. I graduated from UA in '05. General Studies of course. He held up his hand and showed his class ring. Such rings were not a common custom in Japan. I'd read that it had been adopted from the ancient military academy West Point. UA graduates were said to knock their rings on tables in meetings to remind people they had attended the prestigious school. I'd be happy to offer any advice, though at this point it is probably out of date. Senpai, I nodded, acknowledging him as my senior. I was slowly learning the sorts of social customs that were important to the Japanese, though I had a long way to go. I almost laughed when I tried to imagine any Winslow graduate making the same sort of offer. I'd attribute it to survivor's guilt. Nagase-san and I would like to speak with you about your interactions with the Inu, if you don't mind. Sir Nitai's voice was smooth, cool, and cultured. For some reason it, combined with his impeccable dress and better-than-you expression, reminded me of Kaiser. This, as you can imagine, put me off. I knew it was unreasonable. He was All Might's former partner. I seriously doubted he was a villain hiding as a pillar of the community. But, it rubbed me the wrong way. I was reluctant to trust him. Surely you. Not now. Well. Please. They'll suspect. Just translate. We'll talk later. All right. That's fine, I said. Shall we talk outside? It is a pretty day. The two adults shared a look between them behind my back. I wouldn't have seen it without the help of my shadows. I saw the taxwoman had gone to talk with Mr. Yanagi and Alpine was prowling around the compound. Takuta had decided to talk with Mrs. Yanagi. I led them to my favorite bench, taking a seat in the air as I often did. I had read the laws carefully and asked for clarification in class. Nonviolent use of quirks on private property was allowed. It's how people trained and prepared for hero exams, as well as how people who used their quirks for non-hero business could do so on company property. I was subtly stating this was my place of power. As you may guess from my credentials, I am here primarily to investigate violations of the various anti-discrimination acts, Nagase began. He was keeping it friendly and easygoing. What you don't know is that I'm quirkless, so I've had my own experiences with discrimination. Interesting tactic. He was trying to build a common bond. I imagine it worked pretty well in his job. I'm interested in hearing about your experiences as a Burakumin and as a follower of the Shugen religion here in the Kesuru Valley. Let's start with a few stories, then we can get more specific. Okay. All right. I paused as if thinking. Emily, this is on you. Give him some examples. Your choice if you want to concentrate on the Inu or get the whole valley involved. I can see benefits either way. Very well. Repeat after me please. When I was young, first or second year in elementary school, she began. She talked for more than an hour. Nagase was good at listening, only asking questions to draw Emily to the next story or to get specific details. Occasionally Sir Nitai would pass him a note. The detective was good enough that I never knew which comment or question originated with the pro-hero. When they started asking about the attacks I was involved in, Emily asked me to take over. She either didn't remember them or didn't want to. Are you okay? I asked. I could feel she was upset. Remembering all that unjust abuse and irrational hatred just makes me so angry. But I know that is wrong. No, it's not. There is nothing wrong with righteous anger. This isn't the time to talk about it, but we will talk later. Very well. I told them pretty much the same thing I'd told the principal, press, and police about the parking lot attack by Goro and the restaurant attack by the elder Inu. No need to change it, and it's likely they'd already seen the earlier reports. Sir Nitai and the detective shared another look. I wondered if they'd noticed the sudden difference between my speaking style and Emily's. Nothing I could do about it if they had. Before I could say anything else, the three other visitors joined us. What a beautiful view, the tax lady said. I just couldn't remember her name. Yeah, this temple's very nicely situated. You're on one of the highest sub-peaks. Defensible and offers a great view. Alpine's voice was gruff, perhaps from the unlit cigar he was chewing on. Whichever ancestor chose this, he did good. We were just finishing up here. Are you ready to move on? Sir Nitai said, giving me a penetrating look. I'd read he had to touch you to read your future, and we had not touched. I'd made sure. So I didn't know what the look meant. And I wasn't sure I cared. Yup. Ready to roll, Alpine confirmed. The others nodded in agreement. If you'd like, I can play local guide, show you around, take you to specific places. I'm not sure why I made the offer. I expected it to be refused. And I really didn't know my way around, though Emily did. I just hated the idea that these people, who I neither knew nor trusted, were conducting an investigation that had such importance for the future of this family. I'd feel happier if I were directly involved. I really don't think. Sir Nitai began. Sure, Alpine interrupted. If you're that anxious to be out and about, you can tag along with me. Haven't had an intern in a long time. Might be fun. He addressed the last part to his fellow pro hero. Kids don't seem to find the lonely mountains as exciting a posting as your big city agencies. With an expression of distaste, the snooty man agreed. The investigators had arrived in 3 different vehicles. Alpine's was a rather beat up, if still tricked out, 4x4 with a goat's head logo on the hood. Takuda and I joined him. I had stopped in my room and grabbed my bag. It still had some of the arsenal I had loaded it with before the bus attack. Where to? Takuda asked. Wanna get a look at them mines, Alpine barked. All sorts of things can be hid underground. Always worth taking a peek. He turned to look at me. Asking the nominal guide, I supposed. Takuda had taken the back seat so I was in front with the driver. There are several shafts all around the valley, I said, after consulting my passenger. Any particular one that interests you? The deepest. All right. Which one is that? I asked. Shaft number 4. It is part of the smaller mine complex to the southwest. I got my bearings and pointed. That way. Alpine grinned and gunned the SUV down the narrow mountain road. When we got to the mine, security was reluctant to let us in. But Alpine had a warrant. This brought out a middle manager and a lawyer. It said something that they were both there, in suits, on a Sunday morning. Though not a Christian country, Japan still took Sundays off. The only day many salarymen got to see their families. The mine seemed to be pretty busy, or at least there were a lot of men, and a few women, moving around the complex. There were several above-ground silos, rail cars, utility buildings, garages, warehouses, obvious mine entrances, and a few 2- and 3-story office buildings. The not-so-dynamic duo dragged us to the tallest of these buildings. Inside was air-conditioned and decorated in corporate nondescript style number 5. I was getting a lot of nasty looks from the people we passed. All right, the manager finally agreed after 20 minutes of Alpine just shoving the warrant in his face. We may not be able to stop you. But nothing in this says anything about them going into the mine. He pointed at Takuda and me. She's a student hero, working under my supervision, Alpine barked. She's a known troublemaker that has been officially banned from all Inu property, the lawyer interjected, sounding calm and professional. Though his look at me was anything but. If it were not for this warrant and your vouching for her, she would not be allowed past the gate. As for Takuda-san, the Red Mountain Mining Company is always anxious to cooperate with the press, it's just that safety concerns prohibit his descent into Shaft 4. Fine. Alpine growled, almost biting through his cheroot. He pinned the manager with a stubby finger. She better be here, and in the same damn condition, when I get back. The manager nodded rapidly. Alpine turned to me, you gonna be okay? Should be, I said. As long as they don't try anything. If they do, you got my permission to kick their asses. He looked at the office pukes then back to me. Got it. Hi, sensei. I understand. Do your best. The manager left to lead Alpine to the shaft. The lawyer called in 2 security guards then left with one last nasty look my way. Takuda and I sat quietly. I assumed we were being watched, maybe even recorded, so didn't want to say anything. The reporter was working on his tablet. I was experimenting with using shadows spirits to spy throughout the building. Walls, doors, and most importantly locks were meaningless to the intangible beings. An 100-yard radius covered all of the building and most of the underground complex beneath it. That was somewhat unexpected. This was an armored bunker with several vaults and secured storehouses. No one was inside. The external doors were sealed with a safe-like combination lock. Not relying on electronics. I sent my poltergeists into the lock. While I could feel the tumblers, I didn't know anything about that sort of lock, so I wasn't able to open it. If tumbler-based locks were common, I might have to study up. Excuse me, Yanagi-san, Takuda interrupted my viewing. Yes. I looked up at him. He was standing. The guards were watching us. I have to go to the toilet. I'll be back soon. He looked to a guard and lifted an eyebrow questioningly. The guard pointed down the hall and to the left. I tracked him to the man's room, and then shifted my attention to the exterior of the building as a new SUV drove up. Mr. Inu and his son Goro got out. They went to the back of the truck and unloaded 2 boxes. Goro was forced to carry both, while Inu grabbed a heavy briefcase. They started towards the building. I had seconds to decide what to do. I could see the lawyer heading towards the elevator, I assumed to talk with the boss man. He'd tell Inu I was here. The madman would then either rush to confront me, hurry to hide whatever he was carrying down into the vault, and slash or send his security to either detain me or kick me off the property. Did I want him to find me here? Did I want to hide? Or did I want to control the confrontation? I couldn't start anything, but Alpine's orders made it clear I was free to defend myself. I decided that if there was trouble, whether just words or actual combat, I'd rather be out in the open. I had mobility and range, both of which were useless in a conference room. I got up and started towards the door. Where do you think you're going? One guard snarled. Toilet, I said. One thing I'd noticed: the Japanese didn't use euphemisms for restroom matters. It was one of the hardest adjustments I'd had to make. Especially since the Japanese word for toilet was toilet, taken directly from English. I think my difficulties said more about American hang-ups than the Japanese. He grunted and pointed down the hall and to the right. I quickly made my way to the exit, making sure I wouldn't run into either the Inu or the lawyer. Once outside, I stood next to the big man's vehicle. I started my phone, streaming video and audio to the cloud, and floated it into a good position to see the likely confrontation. I was watching the video through an invisible wisp so I could get the best shots. I needed to get more phones for real quality videos. Glancing inside the truck, I saw several more boxes filled with files. I couldn't read them without taking my attention off of the boss man. He was meeting with the lawyer in a hall. What do you mean the Yanagi bitch is here? Inu shouted. She came with Alpine. He's down in shaft 4. The lawyer supplied. Damn. 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 Inu backhanded the much smaller man, sending him crashing into the corridor wall, which collapsed under the impact, leaving the lawyer laying in an office. Two women in the office screamed. Inu whirled on Goro and grabbed his arm, almost making him drop the boxes. Back to the car. He started dragging him towards the door. You're going to guard these boxes with your life while I go in there and take care of that troublemaker once and for all. But father, I want to watch. She's my rival. Don't be any more of an idiot than you already are, boy. He propelled his son through the exterior doors. She's already proven she's a better man than you. Not that that was difficult, I quipped loudly. He really must be a disappointment. You. Inu snapped. Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused? You are going to tear down everything my family has been building for centuries. All I did was tell the truth. I kept my voice calm, while projecting for the camera. I had it all under control. A few more months, maybe even weeks, and I would have been set. Now it's all ruined. Because of you. He was melting down in front of my eyes. I had no idea what he was talking about. It had to have something to do with the files. He must be having financial troubles. That's why he was blackmailing Mr. Yanagi. From the sound of it, he was probably in debt to someone who was calling the loan due, or he had all his money tied up in schemes that were supposed to pay off soon. That would explain the tax lady. The government must have suspected some sort of financial shenanigans. You made your choices. Take the consequences like a man. I stood straight and looked him in the eye. I also had a dozen rail spikes I'd found in a shed moving along the ground behind me, going to the edge of my range. If I needed my railgun, I had to give my ammo room to accelerate. He stared at me for a second, his mouth hanging open. Slowly his fists clenched. I don't think he was even aware. Then I noticed the dim glow surrounding his hands. Tension coiled in my belly. This man could be dangerous. And we were on his home ground. Fighting an earth controller at a mine in the mountain was not the smartest thing I'd ever done. Wasn't the dumbest either, not by far. Raik. He threw both hands up. The ground started heaving under my feet. I sprang into the air, aided by more than half my poltergeists. Massive hands, each larger than the SUV, grew from the ground and grabbed for me. Higher and higher, they reached into the air. If they got hold of me, I was dead. I bounced to the roof of the nearby building. If he wanted me, he'd have to tear his own office down. Once I was standing, I sent most of the poltergeists to accelerate 2 spikes to Mach 5. The spikes slammed into each of the gravel arms, followed by another pair, and another. After 3 shots they crumbled. The sonic booms echoed off the mountain. I was tempted to take Inu down hard. He had attacked me twice with no thought, like swatting a fly. He was powerful and seemed to be crazy. But I didn't need to kill him. At the moment, he couldn't really hurt me. He sent a half-dozen stones shooting towards me. I deflected them and dodged. No reason to test my strength directly against his. I did notice the rocks didn't seem to be under direct control, just thrown and released. Stop this and surrender. You're under arrest for illegal use of a quirk. I raised my voice so he could hear. Fuck you. He sent a dozen stones at me from all sides. I stepped off the roof, dropping below the rocks' trajectories to land on the hood of the SUV, cushioning my fall with my spirits. One last chance. Give up. I'll destroy you and your family. He punched into the ground and pulled up 2 rocky fists, each the size of my torso. As he charged, I sent 4 small groups of poltergeists and a pair of wisps to intercept him. I had the wisps flare to their maximum brightness, right in front of his eyes. This caused him to flinch, batting at the intangible lights with his massive fists. The 4 mini swarms of poltergeists then pressed into specific spots on his throat. I find your lack of wisdom disturbing, I said as I raised my hand in a pinching gesture. The spiritual fingers pinched both main blood vessels closed and pressed on his windpipe, causing him to strangle and choke. He quickly forgot the lights in his eyes and tried to dislodge whatever was on his neck. He managed to smack himself in the face and head with his hammer-like fists but couldn't disturb or evade my spirits. He tried to speak, but couldn't get any air. 12 seconds later, he passed out, crashing to the dirt. I was tempted to keep pinching. I could cause brain damage in another few seconds, death in under a minute. But I didn't. I let go. Gathering my poltergeist close to me, with several rail spikes at the ready, I stepped from the hood. As I approached, I pulled some zip ties from my bag. He was still out when I turned him over and started to secure his hands behind his back. No! Goro charged me, fists flailing. He had dropped the boxes, which had spilled their contents all over the torn-up driveway. Not my father. You bitch! He wasn't even using his quirk. He was a big kid, almost 6 foot and stocky. He'd probably play football back home or given Brockton Bay, be a serious recruit for the A's and bad boys. Stupid boy, I said as I stepped behind his grapple and redirected his momentum into the ground. He hit pretty hard. I let him get up and throw a punch. I grabbed his arm and spun him with his own momentum, turning him so my arm was brushing his neck. I locked my arm across his throat, pressing my bone into his carotid artery. No. He said weakly as he batted at my arm. Seconds later, he was out. I hadn't used my quirk to take him down, which was a bit of a change. I let him go and quickly zip-tied both father and son. I wasn't comfortable leaving them lying on the crumbled pavement. Inu was a serious earth mover. He might be able to tunnel for all I knew. I manhandled both bodies onto the hood of the SUV, hoping that would stop them. I started looking for my fishing line or duct tape. Someone had raided my stores and a lot of things were missing. I'd have to go shopping again soon. Yanagi-san. Takuda called. He'd been recoding the whole fight, having come out right behind the Inu and gotten it all from his angle. I recalled my phone and turned off the recording. Are you okay? He asked. Not a scratch, I reassured him. Then realized we were both speaking Japanese. Hey! Emily! You didn't flake out. What happened? I cannot say with certainty. I think that conflict with the Inu here in the confines of the valley was so familiar to me, in tenor if not in actual violence, that I did not find it harrowing. I found it infuriating. The feeling of satisfaction I experienced while watching you bring them low was sinful. I will need to meditate and find an appropriate penance. Forget penance. You really helped me here. You did good. Yanagi-san. I think. Takuda was pointing to a group of 5 armed guards running around the corner of the building. Running towards us. This was a little less clear legally, I thought. What in the expletive is going on here? Yelled Alpine. He was rapidly transforming to his man-goat form. He stood almost 8 feet tall with massive thick furred arms, a long goat-like face, and powerful bent legs. His voice grew shrill but was still understandable. His costume, which had been comfortably loose, was now almost skin-tight. If someone doesn't explain why you are drawing on my intern, I'm gonna tear this place to pieces and stomp holes in all of your expletives. Why are you censoring again? You didn't during the fight. I forgot. If spirits could blush, she was glowing. She assaulted our boss, one of the guards said nervously. Yanagi-san. Alpine looked at the 2 bound bodies on the SUV and winked at me. They attacked me. I arrested them. And I got it all on video, Takuda added, holding up his tablet. You. He pointed to the lead guard. Let's watch this together. If she did good, I'm calling in the police and we'll find out what else is going on here. If she expletived up, well, you can shoot her. I almost reacted but recalled the wink. I also knew I could disable their guns faster than they could fire them. The guards gathered around the tablet. Alpine was already calling in the police. I was gathering the papers from the spilled boxes. I was very curious what he was so anxious to hide. The spirits I had touching Inu detected a slight tremor. I whirled to face him, sending the poltergeists to hold him in place. Danger! I yelled in Japanese, a word I had trained myself in. Alpine turned, his hand whipping towards his grapple line. The ground dropped beneath the SUV. The truck tumbled forward, spilling the captives into the sudden opening. The rising rear of the vehicle blocked Alpine's line. I tried to slow Inu with my spirits. I didn't care about Goro. The ground actually reached out and pulled him from my grasp. He was too heavy and the pull from below was too strong. I could stop them. The ground slammed closed, almost trapping Alpine's hand as he reached for the SUV's bumper. It had swallowed the SUV and the Inu whole. I did manage to tag them with a shadow that was able to travel with them underground. Come on. They went this way. I started flying after them, but they were out of my range before I had moved 20 yards. I was still too slow off the starting block. When I returned, Alpine was just starting to dig out the sunken truck. I was too slow. They got away. It happens. Don't let it get you down. He'll turn up again. The idiots always do. But he left all this. The pro-hero gestured to Anu's mostly buried SUV and the spilled boxes. This is enough to put him away for years. Good work. Chapter 17. Sunday night's never-ending debrief from the police and Sir Nitai finally wrapped up with 3 important determinations. Yes, the fight with Mr. Anu was self-defense, and therefore legal. Yes, the non-powered scuffle between Goro and me was not a matter of quirk law at all and was self-defense. And yes, Alpine's claiming me as a student hero on break from school and under professional supervision was just barely within the law, so I would probably have been covered if the first 2 issues had gone the other way. Once that was settled, Mr. Yanagi insisted that we needed to set guards in case the madman I had let escape decided to seek revenge on the temple that night. And he felt only he and I were capable of standing watch. I wanted to argue with him, but he was probably right. I agreed to take the first shift. I was a teenager. I'd rather stay up late than wake up early. It was a quiet night that I spent playing with my new spirits. Nothing happened other than my getting a text from Jin that he was coming in on the 1135 train. Monday morning the twins were off to school. Mrs. Yanagi insisted I put in some study time. Just because the school was closed was no reason I couldn't work from the textbooks or online resources. I even checked in with Kode, Rin, and Shota. Back in Shimanoken. Recovering, but still sore. How are you? Kode sent. Keeping busy. Seeing what my sisters have been up to while I was away. Getting some practice in. I replied. I'm getting ready for the sports festival too. I'm worried that depending on the events and rules chosen, it may be too artificial to allow me to really showcase my abilities again. I guess she thought I was practicing for the festival. The truth is I'd almost forgotten about it. Too much else on my mind. That's a fair concern. I know your quirk has some limits, but you may want to see if you can push those boundaries any. For instance, how big an object can you shrink? A car? A building? What about part of an object? Can you shrink a doorway or a door in its frame? Or grow the frame around the door? Can you resize someone's clothes? While they're wearing them? There are a lot of possibilities. I suddenly started thinking of her power as something like Vista's. Depending on her limitations and imagination, she could do a lot more than throw barrels and carry shrunken gear. Interesting ideas. I'll try some things out. Take care. Rin was more taciturn. I am well. Hope you are well. I am working and practicing. Shota was more interested in the events around the 3 attacks and the impact they might have on UA. My father has some contacts in government. There is concern that UA students may be less safe outside of school grounds. What about the USJ? That was the biggest attack. I asked. They consider the USJ off campus as it is outside the wall. While the giant got over the wall, they think it is easier to fortify the campus than protect all students separately. Are they thinking about making it a boarding school? Or at least giving the option? My father says they are considering all options. Whatever that means. Exactly. The news, when I finally looked, was still going crazy about the UA attacks. There was a lot of speculation as to who was behind the League of Villains and the Ravagers. There were some people who believed that the giant that attacked the main campus was actually Gigantomachia, a legendary hench monster for a mythical secret underworld warlord whose name is lost in the confusion of the interregnum and restoration. They suggested the beast might be serving a new master who was trying to bring the underworld under one rule again. Others assumed this Shigaraki was the leader of the whole gang. Some were even pointing at Endeavor trying to knock All Might out of the number 1 hero spot. Critics pointed out that the number 2 hero's son was actually a student in the USJ attack as a counter-argument. None of that made sense. The Ravagers, despite the fact that they were toying with us, seemed a lot more professional than the reports made the majority of the league out to be. I had trouble putting them in the same gang. Mrs. Yanagi agreed to drive me to the station to pick up Jin. How are you feeling after yesterday? She asked in English. She is the first person that seemed concerned about the impact on me rather than the impact on the investigation. I don't know if you've heard much about my background, I started. I come from a world with powered heroes and villains. I was involved in combat in one form or another for more than 2 years. I've been in dozens, maybe hundreds, of fights. This was nothing new to me. The details were different. But the basics, they're very familiar. How old were you in your previous life? She asked. That's the thing. I died at 18. I never really got to have a life. I sighed and looked out the window. I'd had an impact on the world, but that's not the same thing. You were a child soldier? That's horrible. I chuckled. In some ways it was no different from the program we're in now at UA. The government ran most of the teams. They tried to keep minors out of serious combat while training us and using us for public relations. Not a lot of difference there. And, like the attacks last week, sometimes the wards, that's what they called the teen heroes, were targeted by the villains. And from the advertising and coverage I was seeing on the net, the UA Sports Festival was as big as the Super Bowl was in the old days. This world took advantage of young people with powers too. That was why Reiko called you your similar experiences. She asked. You may not want to hear this, I paused. Or at least not from me. Would you like to talk to Reiko? I would rather not get in the middle of this. But, if asked, I'd give my opinion. She glanced at the clock on the dashboard. I would love to have a serious discussion with my daughter about why she made the choices she did. I hope we can do that very soon. But your friend is going to be getting off the train in 10 minutes. I don't think we have the time now. I think her explanation will be hardest on your husband, I offered. You may want to think about talking to her first so you can facilitate the conversation between her and him. Thank you, she said. We pulled into the station 4 minutes before the train was due. There were several cars in the small lot. Mrs. Yanagi parked and we went to the platform entrance. I have to warn you, this guy is a bit unhinged. I don't really know what to expect here. If he gets violent, I'll restrain him before he hurts anyone, even himself. I appreciate your protectiveness, but let me talk to him first, she smiled lightly. People with no problems don't usually seek our help. We are used to working with troubled souls. I was still concerned. Emily, I want you to take the lead with this guy. You're nicer. I'll play backup if needed. You should not present such a negative view of yourself. You have a great many positive traits, as you have shown in just the last few days. But that is a discussion for another day. I will do my best to make our guest feel welcome and safe. He truly does need our help. That should work. You keep him calm. I'll keep an eye on him. Are you having an argument? I think they're having an argument. It might be more of a discussion. I like how well they get along. I reached out with my shadows and found that the blonde man had somehow snuck up on us. He was closing from my right, stepping out from behind a vending machine. I double-checked the train was nowhere in sight. Jin, I turned to face him, gently prodding Mrs. Yanagi to move behind me. You're early. And without the train. Not too early. Here it comes now. He was right. The train was pulling into the station. Sometimes it's better not to get caught on station cameras. You know how it is. They never get my good side. I sent my shadows to check and found all the station cameras except for 2 by the main entrance and 1 by the ticket machines were pointed at the train and platform. We were not covered where we were standing. Thanks, I said. I didn't check on that. Bad habit to forget. I wanted to ask him how he had gotten off a moving train, but could think of a dozen ways someone without powers could do it. Given his duplication quirk, he had a lot more options. I thought we had decided I would take the lead, I believe you said. Emily sounded miffed. Right. Sorry. He surprised me. I don't like surprises. I think they're still arguing, Jin said in an aside to Mrs. Yanagi, who was watching all this with a neutral or maybe professional expression. At least they're quiet about it, unlike some people. Is he talking about me? Welcome Jin-san, I parroted for Emily. We hope that your stay at Hatsukiji is a beneficial one. I think the nice one won. I like the mean one. No, the nice one's better. I wonder who else is in there. 2 is the loneliest number. Jin's face flashed through a half-dozen emotions as his voices shifted. This is my mother, Yanagi Hayami. She'll be one of the people helping you. Mrs. Yanago bowed, but said nothing. Jin nodded and waved, then did a little shuffle step. I think it would be a good time to beat the traffic, I cut in. Do you have any bags? And she's back. We don't need no stinkin' bag yes. I was a little surprised the last was said in heavily accented English. That's probably a good idea, Mrs. Yanagi suggested. The car's over this way. I watched Jin as he managed to duck unobtrusively between 2 other men so that the cameras wouldn't have any images of him as he exited the building. More evidence he was used to working outside the law. I let Emily drive our mouth while I examined Jin through my new spirit's senses. The wisps, which I kept small and invisibly colored, offered more conventional vision than the awareness of the shadows. It even seemed to extend into the spiritual realm enough to see something glowing in living people, and animals to a lesser extent. Looking at Mrs. Yanagi, I saw a single shining multifaceted crystal, like a beautiful blue diamond. In my own head seen from outside I saw 2 gems, 1 ruby red and 1 deep purple. The purple had noticeably fewer facets. Jin's crystal was cracked and chipped, with each chip a different color from the citron yellow of the core. I was seeing souls. And I could see what Emily meant by fractured. I got a bit lost in this new revelation and lost track of what was happening until we reached the temple. We'll get you settled in the guest quarters, Mrs. Yanagi said. Once you've had a chance to wash up and change into a yukata, I'll bring you to my husband for the initial examination. Will you come with us? Jin asked me, or maybe Emily. Not to change clothes, of course. Gotta take me to dinner first. But to the examination. Cold hands. Emily? Yes, of course, she replied. If that is your preference, I would be delighted to oblige. She talks pretty. What did she say? Thank you. Jin nodded. His face was cycling though emotions at an increasing rate. As we got out of the car, his eyes were darting around, taking in everything. Looking for escape routes or ambushes. When we passed through the temple gate, he stopped and sighed heavily. Then he straightened, throwing his shoulders back. It was the same transformation I'd seen when he put on his mask in the alley. That's much better. Oh, good drugs, he said. I think I'm ready for that bath. 2 hours later I watched as the Yanagi family walked in circles around Jin. They were dressed in white and dark blue multi-layered robes and were chanting in unison. Emily refused to translate. I could see the spiritual energy moving between the family and Jin, who was kneeling in the center of the tatami floor. Periodically one or the other of the adults would reach out and touch him. When they did, there was a flash of either physical or spiritual light. The physical came from Mrs. Yanagi, the spiritual from her husband. The twins seemed to be feeding their parents' energy. I could feel hundreds, maybe thousands, of spirits pressing at the walls of the sanctuary, but they couldn't enter. Even my entourage of poltergeists, shadows, and wisps were forced to remain outside, though I could still control them and use their senses. Through the eyes of my wisps I could see each that flash of light seemed to be doing something to Jin's damaged soul crystal, but I couldn't make out the details. I thought this was moving really fast. But when Mr. Yanagi had first seen Jin as he entered the sanctuary 90 minutes before, the priest had freaked out. What did you do to your soul? It's almost shattered. That shouldn't be possible, not while you're still alive. Well, I might not technically be alive. Night of the Living Dead. Jin said, sheepishly, if I was beginning to judge his mercurial expressions correctly. What do you mean? Mrs. Yanagi asked while her husband got red in the face. He seemed to take whatever was wrong with Jin as a personal insult. Easier to show you. Bad idea. Jin held his hands out and grey sludge poured out of them into a copy of himself, dressed identically. As the copy's form stabilized, Jin pulled a thin flexible metal strip from somewhere and decapitated the copy before anyone could react. I had him disarmed, pinned in the air, and wrapped in monofilament before he could move again. Then the screaming started. The girls had been peeking around the corner. Their parents had kept them home because of the danger posed by the escaped Anu. They must have been attracted by their father's raised voice. Seeing a man lose his head and collapse into a vanishing pile of goo was not what they were expecting. What did you do? I growled. In English. Emily was gone. I tried again in Japanese. Of course, I couldn't understand his answer. I looked to Mrs. Yanagi. She looked at me in confusion and horror. Emily has retreated due to the violence. I can't understand Japanese right now. What did he say? He said that is his quirk, making duplicates of anyone or anything. He duplicated himself and killed it. Her tone was shaky but strengthening. No one here was a stranger to death, only to the violence of the act. Emily, I need you to come out. We can't help Jin if we can't talk to him. It is safe. Please come out. Miyako barked something in Japanese starting with Big Sister. I couldn't get the rest, but apparently Emily did and wasn't too happy about it. Please tell her to shut up. Tell her yourself. I countered. I really wish I knew what she'd said. I didn't think Emily would help me ask her. And she's back. I still like the mean one. Jin said. You've done that before, Mr. Yanagi demanded. Killed yourself like that? Many times. Jin confirmed sadly. You're a fool. The priest yelled, flecks of spit flying from his lips. Every time you copy yourself you imbue it with a piece of your soul. And every time you kill a copy you are damaging your soul, chipping away at it. You must stop. Never do it again. If you continue your soul will shatter. That is a fate far worse than mere death. Help me. That doesn't sound good. Oh ups. Jin was churning through voices and expressions. I think he was scared. I was scared for him. He'd been unknowingly committing slow suicide. Let him down, Mr. Yanagi told me, his voice soft almost without intonation. He was shaking his head slowly as he watched the patient. Jin, I said firmly. No response. Jin. I raised my voice and shook him for a second. What? He snapped, then calmed down. What? Are you done with the surprises? Are you going to be nice and completely nonviolent for the rest of your time here? And let these nice people help you? Yes, he replied. I could hear the strain from keeping the other voices quiet. All right then, but I'm watching you. I unwound him and set him on the tatami. I told you she's into us. Chicks dig the scar, man. He nodded solemnly. After an hour's interrogation and scouring of references by the parents, they came up with a starter ritual to help restore some of his soul's integrity and start it towards long-term healing. Jin agreed to try it. As part of the ritual, Mr. Yanagi locked all foreign spirits out of the sanctuary. I was concerned that might include me. It didn't. As they family came to the end of the chanting and walking widdershins, or whatever, I saw Jin flop to the floor. The family stopped panting heavily. Mrs. Yanagi moved, slowly, to check on Jin. He's sleeping, she said. I'd imagine that was harder on him than on us. Reiko, can you carry him back to his room? I don't know how long he'll sleep. You may need to watch over him while the rest of us rest. Sure, as soon as the wards are down so my poltergeists can come get him. I said, trying to smile to show I was sort of joking. Being cut off from my power was making me nervous. I was in Mr. Yanagi's stronghold and didn't fully trust him not to try to exorcise me while we were all here. He chanted a little and burned a piece of paper. Suddenly my spirits swirled around me again, like puppies happy to see me. I breathed easier. Jin was out for almost 20 hours. Mr. Yanagi put him in the guest quarters in a small building nestled against the compound wall. They had once been cells for junior priests or pilgrims to the temple. Some time ago, they had been refurbished to include 4 traditional bedrooms, a dining area, and a bathroom. As I sat watch over Jin, I could see the small fissures in his soul crystal closing. Most of the chips had bonded with the gem, though there were still scars where they had merged and their different colors were still present, leaving the yellow jewel with a mottled look. Mr. Yanagi came to relieve me after midnight. You did well to confine him when he attacked his double, he said. You have the reflexes and instincts to be a good hero. I nodded, but said nothing. What was that about Reiko retreating when the violence occurred? He asked. Sir, I think you and your daughter need to have a serious talk. What happened is just a small part of her story. I don't think you are going to like hearing it, but it is important for both of you that you do. I don't like the sound of that, and I am not fond of being dictated to in my own home by anyone, much less a foreign teenager. I frowned and started to respond angrily. Then stopped and said calmly. Happy about it or not, you need to have that talk or you'll lose your daughter forever. Hasn't that already happened? You're here in her place. She's not gone yet, but... I stopped. Stupid, headstrong man. Ultimately it's your decision until that choice is taken away. I would suggest talking to your wife, but you might take that as some sort of attack on your manhood too. Good night. I walked away. That could have gone better. Thank you for standing up for me. As you say, it is his decision whether or not to face the new reality, Emily replied. What happened back then? I thought you were getting better. I have never seen anyone killed before. That was too much. Yeah, okay. I can see that. I hope you never have to see anything like that again, but I kinda doubt that'll be the case. In the morning, Jin was asking for me. How are you feeling? I asked. His face was as calm as I had ever seen it. No extraneous twitches or grimaces. Using a nearby wisp, I examined his soul crystal. It was almost whole, though still marked with multiple patches of color. I can't remember when it was last this quiet in my head. He paused, nodded then shrugged. I've gotten used to leaving room in my speech for the other voices to sound out. I could hear a few stirrings in my mind, but nothing that made it to my mouth. I think the others are still there, or at least parts of them are. But for the first time in years, I know who I am. And who is that? I asked. It was a good thing to help someone who needed it. Now we had an unknown para-human in the compound and I need to deal with that. He mused for a moment, sipping his tea. I had brought a breakfast tray with me from the house. To be honest, I'm not quite certain. I know who I was. I was a fool who used his quirk to take advantage of people. Who was too lazy to find an honest way to make a living. Who enslaved other versions of himself. Then mistreated those slaves until they revolted, leading to a bloody 9-day-long massacre. I was surprised he was telling me all this. Maybe he needed to get it off his chest and I was the closest thing to an understanding listener. You were a villain. Yeah, but it wasn't ideological or megalomaniacal. It was a lifestyle choice. I just found it easier to steal than to work. I was an idiot. What are you going to do now? I don't know. He looked lost. Do you have any idea if this will last? I was talking to my father while you were out. He said your soul was like a wound that was stitched up. You could tear it open again pretty easily. Especially if you split your soul again by duplicating yourself or by killing yourself or anyone. Apparently, murder is bad for the soul. It sounds like that has you worried about your own soul, he said. I get the feeling you've got quite the backstory too. It takes one to know one. He smiled for the first time that morning. There's certainly more to me than meets the eye, I muttered. And I guess it depends on the soul's definition of murder. Killing is not always murder. Sometimes it is though. He frowned and sighed, his shoulders slumping. I wonder what happens when I duplicate other people. I knew what happens in general. I'm asking if I'd split my soul if I copied you. Or if I'm splitting your soul. Or there are no souls involved. This expletive's confusing. That it is. Might be best to copy stuff rather than people for a while at least. Yeah, might be. Depending on the limits of the quirk, you could make a decent, honest, living producing various things. Food for instance, if it disappears after eating, it's diet food. If it doesn't. My copies last until they're broken. They break easier than the original, but they're not made of paper. Not sure what that would mean for food. He picked up a piece of toast off the tray and examined it carefully, going so far as to sniff it. Then he poured the grey gunk out of his hand and it formed into what looked like a perfect duplicate. He sniffed at the copy then offered it to me. Feeling brave. Sorry, already ate, I replied. He shrugged then took a bite. It reverted to grey goo, then vanished like smoke. Nope. My dream of flogging instant gourmet meals is gone. Up in smoke as it were. His voice held some of the whimsy that his alternate identities seemed to engage in so frequently. Perhaps that was really part of the whole person. I'm sure we can think of something. Why are you helping me? His tone was serious, and a little desperate. My partner, I pointed to my head, the nice one, is just that. She's a good, helpful, caring person at heart. She saw you were in need and thought her family were uniquely qualified to help you. I'm not nice, but I try to help when I can. I'm here to see that you don't hurt them while they help you. I also wanted a favor. He looked at me quietly for almost a minute. Then nodded. What favor? I owe you more than one. She, again I tapped my head, is a native Japanese speaker. I'm not. I need help to learn the language. She helps translate. But I need to learn it for myself. You're the only one, other than our family here, that knows about the two of us. You live in my neighborhood. I was hoping we could get together regularly for me to practice conversing without her help. Yeah, all right. I can do that. It'll be almost like having a friend. His smile was brittle, like a wrong word from me might make him cry instead. Another thing our father said, Emily decided to join the conversation, was that you needed to start meditating, to concentrate on finding the peace within you to help your soul heal and strengthen. He even suggested you might want to take up Tai Chi or yoga to help bring your body and spirit back into alignment. Ah, the nice one. He smiled. Not if you do not try to learn this. It is important for you, she said. I added a growl at the end for effect. She bullied him into a lotus position then started talking him through the basic mediation exercise. We were at it for almost an hour. Eventually Jin seemed to relax into it. Afterwards he and I went out into the courtyard and sparred for an hour. He was good, experienced and faster than I was, until I boosted with poltergeists. When I started using my quirk he duplicated a 6-foot measuring tape and used it like a weapon. Get him. Mayoko cheered as I managed to turn one of his attacks back on him. No. Not the face. Mieko yelled when I caused a bunch of leaves and sticks to blind him for a second. The twins had joined us shortly after we started the spar. I could sense that both Mr. and Mrs. Yanagi were also watching from their normal places in the kitchen and the sanctuary. The parents kept the girls home from school while Anu was on the loose. They thought it wasn't worth the risk to have them out of the compound. Jin liked the audience and started fighting more theatrically, leaps and flips interspersed with roundhouse kicks and dramatic poses. Eventually we were all laughing instead of fighting. Then the girls wanted their turn sparring. They had been training in Aikido with Emily and their father since they were little, so they had some moves. It turned out to be a pleasant way to spend the morning. After lunch, Mrs. Yanagi insisted we all sit down for schoolwork while she had a counseling session with Jin. At 1500, Takuta and the tax lady showed up at the door. From their faces, I could tell it wasn't happy news. They waited until the parents were in the room, and the twins were sent elsewhere. Jin disappeared when they arrived. He was watching from the roof of the guest quarters. Inu Kisho has committed suicide in the courtyard of his family home. The government official stated. Chapter 18 Interlude. It was all that damn girl's fault. If she had just done what I told her, none of this would be happening. Inu Kisho stomped across the stone floor of the training hall. This chamber, once a natural cavern found by miners in his great-grandfather's time, had been the training ground for Inu earth quirks for generations. They had worked and finished the space into the semblance of a great underground hall, with stone block floors and walls, interspersed with pits of dirt, rocks, and gravel. Only the high ceiling had been left natural, held up by pillars that were half-shaped stone and half-natural stalactite. But what do we do now? His idiot son Goro asked. Inu almost struck him again. Stop whining. I want you to go to some friend's house and call your elder brothers. Don't be seen by anyone, especially the police. I want all my sons here at 2100. Do you understand? But Kenichi is not my son. Inu pulled his mewling brat off his feet and lifted him until their noses touched. Never mention him again. Now go. When he dropped him, the boy scrambled backwards on all fours until he was well out of reach of his father. Then he sprang to his feet and sprinted towards the entrance. The hall could be reached on foot, though Inu always came through the earth instead. Just as he'd ridden the earth flows to this safe haven after he and the brat had escaped the ambush at the southwest site. Damn her. It's all ruined, he muttered. Everything's gone to shit. If only he'd had such plans. A few simple risks. Not even gambles really. He'd done his homework. He knew the players and the game. There was no way he should have lost so much so quickly. He was certain the Chinese bastards had cheated somehow. He never should have gone offshore. Even more, he never should have gone back. If he had won like he was supposed to, he would have made enough to pay off all the previous debts, pay back the company, and had enough to sink the new shafts. Now he owed the nine-head dragon on top of the Shihasaikai. His family had a long-time relationship with that Yakuza clan going back generations. Real Japanese did not do business with foreign devils. Then the old Oyabun had said he was too far in debt. Wouldn't let him place bets anymore. He was still willing to extend credit because of the relationship they had. Now the old man was sick, and with the new punk taking over, he had no more credit and no more time. Overhaul would only loan him money with the mines the whole valley as collateral. So he'd signed the notes and taken every yen in the company and the valley and laid it out on a sure thing. He would take the Chinese at their own game. How could he lose? Damn cheaters. Even then, it wasn't too late. Sure, the punk was making noises about how the mines would make a secure place for him to manufacture and store some new drug, but that was just talk. Inu had started pushing his miners to produce more and started raising rents in the valley. He stopped his bribes to the prefectural government. He stopped payments to vendors and contractors, all while pressing them for kickbacks. Anything to get the money to keep both gangs off his back without letting anyone know. No one could know. Otherwise, it would all fall apart. His brothers were always nipping at his heels, wanting to take his place at the top of the mountain. They started complaining about how he was ruining the company's reputation and hurting the people of the valley. Who cares? He'd fix it all. When he found the old deed to the temple, he immediately bullied Yanagi into paying. Why not? They had been living on valuable Inu land for centuries. It didn't matter that some long-forgotten Inu had promised them the temple as long as they cared for the people of the valley. Who cares about any of that? It wasn't even a proper Shinto temple. He needed the money. He would have been back for more. Maybe even sinking a shaft in the middle of that damned eyesore. He found enough money to keep Overhaul from foreclosing barely. He had months before the next payment was due. Enough to figure some way out. Or he would have if that damned Yanagi girl hadn't gone crying to the media just because Goro was mean to her. She and her thrice damned video. Overhaul had showed up in his house while he was sleeping, pulled him out of bed and let him know that the valley property was of no value to him if official people started looking at it too closely. Shut the girl up, make the problem go away, or Overhaul would collect the debt immediately, just to burn it all down in front of him. He'd gone to her to get her to stop. To tell everyone she was lying. Nothing was wrong with the valley. Everyone was happy. How could she refuse him? Inu owned her. He owned everyone in the valley and they all knew it. How could she have said no? Why didn't she submit like her father had been submitting every year her whole life? He couldn't let her get away with it. Even when there was nothing on the line, no Inu could let anyone in the valley defy them. Not for centuries. If they did, they risked losing it all. Every Inu was taught that simple truth from birth. We are the law. We are the masters. Everyone else bows before us. But she refused to bow. So, Inu had to show her her place. Or he tried, when that damned Mirko butted in. What right did she have to interfere with valley business? He was exercising powers given to his family by the shogun himself. Centuries of authority. Sure, he was able to pay his way out, but that was another thing he owed the Shihasaikai. If they had not pulled strings, he might still be in jail, money or not. And when Inu returned to the valley, the government had sent investigators. Outsiders in his valley. It was not to be endured. He had to get the evidence copies of the agreements with the Shihasaikai, the records of his debts to the nine-head dragon, along with all the mortgage papers and other files out of the safe in his office. Get it to the secret vault. The underground complex had been built during the interregnum when his grandfather feared the collapse of order and society would reach the valley. It never did. His family was too strong, their minds too rich. They held them off with only a few compromises with the warlord and the Shihasaikai. No one remembered the existence of the vault. His secrets would be safe there. Once Inu got rid of the investigators, he would be able to ensure Overhaul his collateral was safe and find a way to pay back all those he owed both money and retribution. Then she came along and interfered again. She must be a demon. Her father must have summoned her from the depths of hell to plague Anu. How else could she defeat him in combat on his own ground? She must have cheated. When Anu's 3 sons gathered, he explained the situation. Now it is all too late. I'll never be able to stop the investigation. Everything will come out. All the wrongs done to me will somehow be laid at my feet as if I were to blame. I will not give them that opportunity. I will show them how a real man, a samurai, deals with such problems. I will show them all. His sons followed him as he opened a tunnel to their house. The earth moved them forward like an escalator. The shaft opened into the courtyard of the Anu home compound. Lock the gates. Gather the family and staff. Bring them here and have them bring cameras. I want them and the whole world to watch and never forget the courage of the Anu. The old man and his oldest son went into the house. A half-hour later, they emerged into the gathered crowd. The middle son had set a white cloth on the ground and a white screen as a background. Anu was dressed in white formal regalia and carried the 2 swords of the samurai. His son was dressed similarly if less elaborately. The old man knelt, laying the short sword before him and handing the long sword to his son. He read out a short poem. Clouds gather, night falls. The world does not see the stars. Light dies in darkness. Then he pulled the silk aside to bare his torso and eviscerated himself. His son took his head before he could finish the first cut, as he cried out in agony and shame. Chapter 19. At 1500, Takuta and the tax lady showed up at the door. From their faces, I could tell it wasn't happy news. They waited until the parents were in the room, and the twins were sent elsewhere. Jin disappeared when they arrived. He was watching from the roof of the guest quarters. Inu Kisho has committed suicide in the courtyard of his family home. The government official stated. Expletive. Mr. Yanagi cursed. Everyone looked at him. His eyes were quickly flitting back and forth and his was muttering almost silently. After almost a minute he continued. It was seppuku, wasn't it? He always thought of himself as a damned samurai. He was caught. Whatever he was doing must have been bad and he took the easy way out. Probably claimed it was a protest against the government and for the honor of his family name or some such. That was it almost exactly, the tax lady said. How could you know? I have known Inu Kisho my whole life. We've never gotten along. But I understand him all too well. He was a powerful, proud idiot who never understood which century we lived in. His father was probably worse than Kisho. He certainly trained his son to be the tyrant he grew to be. I'm certain Kisho tried to pass that ridiculous delusion along to his sons. What do you mean? Takuta asked. Once when we were children, just before we left on a school trip, I heard old man Anu telling Kisho how to behave. He said, remember the golden rule, he who has the gold, makes the rules. The priest shook his head slowly, grimacing. The old man was a relic of the interregnum, or even further in the past. And Kisho learned at his knee. He truly believed he was the lord of the mountains, that his word was law. That is why he could not countenance Reiko standing up to him, defying him. Without his power, he felt he had nothing. He paused, his jaw tightening, his fist slowly pounding the arm of his chair. Please let it not be so, he muttered. What? His wife asked, putting her hand on his back. He dies, raging at the world, probably certain in his own rectitude while crying out at the injustices done to him. Considers himself a martyr. I worry. It will make his eventual redemption more difficult, Mrs. Yanagi said. Perhaps we can convince the family to allow you to lay him to rest with full honors, helping him find peace. No, he snapped. It may be far worse than that. The Anu, as a family, have always been susceptible to carrying their rage beyond death. More than one family head has returned as a Goryo, a powerful spirit of noble vengeance that can threaten the whole valley. It has always been the duty of the Yanagi to tame them. I had hoped that task would never fall to me. Surely you're speaking of legends, old tales that don't reflect reality, tax lady insisted. Perhaps, Mr. Yanagi said, looking at her with a soft expression. Since the rise of quirks, everyone seems to think that quirks are the only source of preternatural abilities or events. Any happening beyond human ken from before the glowing baby must be a myth. Any odd occurrence or ability since then must be explicable through subtle quirk interactions. When my Yamabushi ancestor quelled the first Inu Goryo in 1151, perhaps they were merely people with time travel quirks interfering with the past, breeding the spiritual abilities in our families as an experiment. We will never know. What I do know is I see spirits, explain them as you will. An Inu may pose a spiritual threat. Kanji-ya locked eyes with the older man. They stared for half a minute before she turned and shrugged. All that aside, his death opens more questions. What do you mean, Kanji-ya-san? Mrs. Yanagi asked. The two ladies talked while Emily's mother stood behind her husband, gently stroking shoulders. He continued to mutter to himself, shaking his head and clenching his fist. I saw tears roll slowly down his cheek. He's taking it harder than I would have expected, I sent to Emily. I thought they hated each other. They did. But it is possible to hate someone and still mourn their death, especially when it was their own poor choices that led to ending any chance at redemption in this life they may have had. I thought about Emma, the closest equivalent in my past. I had never really processed my feelings about her when I saw her family in the refugee camp without her. She had been such an important part of my life for so long, first as a friend, then as a tormentor. I couldn't bring up any real regret about her death. It was just one more. Of course, at the time I was shunting most of my emotion to the swarm. She'd made her choices. I didn't regret her loss of opportunity. I regretted the people she hurt with those choices, my being only one of many. Either there was more to the Yanagi / a new relationship, or Mr. Yanagi was a more forgiving person than I was. As for my feeling about Anu's suicide, good riddance. I am ashamed that I agree more with you than my father, Emily replied. He truly was a bad man. Even if he does not return as a spirit, Anu's time on the wheel will be long and unpleasant to make up for his actions. The conversation between the adults had continued while we were discussing matters internally. A request by the tax lady Kanji-ya-san caught my attention. So I would like to look at the oldest records and deeds for the temple. There were several documents in the boxes Anu was attempting to hide at the southwest site that suggest there may be more information relevant to the investigation to be found here. But we've had nothing to do with. Mrs. Yanagi protested. Please do not trouble yourself, the official assured her. No one is suggesting anything of the sort. I'm talking about old records 100 or 200 years, maybe more. I also need to see your tax records for the last 40 years. Of course, Mr. Yanagi broke out of his thoughts to give his permission. Come this way, please. He led her towards an old building at the corner of the compound. Takeda followed them, his lens sticking out of his shoulder recording everything. I noticed Mrs. Yanagi shaking her head, looking sadly after her husband. Are you okay? I asked her in English. That man manages to cause trouble even after death, she said. I'll need to call on Junko, his wife. She has been so beaten down by Anu for so long she may not know what to do now. She patted my shoulder as she left the room. I went out to find Jin. He seemed to be reluctant to let anyone know he was here. Or perhaps it was just anyone with a badge. I found him entertaining the twins by duplicating, juggling, and disappearing objects. I looked through a wisp and saw his crystal was still unsplit but discolored. I floated into a meditative position near the top of the temple spire. I practiced calling up various spirits while keeping an eye on the activities in the compound and the area surrounding it. I could easily call individual or small groups of wisps and shadows from the cloud surrounding me and sending them out in all directions. Their senses allowed me to see, hear, and sense in a sphere almost a half-mile wide. Poltergeists only allowed me to feel what they could touch within the 100-yard radius. As the afternoon turned to evening, I saw a lot of movement in the valley. It looked like a nest of individually illuminated ants as the car headlights traced the streets of the town. People were moving around. I assumed that word of Anu's suicide had spread. The question was, were they coming here for revenge? Reiko-chan. Mrs. Yanagi called in Japanese. Come. Eat. I floated down to join her. I didn't need to be in a strategic location to continue sensing through my spirits to monitor the area. Thank you, I replied. Who is to be here? Who is here? She corrected. Takeda-san and Kanji-ya-san. Jin-san, not. I guessed Jin was not going to be joining us. He was still hiding from the other visitors. It bothered me that he almost certainly had a criminal background, but so did I. I couldn't hold it against him. Redemption had to be possible if you are willing to make the effort. When conversation started at dinner, I asked Emily to translate as I didn't want the visitors to know about my language issues any more than Takeda already did. It seems that Anu had. Kanji-ya started, sounding like she was continuing a discussion with Mr. Yanagi that had started before dinner. Please, Kanji-ya-san, I don't think that is an appropriate topic for the dinner table. Mrs. Yanagi nodded her head towards the twins. My apologies, the tax official said. She seemed to struggle coming up with a different subject. I got the feeling she wasn't used to talking about much other than work. Reiko-chan, Takeda jumped in to fill the gap. Are you looking forward to the UA Sports Festival? People including a lot of pro heroes are looking forward to seeing what you can do. After watching you in 3 different fights already, he didn't say, but everyone heard it anyway. To be honest, Takeda-san, I haven't given it much thought. Everyone started protesting. But everyone will be watching. It's important for getting a good job. You need to make a good showing. The honor of the family. Are you afraid? I held up my hand and waited for silence. After several seconds, I got it. Right now people are trying to hurt this family. That's more significant than a school contest, one that will happen 2 more times before I graduate. I'm not saying I won't do my best next week. Just that, in the big picture, it's not that important. That's either very mature or possibly short-sighted, Takeda said. Not going say on which? I asked. Not my role, he replied with a wink. Besides, with all the stories you are giving me, you might get more press than the festival champion even if you didn't compete. That shut the family up for a bit. I wondered if they realized the journalist probably wasn't joking. Takuta was withholding his report of the fight at the mine until the police released the information. They didn't want any of Anu's accomplices to get warning ahead of time. However, I knew when it did hit the net I was going to be deluged with requests for interviews and information. My current phone number wasn't connected to my name, but enough people knew it I figured it would leak. I was not looking forward to it. One of my shadow's senses impinged on my awareness. There were people closing in on the temple from two directions, only the cliff-facing sides were clear. Coming up through the downhill woods were at least a dozen men, carrying lit torches, hand tools, and a few with guns. On the uphill side was an almost identical group. But they had two men that were lugging what looked like wrapped bunches of dynamite. They were talking, but I couldn't understand them. Emily, what are they saying? I cannot hear them. I cannot sense what you sense through the spirits. What? Why didn't you tell me this before? Never mind. This isn't the time. Keep translating as long as you can. You need to be strong. Your family's at stake. Stay with me. I will try. I could almost feel her resolve strengthening. It didn't really matter what they were saying. They were about to attack the temple, and they weren't playing games. We have incoming, I reported. 12 men on the downhill side with guns and pickaxes. Another 12 on the uphill side with the same, plus a couple of guys with explosives getting ready to blow the compound wall near the guest quarters. Conversation at the table stopped. I looked to the tax lady, the only government official in the room. Expletive, she cursed as she pulled a large gun from her shoulder holster. The Yanagi all gasped in surprise. Guns were much less common in Japan than back home. It's possible this was the first real gun they had ever seen. I had noticed the mine security guards were armed, another sign of the power of the Anu. That was probably where the guys outside had gotten their weapons. All the weapons looked like they came from the mines. There are at least 24 of them, at least 5 assault rifles between them. They'll hit the wall in about 3 minutes, unless they start rushing. What do we do? I needed her to okay any action, otherwise I was going to be breaking the stupid quirk laws in front of a cop. Can we run? Mrs. Yanagi asked, grabbing hold of the twins. No time, and they're too close to the driveway. I can't fly anyone else away, I said. Takuta-san, call the others, Kanjiya ordered. Let them know what is happening. She turned to Mr. Yanagi and me. I've always admired the super cops in the old vids, Jackie Chan, and old, TB you know. She offered a wan smile. But I'm not them. I cannot hold them off on my own. I am deputizing you to help defend the temple and your family. You hold them off, Mr. Yanagi pointed to me. I will summon the guardian. They will not harm this temple or its people. I have to order their surrender first, Kanjiya said. Mrs. Yanagi took out her phone and activated an app, then handed it to the official. This is now tied into the temple public address system. We use it during large ceremonies. This is Inspector Kanjiya of the National Tax Agency. You are in violation of national law. Stand down and surrender your weapons. Her voice boomed throughout the compound. As she broadcast, I could sense the invaders stop in shock, then start arguing. I found Goro leading the downhill group. Someone that bore a striking resemblance to him, but was several years older, led the uphill side. He gestured to the people carrying the explosives. They took off running towards the wall. They laid the charges with the speed of long practice, then backed away, leaving a trail of wire behind them. I sent poltergeists to snap the wire and lift the bomb high into the air. I didn't shoot it away as I didn't know anywhere safe to aim it. Instead, I held it 100 meters high, past the cliff face so it was well away from anything, and then sent fire spirits to detonate it. Boom. That was apparently the signal as both groups started charging. The downhill group made straight for the gate, carrying a log to batter it open. The uphill group moved toward where they expected the breach in the wall to be. Mrs. Yanagi pulled the girls towards the strong house. This was a stout stone block building usually used to hold the temple's valuable items and as a shelter in storms and earthquakes. I saw Jin moving towards them. I sent several spirits to mark them, keeping their position in the back of my mind. Mr. Yanagi was in the sanctuary slapping little paper strips on the ancient Buddha statue. As he worked, I could feel something stirring in my spirit, sense something big. Leaving him to his task, I turned my attention to the invaders. I found that the fire spirits could easily snuff the lit torches, dropping the bad guys into darkness. I began grabbing weapons out of their hands, starting with the rifles. Once I had a weapon, I brought it into the compound and dropped it in front of the strong house. If something happened to us, the others would have weapons. I used wisps to distract the miners, bobbing lights in the darkness leading them in circles. I was tempted to lead them over the cliff but thought it unnecessary. At this point, they weren't really a threat. Just then, I felt a massive spiritual power surge into existence. From the statue in the sanctuary, a spectral copy of the giant Buddha stepped forward. It was visible to the naked eye, though translucent. It marched to the gate of the temple and threw its arms wide. The invading force raised into the air and flew back almost to the road before smashing into trees and the rocky ground. It then circled the compound, feet floating off the ground, and did the same to the uphill group, showing more power than I could come close to controlling. Then it looked at me. By this time, I was standing in the center of the compound between the house and the sanctuary. The guardian floated towards me. It stopped about 10 feet distant and looked down into me. I felt it touch my soul. I was being examined. Waited. I stirred nervously. What if it found me wanting? I had no idea how to fight this thing. Then I felt it connect to Emily. There was some level of communication or at least interaction. I could feel it happening but couldn't make out any details. After what felt like hours it moved on, floating back into the sanctuary. Mr. Yanagi was still chanting when the spirit settled back into the statue. Emily? Are you okay? It was pleased. I do not know why. For some reason, it was pleased with me. Better than the alternative, I guess. I said, then turned my attention back to the outside world. The bad guys were all out of my range. I wanted to check on them to determine how deadly that spirit was or how deadly it had chosen to act. What was that? Kanjiya asked, her breath coming hard, her eyes flitting around looking for the impossible spirit. Not sure, I said. You'll have to ask him. I pointed to Mr. Yanagi, who was staggering out of the temple, his hand gripping the doorframe for support. I need to get a status on the invaders. They are alive and off our property, Emily's father stated. Standing in a doorway, his voice was shaky. What was that? Kanjiya almost yelled. The panic in her voice was growing. I could understand her fear. The thing frightened me. This temple is not without its defenses, Mr. Yanagi stated proudly. The Guardian has watched over us for more than 1,000 years. Enemies forget that at their own peril. I'm going to check on them, I said again. The tax inspector nodded with a jerk. Takuda moved from the steps of the house to follow me. A cry of fury and pain sounded across the valley, louder than thunder. The wind started whipping through the trees, coming towards the temple from all directions. I could feel another surge in the spirit world. I turned towards the sanctuary. It felt like the Guardian was returning, but the feeling was not coming from there. It was coming from above us. The clear night sky split with a jagged bolt of lightning. A tear ripped along the edge of the bolt and a figure burst through. Glowing red with rage I could feel from hundreds of feet away, the figure plummeted towards us. As it grew nearer, I saw it was the spirit of a man of Anu. It stopped, floating inches above the courtyard. It was massive, easily 12 feet tall, the size of the Guardian. It radiated the same sort of power the other spirit had as well. His face was a rictus of anger and pain as he glared at each of us. His mouth was moving, but no sound came out, only tongues of flame. He pointed at Yanagi, then at me. Then he sank into the earth. Is that Anu? I snapped at Emily. Is that a Goryo? Do you remember how we warned you away from human-shaped spirits, mentioning how some may be filled with negative emotions and could pose a danger? Yes. A Goryo is one of those kinds of spirits, one of the most powerful and dangerous. They can be created when an aristocrat dies through injustice or is martyred. They are very rare. I had not known of the Anu penchant for manifesting as such. Tremors started shaking the compound, growing stronger by the second. I ran towards the stronghouse as cracks started racing across the courtyard, shattering bricks and stones. One fissure opened beneath my feet, threatening to swallow me whole. I used the poltergeists to carry me over it. As I reached the stone vault, it collapsed in front of me, falling partway into a sinkhole and toppling in on itself. I started trying to shift the debris while I sent spirits into the pile to find the people inside. They were there, huddled under a shelter Jin had somehow created. Another tremor caused the stones to shift, crushing the support beam just as Jin created another. It too was crushed as another took its place. Each beam was shorter and left less space for the people inside. I tried to help but the blocks were too heavy. I dodged, not sure what I was avoiding. Looking through a wisp I saw Anu had crawled out of the ground in a body of jagged stone. His massive fist was moving towards me in a backswing. I had dodged the initial blow reflexively. I was horrified to realize the ruins of the stronghouse had not dodged and had been further flattened. Mr. Yanagi was lying still in the tax lady's arms, bleeding badly. She had pulled him into the sanctuary, which was surprisingly untouched. Takuda was huddling under a fallen section of the temple spire, lenses still recording. Anu was concentrating on me. As I moved to dodge his clumsy attacks, I sent a swarm of debris into his eyes. They passed through him. I reached for his veins, reached into his body for his heart. Nothing. He might as well not been there. He waved his hands and a shower of stones flew towards me. I deflected and dodged, but it wasn't enough. Shards cut into me. Stones battered me. I rolled to cover beneath wooden porch of the house. He stomped, barely missing me as he collapsed the porch around me. He wasn't giving me time to think, to plan, to find a way to stop him. He was stronger than me. He didn't breathe. He had no vulnerable points. I pulled myself across the shaking ground, barely avoiding the sharp stone spikes that shot up to impale me. Taking to the air, I gathered fire spirits around him, trying to burn the ghost with spectral flame. For the first time I had an effect. He screamed in pain, but with a swing of his arms, he extinguished the fire spirits. With another swing, he sent out a wave of spiritual force that swept away all my poltergeists, leaving me falling towards the jagged rocks below. I managed to roll through the worst, but still ended stretched out, stunned and bleeding as he stomped towards me. Inu's vengeful ghost, clad in his makeshift stone skin, stood towering over me, gloating as he raised his massive boot to crush me. I felt a pull from the sanctuary. Rolling, I avoided Inu's stomp and scurried towards the source of the summons. It is the Guardian. It is calling us. I was surprised to hear Emily in the middle of the fight. She was finally getting over her disability. Why isn't it fighting? I demanded. Father must be unconscious. He cannot summon it. It needs a channel. Do you know how to do that? No. Great. I dove into the sanctuary a fraction of a second ahead Inu's grasping hand. He stopped at the threshold of the building. I could feel the pressure from the Buddha increase, pushing to keep him out. I slapped my hands on the rough stone and reached into it like I was trying to connect with the poltergeists and other lesser spirits. I could feel the Guardian pulsing before me, powerful and demanding. With a painful wrench I felt my will connect to its. It was vast in the spirit world, it was larger than the temple and brighter than the sun. I felt its heat burning my skin. Stop Inu. Protect the people. I ordered or possibly begged. It compressed itself into the shape of the statue and stepped forward, knocking me to the ground. Inu howled outside as the Guardian floated forward. I pulled myself to the edge of the tatami mat, watching through my own eyes, and through the spirits around them. The battle between the two great ghostly beings happened on multiple planes. As they crashed into each other like sumo wrestlers in the courtyard, they also tore and pulled at each other like close passing stars in the spirit realm. This primal conflict caused effects in our world. The wind twisted into a swirling funnel. The earth shook, lurching in one direction after another, tearing at the foundations of the temple buildings. Lightning lashed the night sky, thunder crashing above us. I attempted to control the Guardian. To use it, ordering it to move or strike in a certain way. It snarled at me and sent a pulse along our connection that caused blood to spurt from my nose and ears. They two spirits seemed closely matched in power. The Guardian must have been a bit stronger, as it was able to contain Inu, to lock him in place, preventing his attempts to escape through the earth or to fly away. But that was all it was doing. Kill him. Get him out of this world. End him. I tried different commands. Each just caused more feedback from the connection, filling me with pain. Seconds later, blood pouring from my mouth and eyes, I felt an explosion inside my head and I was out. Emily POV. Taylor. Wake up. Please do not leave me like this. I cried out, to no avail. I could feel she was channeling the power of the Guardian using only her will and her quirk, my old quirk. It was not enough. Father used the power of ritual and charms, both paper and coins, to attenuate the burden. Only a Yamabushi, a special type of mountain mystic, could tame the Goryo. Father was just such a priest. Someone had to wake him. Taylor did not stir. Nor could all my entireties force her into consciousness. I began to panic. To retreat into the oblivion of my own cowardice. Then I felt a warm breeze reach out to me. From the Guardian. A familiar caress, comforting, encouraging. I pulled myself back into the front of the brain I shared with Taylor. She was barely there. The strain had almost broken her. I had to act or she would be gone. Returning to control of my old body was like slipping on my favorite robe. It fit so well. I made the final connection and pain swept into me. I always felt a shadow of the sensations Taylor felt. Now I felt the pain directly. It almost shocked me back out of the body. Instead, I gritted my teeth, swallowing blood, and crawled to my father's side. Kanji Yasan was cradling his head in her lap. There was a bloody gash across his forehead and his left arm was bent where it should not be. Bloody tears fell from my cheeks as I looked at the broken man who had always been so strong. I reached out and jabbed a pressure point just as he had taught me last year. While I knew it caused pain, it was also supposed to stimulate consciousness. He had warned me it did not always work. After several seconds, it seemed to have some effect. He stirred. My heart soared as dark patches floated in front of my eye. When his eyes opened to see my bloody face hovering over his, he started, then groaned as the movement jostled his broken arm. You must stop the Goryo, father. You are the only one that can. Reiko. He whispered. Stop him. My borrowed body gave out. Reiko. He reached out to shake me, but it did no good. Yanagi-san. Kanji-ya-san called, pointing towards the battling spirits. Each clutched the other's head in both hands but were otherwise unmoving. They were surrounded by a shining bubble of spectral force, floating 2 meters off the ground. Father saw the struggle and cursed. Most inappropriate, I thought. Help me, he ordered the official as he lurched to his feet. She acted as a crutch as he moved to the statue. Once there he reached into a chest and extracted several items. My awareness faded momentarily. When it returned I could feel a drain on my spirit increasing. The nature of Taylor's quirk allowed it to draw on the energy of nearby spirits. Spirits such as myself. It was beginning to drain me to sustain the link to the guardian. Father was standing on the threshold of the sanctuary, preforming a ritual that was unfamiliar to me. It had elements of the rite to lay a spirit to rest as well as parts of the rite to exorcise malign spirits. I could also feel the power of his quirk redemption. The guardian was acting in concert with the ritual. Moving the Goryo towards the sanctuary. Inu was resisting, screaming, and thrashing. But once started, the pull was inevitable. I blanked again. Inu was inside the sanctuary. Father walked beside him as the Goryo was pulled to the guardian's statue. The family spirit entered its stone resting place, never releasing its opponent. With a last scream, Inu was pulled into the Buddha after the guardian. With a mighty crack of thunder and flash of light, the Goryo vanished. I felt the pull on Taylor release. The drain had been so great she was barely there. The flame of her existence was guttering, flickering feebly on the edge of extinguishing. I moved to take her in my spiritual arms and hold her tight to this world. Then I passed from awareness. Chapter 20. I hurt all over. My mouth tasted awful. My eyes itched. My ears rang. And there was a steady pounding in my head that I eventually realized was my pulse apparently magnified 100 times. From what I could sense, I was in a hospital bed and I was not alone in the room. Rather than opening my eyes, I reached out to find a spirit. They were thick around me. I plugged into a wisp, a small swarm of poltergeists, and a shadow or two. Through them, I examined my surroundings. That was when I saw Alpine tickling Mrs. Yanagi. They were seated together on a small couch and she was squirming under his fingers. Stop it, Gan-kun, she squealed. Yumi-chan. I couldn't understand him. Emily? Are you okay? I prodded my partner. Taylor. I am so relieved you are awake. How are you feeling? Can't you tell? It's your body too. As I have said before, the body is now yours. I am just a guest you allow to accompany you in your travels through this world. I am pleased to be your companion, but I make no more claims on your person. Except... Except what? I asked. Except in the most dire emergencies, where you are unable to function. As was the case in the temple. I apologize for my presumption, but it was necessary. What do you mean? What happened? I remember calling the guardian to fight Inu. Then, nothing. Perhaps it is better if you see for yourself. She queued up her memory and helped me experience with her. This was new. We'd managed to share some visuals and other sensory information before. But this was a deeper connection. I was amazed as I watched the end of the ghost battle. Seeing Inu get sucked into the Buddha made me wonder. What happened to him? Will he get out? Will we have to face him again? I had no desire to mess with spirits of that level a second time. He has joined the Guardian. What? I heard my father telling the story to the investigators, before they took us to the hospital. I had never heard it before, but it explains so much. It seems that in the Heian period one of the first Inu lords was betrayed unto death by his own family. He returned to the Kesura Valley as a vengeful spirit Agoryo. He caused storms and earthquakes, killing many and threatening all life in the mountains. One of my ancestors, an early Yanagi Yamabushi, a mountain-dwelling holy man, failed to quell the restless spirit, at least on his first attempt. Eventually the Yamabushi managed to tame the Goryo, locking him into a boulder near the peak of the mountain and saving the surviving Inu clan. The Yanagi and Inu were thus connected. Each side felt both rancor and gratitude towards the other. This led to a complex web of interconnecting vows. The Inu would provide for the Yanagi a temple built around the boulder continuing the Goryo, which was carved into a Buddha. They would sponsor and support the temple for all time. As long as the Yanagi continued to lay the dead to rest in the valley. In return, the head of Yanagi had to make an annual public obeisance to the head of Inu to make up for the Yamabushi's initial failure. In turn, if the Yanagi should fail in their duties, the Inu could judge them unworthy and evict them from the temple. This history has been all but forgotten, but it is the basis for the long-running enmity between the families. I thought about her story carefully. So the current guardian is the accumulated power of however many Inu Goryo the Yanagi have tamed over the centuries, forced to serve a family the Inu hold in contempt. And now our favorite mine owner will be joining his ancestors in this duty. No heaven for him? Nor any rebirth, as long as this duty lasts. I can't decide if that is poetic justice, or just harsh. The world is harsh but fair. Nothing lasts forever. 1,000 years is just a few turns of the wheel. As each soul pays its debt, it will find itself once more on the path to nirvana. I finally decided that was an optimistic worldview. Justice and redemption, the best of all possible outcomes. Maybe someday I'd find them for myself. So, what happened next? I could tell this body was pretty torn up. How long have I been out? She paused, never a good sign when answering that question. You have been unconscious, in a coma they say, for 10 days. Everyone else has recovered, except for father's arm, which is still in a cast. Your mother and sisters? Jin managed to keep the worst of the catastrophe from harming them, taking much of the damage upon himself. They were released several days ago, with little lasting harm. What about Jin? He was brought in with grievous wounds, but checked himself out, escaped, really shortly after waking. That doesn't surprise me. I sighed. We can look him up when we get back to Tokyo. I assume we are going back to UA, I mean. Unless you wish otherwise. Reiko-chan, Mrs. Yanagi reached out and caressed my cheek. You're awake, aren't you? I opened my eyes, though I could only see out of one. Something was covering the left side of my face. Probably my hair. Emily had worn her hair short, with the bangs hanging over her left eye. I'd tried to pin it back so I could see more clearly, but the bang was constantly slipping back. I had considered cutting it all very short. But my long hair as Taylor had been such a point of pride growing up, I wanted to grow this hair out, as a bit of a tribute to the old me. I reached up to brush the hair back, only to find there was a bandage around my head, covering my eye. I looked through a wisp and confirmed what I felt. It's okay, Reiko-chan, Mrs. Yanagi tried to comfort me, but her voice cracked, and she raised her hand to cover her mouth. Alpine, who stood behind her, reached over and squeezed her shoulder. I sent a poltergeist to feel behind the bandage, already certain what I would find. I was right, my left eye was gone. Fuck. My thoughts ground to a halt. Not again. I couldn't tell what I was feeling. This wasn't really my body, but it was all I had. I'd lost parts before, but that didn't make this easier. I guess someone had to pay the price to stop Inu. I am so sorry. If only I had been able to do something, Emily offered. The tremendous strain of trying to channel the guardian, without the ritual, was too much for your quirk. It overloaded. I was so afraid it would be worse, that you might have burned out your brain. It hurt. I could feel the tears pricking at my remaining eye and a tight knot twisting in my chest. It wasn't fair that this shit always happened to me. But despite what Emily had just said, life wasn't fair, not my old one or this new one. I knew that deep down. So, I took a deep breath and pulled myself together. It's okay, I said, reaching to Emily's mother, but talking to Emily as well. I'm just glad everyone else is all right. You done good, kid, Alpine said as he reached for his cheroot. Mrs. Yanagi slapped his hand and he grimaced. You made the sacrifice, but you saved the day. Can't do better than that. What is the story between them? I asked. I didn't want to talk about the eye anymore. They look like they're having an affair. Mother knew Yamayagi-san when they were young. They grew up in the same village, outside of Matsumoto. He is a few years older, but took care of her as a young child sometimes. The babysitter? Yes, she giggled like a Japanese schoolgirl. And when he came back to the mountains as a pro hero, he wanted to marry her. But she had already met my father, and their families had arranged the match, so. Here you are. It is a bit tragic on his side. He never married. I think he still loves her, but she loves father. As the mountain turns. What? An old drama my grandmother liked to watch. Reiko-chan, Mrs. Yanagi shook me gently. I opened my eye and smiled reassuringly. I'm here. I know where we can get you a pretty damn useful replacement eye, if you want, Alpine offered. That got me thinking about wisps and shadows permanently set in the socket. It would give me a different range of vision. That might not be a bad idea, I said. I have some more news. Something you may not want to hear. Mrs. Yanagi sounded nervous. Not sure what she thought was worse than losing an eye, I nodded for her to continue. You've been asleep for 10 days. You missed the UA Sports Festival. Yesterday was the first year's event. I'm so sorry. Okay, I said. When will I be going back to school? I assume the festival lasts for at least 3 days. When do regular classes start again? Honey, do you understand you missed your chance to compete for the year? I rolled my eye. Yeah, I got it. Like I said before, I'm not really worried about the festival. I mean, I hope my friends did well, but it's just not important to me personally. Some crazy kid from 1A won it. Endeavor's boy came second, Alpine supplied. Now there's a crazy man. I think we will need to ask the doctors about when you can be released, Emily's mom continued, ignoring the hero while slamming an elbow into his gut. Sounds good, I said, then yawned. Suddenly I was very tired. We'll let you rest, dear, the older woman said. I nodded and closed my eye. I first woke on a Thursday. The sports festival ended on Friday, the same day I was released from the hospital. I spent much of that time experimenting with building a replacement eye from spirits. Friday morning, they replaced the bandage with an eye patch. A couple of poltergeists allowed me to manipulate the patch and my hair so the socket could be covered or revealed. In the socket I set a wisp for pure visual and spiritual sight and a shadow for knowing without seeing. This allowed me to sense through the patch, though it wasn't as clear as the wisp's vision. There was no telltale light. Looking in a mirror I shifted the wisp to a bright red color, giving me a seriously spooky death stare. Apparently, on Friday evening Takeda had finally gotten approval from the police and his editor to release the story, including the videos of the two big fights. I saw that he'd downplayed the spiritual aspects of the Guardian and the Goryo for some reason. He presented them as quirk effects. The Guardian was shown as a gestalt projection from my father and me. The Goryo was offered as a transformation after Inu's supposed suicide, an old bloodline quirk. The end of the temple battle wasn't shown. Takeda had been outside and only flashes of light could be seen from within the sanctuary. I called Takeda. Why did you lie about the ghosts? It was what the police and my editor would let me report. No one believes in ghosts. Everyone believes in quirks. As my editor asked, can you prove it wasn't a mixture of quirks and delusions? But spiritual stuff has been happening longer than there have been quirks. Can you prove that? Old records and stories don't count. He sighed audibly, his frustration evident. For whatever reason, people don't want to hear about ghosts. Even Kenji Yasan is questioning herself on what she saw now that she's back in the big city. If I didn't have the videos, I would be wondering too. Thanks. I said and hung up. My father once said that there is a veil between the worlds and most people only see through that veil when they need to. Emily offered. People come to Maiko to talk with their departed loved ones. However, they seem to assume it is some sort of trick. At the same time they take comfort from the communications. While I do not understand it, I have seen the effect myself many times. So those that need to know, know, and those that don't, don't. And from what Takeda and the assayer said, the government knows. I suppose. This veil, is it some spiritually enforced global master effect? The thought reminded me of the Simurga's control of people on a global scale. Or is it just human nature to believe only what they can see while they see it? I wish I could offer you more insight. I simply do not know. Perhaps there is some truth to both. The collective unconscious is closely linked to the spirit world. Perhaps the two forces work together to protect the separation. It seems to me that one point in the disbeliever's favor is the fact that we aren't up to our eyeballs in Goryo and nasty spirits. Surely the Inu aren't the only pricks that can come back. If it could happen to anyone, then why isn't the world filled with ghosts? But you know the world is filled with spirits both great and small. You see them every day. The reason the destructive forces do not decimate the land is that people like my father stand to stop them. There are more than 150,000 temples, shrines, and churches in Japan alone. And in each one is a man or woman working to protect their flock. They perform daily rituals and rites which pacify restless spirits and drive out evil ones. And they have been doing so for as long as there have been people on these islands. I never thought of it that way. It has been my whole life. I think she won that one. When I got home Friday night, I saw the temple was under repairs. People from both Daisumiru and Kesuru had come to volunteer their efforts. Materials had appeared, almost magically, by the truckload. Saturday morning I eavesdropped on a number of conversations that suggested their reasons for helping were split pretty evenly between morbid desire to see the site of the reported battle and gratitude for the family that had driven the hated tyrant to his death. It seems Inu had been no more popular among his tenants and workers than among the local Burikumen. I was wondering, I asked Mrs. Yanagi when we were alone in my room, what is the status of the temple ownership? I heard you talking to the tax lady about deeds and Emily told me the Inu had provided the temple. She kept laying out my futon, spreading the thick comforter over the thin mattress. That's still to be determined. Records show we have been paying tax on the property for centuries, and the Inu have never done so. The deed found in Inu's records was so old as to be meaningless. But your father admits they have some rights. The government doesn't necessarily agree with him. He says it is a matter of honor to acknowledge the ancient agreements between the families. Where does that leave us? Where the Yanagi have always been, here in the drafty house on top of this cold mountain. She sniffed. For how long, I cannot say. It may come down to Inu Suji. He is now running the company while his elder and younger brothers are being held in the detention facility in Matsumoto. For attacking the temple and participating in the seppuku. And their mother. She's decided to seek solace in Okinawa. I moved to help her with the bedding. It was all I could think of. Villains I could face, but these sorts of financial and marital issues were beyond me. No, she said, frowning at me. You're still hurt. You sit down and let me take care of this. Saturday afternoon, Principal Nizu and Gon-sensei showed up at the temple. I met them in the traditional sitting room of the Yanagi home. We are honored by your visit, Mrs. Yanagi said as she served them cups of tea off a tray. She set out bowls of snacks as well. I was ensconced in a comfortable zaisuo legless chair common in traditional tatami rooms pulled up to a low table. Emily's mother took her place next to me, kneeling on a cushion. My teacher, dressed in a dark maroon suit rather than his costume, was seated in another zaisuo while the principal sat cross-legged on a tall pile of cushions. I kept expecting him to topple over, but he balanced on them like an acrobat. Having heard the reports in the media and spoken to the investigative team, we were very concerned with the events of the last 2 weeks and their impact on Reiko-san. Nizu's squeaky voice still managed to carry a tone of deep concern, with hints of regret and remonstration. It has been a very trying time, Emily's mother replied. Her back was straight, and her voice tightly controlled. It seems that neither of us can keep her safe in this troubled world. The two stared at each other silently for several seconds. The sound of me sipping my tea could be heard easily. The world is not a safe place, though heroes try to make it more so, Nizu said. And Reiko-chan is a hero, Mrs. Yanagi replied. Even if she needs more training and preparation. Thus her studies at UA. Indeed, the principal agreed. I guess that means I wasn't getting expelled. I have several concerns I would like to address before that happens, he continued. Or maybe not. What sort of concerns? I asked. Mrs. Yanagi looked at me then settled deeper onto her cushion. The first is about your health, Nizu started. I understand you received serious injuries both in the bus attack and the incidents here in Kesurumaki. Are you fit to return to your training? I may be slow for a day or two but nothing that I can't work through. Nay. Gon-sensei muttered. I am happy to hear that. This leads us to my primary concern, Nizu paused to sip his tea. I do not believe you are the same person that took the UA entrance exam. I'm not, I said calmly. I do not believe any of us who have gone through real fights are the same people we were 3 months ago. Kode-san, Rin-kun, Ago Yamato-san changed along with me. The students of 1A have also evolved, if what I'm hearing is correct. I brushed my hair back to show my eye patch. I may have changed a bit more than most. I don't think that explains the divergences and discrepancies I have observed. You fight too differently, use your quirk too effectively. It does not correlate sufficiently with your performance in the exam. You're concerned because I'm better than I was in the exam. In a word, yes. Nizu smiled. It is not just the depth of the improvements, it is the scope of other changes as well. Your academic performance demonstrates an inexplicable difference in capabilities, your unheralded improvement in English and difficulties in Japanese being the most incongruous. Your combat style and quirk mastery imply a level of training and experience that we cannot match to your known history. In short, you are too different. Occam's razor suggests you are not Yanagi Reiko. I took several calming breaths. The giant gerbil had me dead to rights, no pun intended. Emily's mother was looking at me, letting me decide what to say. I had considered this possibility though. Ever since we first met, I assumed the thinker and I would be having this conversation. I could not tell the whole truth. But I also didn't think I could get away with a flat-out lie. I'm sure Gon-sensei has told you about my quirk examination by the assayer. Nizu nodded. The Yanagi family have a history of medium-type quirks. Mine is the ability to see, communicate with, and control spirits. Again, the nod. All the Yanagi children have been trained to channel spirits to communicate with their family and loved ones as part of our Miko duties. I continued. I took it a bit further and tried to find a spirit that could help my performance at UA. After the exam, I found the spirit of a hero dead for more than 100 years. One unknown to modern records. She's been training me, helping me understand better ways to use my quirk. That, combined with my coming to learning new things about my quirk that let me control several different types, has allowed me to expand well beyond my initial capabilities. You are saying your interaction with this interregnum era hero has helped you improve so much? Gon-sensei sounded doubtful. Weaver, I said. Her name was Weaver, though I haven't been able to find anything about her online. Maybe you have access to better sources. I was honestly curious if there was some bleed over between this world and Earth bet, known only to high-level officials. She tells me stories, gives me ideas. Coaches me. I've been thinking about writing some of her experiences down. I could share them with the other students. It might help them too. I would certainly be interested in reading them, Gon-sensei said. So, this Weaver spirit has made all the difference. Nizu pressed. That and the brain injury, and the attacks, and starting at a new school, and making friends, and... I can't say there is any one thing wholly responsible for the changes. I've been through too much for that to be the case. Again, the principal stared at me, daring me to meet his eyes. I did one eye to his too. Mrs. Yanagi put her hand on my shoulder in a visible show of support. If I was not Yanagi Reiko, the family was in on the charade. Which, of course, was the case. Mostly. Very well, the principal said. Will you be ready to return to Musitafa City tomorrow? Classes start again on Monday. I'm ready. Gon-sensei will accompany you on the train. It leaves at 1010 tomorrow morning. I must return this evening. I look forward to seeing you again at UA. Gon-sensei showed up the next morning in a taxi and had a private discussion with Emily's parents. Try not to lose any more body parts, Miyako snarked. She had mostly healed, but the cuts on her left arm and forehead were likely to leave scars. Try to stay safe, Miyako butted in. She was still limping from a twisted ankle. You too, both of you. I pulled them into a group hug. Miyako squeezed hardest. And take care of Mom. I think she feels different. I guess because she's the only one in the family who can't talk to spirits. If you two and Dad are busy speaking with the dead, she's got no one to talk to. Okay. We will. I think they'd not thought of that before. Farewells with the parents were more formal, with Gon-sensei watching. Mrs. Yanagi made sure I had my new phone. Mr. Yanagi told me to continue to make the Yanagi name shine, which was a compliment by his standards, if not a statement of concern for my well-being as a person. My teacher and I boarded the train, him pushing my luggage. I would have used my geists for that, but he reminded me of the stupid quirk laws. We spent most of the trip going over what I had missed while laid up and preparing for the upcoming classes. I was exhausted when we arrived at my apartment building. Several figures slunk out of the unlit stairwell at the big man's glare. Bugs scurried to hide when we turned the apartment light on. The room was clean, but the building was infested. Gon-sensei snorted in disgust. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. Chapter 21. Monday mornings were a bad idea. Getting up in the early hours to drag myself to school sucked. I'd gotten used to not thinking about the hot mess that was the 10th grade. Gon-sensei had said something about a special assembly, so regular classes might wait another day, but dealing with the social fallout from once again having my face plastered over the news shows was waiting for me regardless of the day's curriculum. It might not be so bad, Emily offered. The sports festival has dominated the media for days. Takuta's reports have only been showing for the weekend. And most people only remember the last thing they saw on TV. But, I guess we'll find out. I looked out my window and saw a steady rain was falling. Wonderful. I went into my small bathroom, turned on the shower, and looked at my reflection. Bed hair and shadows under my eye check. A familiar silver 8-pointed symbol imprinted into the black silk of my new eye patch check. What is that? It is the kagam, a common symbol of the Shinto faith. You must have noticed it carved in many places at the temple. Yeah, okay. I remember seeing it. Why is it on my eye patch? More importantly, who put it there? I do not recall seeing it on the patch when we surrendered to slumber. You were sleeping too? I usually devote myself to meditation while you sleep. Occasionally, I find it beneficial to embrace the release of somnolence. Last night was such an occasion. So, you were asleep too. That is what I just stated. And someone switched the patch while we were both snoozing. Why do you assume a replacement rather than an embellishment? Look closely. The pattern is woven into the silk, not added on. How extraordinary. Yet. I sent my spirits around the apartment but found nothing out of the ordinary, including no sign of the original patch. I went out and searched in person. Both the windows were still locked, as was the door, with the chair still set under the knob. I wasn't allowed to install a security bar, but did what I could. After several minutes of searching, I found nothing to explain the new patch. Unhappy, but not willing to be late my first day back at UA, I set the patch aside and took my shower. I kept the hood of my rain poncho up while on the bus. Several people were watching the news on their phones. I saw clips of the sports festival interspersed with scenes of my 2 fights in the valley. The picture of Bakugo with his manacled arms and the ribbon hanging from his foam-flecked mouth was disturbing. From all I'd heard and seen around the school, he was a hothead on par with Kamakiri or Aways, maybe worse. There were also clips of 3 third years dominating their events. I was happy to see that Amajiki, the socially anxious changer Gon-sensei had brought in as one of the class mentors, was one of them. I had to admit the pixelated pictures of his nude friend caught my eye. Big and built, reminded me of Brian. The media was already calling them the Big Three. Occasionally I caught glimpses of my 1B classmates in the festival footage, but far less frequently than my own face graced the screens. I was getting more screen time than any of the other UA students. Mr. Yanagi would be pleased, as I was often described as the Buick human hero student. But, the rest of my classmates were likely to be pissed I was stealing the limelight. I'd sent Shota, Kode, Rin, Jin, and Takuya my new regular phone number, even sending a text to the American college students. Pretty much everyone I knew. I wanted to pick up a new Cape phone as the old one had been compromised by my using it so much since the bus attack. My classmates had all sent messages letting me know how happy they were I was up and about. Walking up the hill towards the school gate, I noticed Midoriya talking to the speedster Ida. The green-haired boy had bandages on both hands and an angry red palm-shaped scar covering most of his left cheek. The news said that the guy I'd almost caught outside All Might's office couldn't remember his name had managed to get a light touch on Midoriya during the USJ invasion, just before the teachers arrived to save the day. The villain's disintegration quirk had left a wound so deep, the remaining disfigurement was the result after weeks of quirk healing. Looks like I wasn't the only one who'd had a rough couple of weeks. As the two boys ran to the school's main entrance, I followed more slowly. I didn't need to draw attention. Yanagi-chan. Pony the American blonde with the horns and hooves swept me into a hug as soon as I had my rain gear hung up. I was so worried. Are you okay? She was chattering a mile a minute, but it was in English, so I didn't have to wait for Emily's translation. Hey, Pony, I said, pushing her back. I'm okay. Oh my god. She screamed, reaching out to brush my bangs aside. Your eye. I slapped her hand away, teeth clenched, and turned to hide my face in my locker. My shadows let me sense that everyone had turned to stare at me. There was no way I was avoiding this, so I put my street shoes into the locker, put on my school shoes, then turned to face the crowd. I brushed the bangs behind my ear, subtly holding them back with some geists. Yes. My eye. I said to the overly excitable girl. I spoke Japanese because I was really addressing the crowd. I have, for the most part, recovered from my injuries. But I lost my left eye in the final battle. As several students started to yell questions, I stated. I would rather not talk about it anymore. I then stomped to my class, leaving the American in tears behind me. I felt bad about it. She was a pretty nice person, but she really needed to learn some tact. I got several comments as I climbed the stairs to the classroom. People I don't recall ever seeing before were calling out Yanagi-san, even Reiko-chan. I guess I had been in Japan long enough to feel slightly offended at the informality. This had never happened to me before. At Winslow, I was nobody on a good day. On a bad day, I was the girl sitting in glue, Sophia's punching bag, Emma's bitch, or worst of all the girl in the locker. Now everyone seemed to know me and they all wanted to be my friend. Almost all of them. There she is, Bakugo was leaning against the wall outside the 1A classroom door. Who do you think you are? His voice was tight, controlled but filled with venom. What? I asked, stopping next to him, but not facing him. You made a mockery of the festival. I don't know what you mean, I replied. I wasn't even there. Exactly. He said, spinning to face me, his voice rising in volume with every word. I've seen you fight. You could have been a contender. But you weren't there. That means my win was worthless. Small explosions popped in his cupped palms as he lowered himself into a crouch. Fight me now. Is he crazy? I blurted. I think it very likely he is at least somewhat unhinged. Emily agreed. Interestingly, I didn't feel her retreating. Instead, she seemed almost eager to put the bully in his place. As he readied to throw himself at me, I just waved him off and walked away. No thanks. I'll kill you. He screamed. Not today, I replied, not bothering to look back. Of course, I had several spirits tracking his every twitch. I also saw Eraserhead watching the two of us from the corner of the stairs. I knew if the blonde bomber tried anything, his homeroom teacher would have him nullified and probably wrapped in capture cloth before his first step. This was exactly the sort of drama I don't need. Remind me to kick Takuya next time I see him. I will give your request all due consideration, Emily replied. The girl was getting sarcastic. I think she'd spent too much time around Mieko. In class the reaction to me seemed to be split along 3 lines. My friends, the people I often ate lunch with, were anxious about my health. Kode and Shota in particular, were happy to see I was all right. I kept my hair covering my eye patch and downplayed my time in the hospital. I think I slept so long because I just needed a break. It was a busy couple of weeks. I lied. Kamakiri the lizard/insect boy and the rest of the class troublemakers were all glaring daggers in my direction. I wasn't sure why. Jealous of my media attention? Angry that I had disrespected the sacred sports festival? Or prejudice against my caste? Could be almost anything with them. Angry was their default setting. Monoma, the blonde power copier, sitting with the other class leaders, was complaining, with her quirk we could have had all the headbands. It would have been an all 1B final round. Class rep Kendo patted his hand while Jozo, my English study club CO lead, gave me a nasty glare. The rest of the class didn't seem to know what to do with me. They gathered around Pony, who was normally friendly, but I'd just embarrassed her or allowed her to embarrass herself. As the bell was about to ring, Gon-sensei stepped into the room and called, "Quiet down and take your seats. As you can see, Yanagi-san has rejoined us. Please allow her the space she needs to readjust to class after her convalescence." The students murmured among themselves for a second until the teacher cleared his throat. "We're having a special hero informatics class tomorrow," he said. The students looked around inquiringly. Today Class 1A and 1B will meet together during hero studies for a series of special exercises. Finally, Monoma stood and cheered. "We'll show them which is the better class." "Thank you Monoma-san for so clearly illustrating the concern." The principal has voiced that the stressful events of USJ Day and the pressure of the sports festival may have created an atmosphere of unhealthy competition both between the two hero classes. He glowered at the young trump who sunk back into his seat, and within each class. Several of the students looked around with either hostility or guilt in their eyes. "I think he may have a point. I scent. There's a definite tension in the air. I thought it was all aimed at me, but that might not be the case. It appears to be a more general disquiet." Emily pointed my attention at the silent bickering between Aways, the dark-haired, headband-wearing Bakugo wannabe, and Kamakiri, with Sen drill hands literally caught in the middle. In another row, Komori the mushroom girl and Ibara the vine girl were very conspicuously ignoring each other. Next to them, Pony was still sniffling and sending sorrowful glances my way. I gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. These were all just kids. They were only 2 or 3 years younger than I was. But in this case, it wasn't the years, it was the experiences. They hadn't been through anything like I had, and it made them seem decades behind. Part of me wished I still had their innocence. I was so tired of constantly fighting. Maybe I could make a difference in another way. I'd mentioned sharing some of Weaver's experiences to Gon-sensei and the principal. Perhaps I should carry through with that. It would feel good to share some of the lessons I'd learned with them and help them avoid some of the same mistakes. With that in mind, the teacher continued. "We will be doing a series of team-building exercises this afternoon with students from both classes on each team." He allowed the class's vocal reaction to continue for half a minute before knocking his UA ring on his desk to get our attention. "Please save your questions for the exercise. We will proceed to the small auditorium after lunch. In the meanwhile, other announcements include. Classes were classes. I was caught up on everything but English, which I was able to wing. At lunch, I decided to head for the roof. While I was in line for my hot meal, I was a bit overwhelmed with the attention I was getting from almost all the students. As I passed a group of tables filled with Class 1A students, Monoma taunted Bakugo for not having faced me in the tournament. I winced when Kendo had chopped him into unconsciousness. That can't be healthy. I waved at the people at my normal table and walked up the stairs. The roof of the cafeteria was only 3 stories tall. There were several other people seated at the picnic tables that had been scattered around the roof. Seeing they were almost all third years, I realized I was probably breaking some unwritten rule about territorial boundaries. Not wanting to deal with anyone, I headed to a corner away from the tables and hovered into my floating meditation pose. My lunch dishes circled around me like satellites. "Hey, Reiko-chan," Hayayuyu, the third-year mentor who was helping with the English club called quietly. I had sensed her coming but not turned until she spoke. "Mind some company?" "Not at all," I replied. Here was a possible friend. She still lacked my battle scars, but she was at least closer to my real age. And, she knew more about life in the city and life at UA than Emily or anyone in my class. "How did you do in the festival?" "Sorry I wasn't able to watch." "Not as well as Nejire, but I made the final 8. Despite her claim, she looked a little disappointed. I noticed her hair was a different shade than last time I had seen her, a brighter red. I also noticed she was wearing a third stud in her left ear along with the 2 in her right. Her style proclaimed her one of the bad girls, which was the furthest thing from the truth. "Nejire?" I asked. "Hado Nejire." Yu, as she had earlier told me to call her, pointed to a pretty girl with very long blue hair seated in the middle of a gaggle of third-year students. I recognized her as the female member of the Big 3. She's my best friend, so I wasn't too upset when she knocked me out of the running. In practice, I can take her 1 out of 3, or 2 out of 5 on a good day. But when she gets serious, Mirio-kun is the only one that can beat her. And not even he can do it all the time. "Impressive," I allowed. "Is Mirio the naked guy? What's his story?" Yu giggled. "His quirk lets him turn intangible, but he can't take his clothes with him. I know he's trying to learn how, but so far, nada." She pronounced the last word in Spanish. I knew from earlier discussions she was bilingual in Japanese and English and was interested in picking up several other languages. She was even considering going to a university abroad. "And they call Midnight Sensei the X-rated hero." I grinned. She slapped my arm. "He's really nice, friendly and helpful. It's not his fault his bits are always hanging out. He really is trying." I agreed. She slapped my arm again. The cheerful banter was like something out of a high school drama, but this time it wasn't so bad. After lunch, it was time for team building. Wonderful. The auditorium had 8 tables each with 5 seats. Name tents marked each place. I found mine at table 4. As I sat, I was joined by Midoriya Izuku, the green-haired walking casualty, Tokoyami Fumikage, the bird-headed shadow summoner, Fukidashi Manga, the comic book guy, and Yaeyorozu Momo, the girl who had maybe hinted at Buick human bias in the first English club meeting. An interesting bunch. I knew Yaeyorozu was a recommendation student, so she was both skilled and connected. I suspected that Tokoyami was one of the other medium-type quirk bearers in the year. Midoriya gave new meaning to the term glass cannon, or in his case glass cannonball. Extremely powerful, but his body couldn't handle his quirk. After overloading my body by stressing my quirk controlling the guardian, I knew how that felt. Manga was the most familiar to me, a versatile combatant with inexplicable abilities. Since day one, there had been something that made me anxious. I just couldn't figure out what it was. We offered polite introductions before All Might called the expanded class to order. Greetings. He boomed. We are here today to remind you that you are all studying to be heroes. You must remember, contests aside, heroes cooperate to save the day, not compete with each other. We push you to excel, to go above and beyond every day plus ultra. Many of the students shouted the school motto after him. Pushing you often means setting you against each other in practice. This is not because we are preparing you to battle each other in the real world, but because. He paused and rubbed the back of his neck with one hand. Because it's the most efficient way to allow you to face opponents with the sorts of quirks and skills the villains you'll fight as pro heroes possess. But making you fight each other every day means it's easy for you to start seeing one another as the enemy. But that's wrong. Your future colleagues, maybe even partners. You'll be relying on each other for the rest of your professional lives. And we need to remind you of that. So today, and on other days in the future, we'll be having exercises where you have to work together to succeed. We'll start with the truly perilous and deadly serious case of the sinking ship. Gon-sensei and Eraser had passed out tablets for each person. On the large screen in the front of the room appeared what looked like a news report shot from a helicopter. It showed a small yacht sinking in the ocean, smoke pouring out of the back end. Figures could be seen launching a rubber lifeboat. On each of our tablets, small, labeled pictures of items formed a matrix on the screen. You are an ad hoc team of heroes sent to rescue a family whose yacht was captured by pirates on the high sea. During the battle with the pirates, your transport was sunk and the yacht was badly damaged. There is an inflatable lifeboat large enough to carry you, the 3 hostages, and the 3 pirates that you captured. The rest have retreated and are no danger to you for this exercise. The lifeboat has no supplies except a large container of matches. Your team has managed to salvage the 15 items listed on your tablet, undamaged and intact. Your task is to rank the 15 items in terms of their importance for your survival, as you wait in the lifeboat to be rescued. Place the number 1 by the most important item, the number 2 by the second most important, and so forth until you have ranked all 15 items. You are each to do this individually. Then work as a team to decide the consensus ranking. Remember, if you get this wrong, your rescues, and the captured pirates may never live to see land again. I raised my hand. Yanagi-san. He acknowledged. Why wait to be rescued? Why not use our quirks to rescue ourselves? Or at least to improve our chances of survival beyond the 15 items. I gestured to Yaeyorozu, whose creation quirk would make this whole exercise meaningless. Very good question. All Might acknowledged. It seems that in this case the rescued family were being sought because of their almost unique family quirk that nullifies all quirks in a 100-meter radius. He gestured to the A1 homeroom teacher. And unlike my colleague's quirk, this effect cannot be turned off. That is why you had so much difficulty defeating the pirates. You had to act without the benefit of your quirks. But that's another exercise. For this one, you cannot use your quirks at all. It was an interesting puzzle. The items ranged from cases of rations, to rope, to a sextant, to a shaving mirror. Some had obvious utility, others not so much. I indicated my rankings, then waited for the rest of the team. When we had all completed the task, the rankings appeared in a matrix on the table, which was itself a large touch screen. I wished we'd had this sort of technology at Winslow. So why did you rank the radios so high? I asked Manga. He had listed it as number 1. I figured we needed to start at the top and come to a consensus for that spot, then we could move down the ranking. I knew if we could agree on our top priority, the rest would be a lot easier. We can use it to call for help, he replied. That is a Synix B300, Yaeyorozu argued, pointing to the image. It doesn't have broadcast capability, only short-range reception. So no calling for help. His face read sending out an SOS in English, with little musical notes around it. At least we'd have tunes to keep up our morale. Not if we were more than 100 kilometers from any station, Midoriya disagreed. The creator nodded. So which did you select as first? I asked Yaoyorozu. Basic survival priorities according to the rule of threes are shelter, water, and food, she replied. Exposure can kill you in 3 hours, thirst in 3 days, and hunger in 3 weeks. Therefore, I prioritized the water and rations. I don't know, Midoriya said. What about shelter? It's first on your list. We could make a shelter out of the tarp and rope. Or we could use the sextant to navigate our way to shore. We know more or less where the yacht was when we got to it. Still, food and water are pretty important. Or. He started speaking more quickly and more quietly. All that came out was an unintelligible muttering. You're being very quiet, I said to the bird boy. I am contemplating the terrible isolation one would suffer being set adrift on the ocean. The nigh unbearable heat of the burning sun alternating with the awe-inspiring grandeur of the endless night sky. His voice was low and measured, dramatic without being theatrical. I cannot decide whether the positive would outweigh the negatives, given one survives the experience. Survival seems to be the point here, Manga countered. Then I suggest that you were correct to begin with, Tokoyami replied. We would never have enough water or food to sustain us indefinitely. Our only hope, slim though it might be, would be in rescue. Being found on the vast emptiness by chance is almost unheard of. We would need to find ways to draw attention to our plight. Without it we are surely lost. I have read in some guides that signaling is placed higher than water or food in the survival hierarchy. But the radio is useless for that task, the other girl complained. I agreed with her, and more importantly so did my PRT-SEER survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training. Signaling was the essential element in this situation. She was just stuck inside the box. There were 2 items on the list that could be used to gain attention from over the horizon. I had prioritized them on my list. But I didn't want to blurt that out. These people were smart, but they needed to think differently. I could help guide them, without telling them the answers. Is radio the only way to signal? To whom would we be signaling? I threw out. Other ships, Yaoyorozu stated. Airplanes, Manga added. Flying or ocean-going heroes like Gang Orca and his crew, or Selkie, or Water Hose, but they're gone, mutter mumble mutter mumble. Midoriya trailed off into incoherence. Satellites, observing silently from the vast empty reaches of space. Tokoyami offered. And is radio the only way to communicate with these people or even just gain their attention? I prompted. It was heavy-handed, but this was our first time with this sort of problem. Crawl, then walk, then run, my old trainer used to say. The exercise lasted for almost an hour before All Might shared the government-approved priority list and gave their reasons. The consensus my team had reached was close, if not an exact match. The teachers shuffled us into new groups and gave us another problem. Then another reshuffle and another problem. By the end of the afternoon, I'd had a chance to work with most of the students in both classes. While we were nothing close to friends, I'd certainly gotten to know them all a little bit better. Chapter 22. Code Names, Gon Sensei stated. Today you are going to be working with Midnight Sensei to choose your hero names. These names are part of the Pro Hero draft we discussed last week. While the draft is mostly a concern for second and third year students, some of you have also gotten offers from hero agencies for your internships. Here are the totals for those who have received offers from Pro Heroes. He pressed a remote and names started appearing on the board, each followed by a bar showing a number. Ibara topped the list with 62 offers, followed by Tetsu with 39, Monoma with 17, and me with 12. The class reacted to these numbers quite vocally. Wow, Ibara-san, you really impressed them, Komori cooed. I am honored by their approbation, the green-haired girl replied. How come Monoma got offers? He wasn't in the tournament, Kamakiri complained. Yanagi wasn't even at the festival, but she got offers. Always retorted. She only got them cause she's in the news. The insect boy countered. Everyone wants a celebrity. They can play it up for publicity, look at us. We hired the poor Ada cripple. Several classmates gasped in shock at his comment. Gon Sensei seemed to teleport to Kamakiri's side and grabbed the boy by the back of his collar, lifting him from his desk in the middle of the front row. The teacher held him dangling a foot off the ground, the better to shout into his face, flecks of spittle flying. That was well over the line, boy. It felt like the temperature in the room plummeted. The big man stalked to the classroom door, slammed it open, and tossed the offending teen out into the hall. Go wait in my office. We are going to have a talk about this. For the rest of you, he turned back to the class, his voice once again at a reasonable pitch. Regardless of whether or not you got an offer, you will be serving an internship with a pro hero. You will be able to observe pros at work firsthand, and you will be making connections that may help you start your own careers as heroes if you graduate. He began to straighten the papers he had disturbed, jumping over his desk. This brings us back to the matter of code names. If you haven't already, Please give some thought to your choice in your spare time before the afternoon class. Remember you have a test in. I don't think anyone was listening to the large teacher at this point. Test or no test, everyone was going to be dreaming about their new name, the symbol of their life as a hero and of internships where they would be working side by side with professional heroes in the field. I remember the difficulty I had choosing a name the first time. I hadn't managed to come up with one I wanted before I went on my first patrol. It had been embarrassing having to tell Arms Master I didn't have a name. I think it amused Lisa to no end. She never really helped me pick one out, though she probably could have come up with the perfect pick in no time. In the end, it wasn't my choice. Skitter was something the Brockton Bay ward stuck on me after the bank heist. Knowing this choice was coming eventually, Emily and I had been debating possibilities for a while. Some ideas were serious contenders: Penumbra, Emissary, Poltergeist, Kaiden, Ghost Story, or Kyoku, Remembrance. Others were more of an inside joke or a play on words. Eidolon, Greek for the spirit of a person, Tyrio, Imperial Mausoleum, could be pronounced like Taylor, Ghost Parade, or Fighting Spirit. We decided to use the last two names for power attacks, which are apparently a necessary thing we would be working on later in the term. What about Tottery? Emily suggested. What does it mean? It is usually read as a curse. However, the subtext is much more specific. It is the consequences laid upon a living person by a powerful spirit in retribution for their wicked actions. Rather than divine retribution, Tottery is spiritual retribution for injustice. It is written. I like that. I like that a lot. Most pro-hero names follow a set pattern. I suggest you be the avenging hero, Tottery spirit of retribution, Emily offered. As so many of the heroes here use English or semi-English names, I could just call myself Retribution in English, that or Hex. I would rather use the Japanese though. Why? I think some of the ways people in Japan can mangle English are either funny or cringeworthy. I'm sure my mistakes in Japanese are just as bad. I don't know why Japanese names aren't more common. While some pro-heroes do use Japanese names, they are not nearly as popular as English names. There is some concern that Japanese names may be perceived as old-fashioned, even reactionary. I'd still rather go with the Japanese. Very well, she agreed. Tottery it is. In hero class that afternoon, I watched as student after student took names I thought were silly. I wished I had talked to some of them about their choices. Spiral, Battle Fist, and Real Steel were actually pretty good. But Mudman, Comic Man, and Lizardy could have used some help. I thought it funny that Pony, the American, chose a Japanese hero named Tsuyo, valiant/brave/strong. As did Kozei Kakumo, shield/shelter/protect. Shishida's name Gavadan sounded French. Bondo's name Plamo I didn't understand at all. Maybe he misspelled Plasmo? And Kamakuri's Jack Mantis made me shiver, especially as his quirk was producing blades from any part of his body. I was going to keep an eye on him. I really wanted to talk with Shota, who chose Mines, and Kode, who chose Rule. They weren't bad, but I think they could do with a little adjustment. Midnight had said the names were officially temporary, only for use as students. She also stressed that many pro-heroes had become known by their student names and had carried them over into their professional careers. It seemed pretty stupid to force 15-year-olds to select professional names they might carry for most of their adult life. At least the Protectorate and wards forced PR assistance on you to make sure you didn't choose something really stupid, not that the occasional clock blocker or chubster didn't make it through the process. Given the names I was seeing Midnight allow, I wondered how stupid a name would have to be for her to turn it down. I wondered if that ever really happened. Finally, it was my turn. Only Rin was after me. I would like to be the avenging hero, Tottery, I said, showing my placard to the class. I had written the name in kanji, something I had been practicing. And I had added the Kagame pointed symbol that was on my eye patch as a logo. Are you sure you want to use Japanese? Midnight asked me, as she had the other two. There really seemed to be some sort of stigma attached to that choice. I am, I replied. It is a nice name. Spooky but not evil. And it fits your background well. Good job. She led a round of clapping. People were getting tired by this point, but I'd like to think they were a bit more enthusiastic about applauding me than they were about Monoma, with his blatantly criminal phantom thief, who had gone before me. This is what high school does to you, I complained to Emily once I realized what I had just thought. It doesn't matter if they clap more for him than me. That's just silly. It's the sort of social one-upmanship that I hated the first time around. You know that these sorts of behaviors are not limited to secondary education. Human nature is prone to false pride and unhealthy competition. These behaviors may be less polished in high school, but they are not the sole provenance of adolescence. You're right. I know you're right. I just really hated high school before. Then this is an opportunity to build a better memory. Try to remember the past only as it brings you joy or peace. Yes, sensei. HMMPH. I missed Rin's choice. I'd have to check with him later. Midnight stuck around as Gon-sensei filled us in on the details of the internships. They will last for a week. If you have been made offers, you will be able to choose from the agencies that made them. Or like the rest of the class, you can choose from a list of 40 agencies from around the country that work with UA regularly. These agencies offer different environments and specialties. Some agencies take mostly search and rescue assignments, others may be more concentrated on interdicting villains in the act. Still others pursue investigations of various sorts. Look over each possibility and see how they fit with your interests and abilities. Consider carefully before making a choice. The class looked over the list excitedly. I want to fight crime in the big city, Tetsu stated as he began to pore over his offers. I want to work with a big name agency, Tokage said. The better to make connections and catch the attention of other heroes. You will need to turn in your choices by the end of the day on Friday, our homeroom teacher announced. But that's only 3 days, someone cried. Heroes need to be able to make hard decisions quickly. I will be in my office for the rest of the afternoon if anyone needs to talk with me. Gon-sensei replied as he left the room. Kamakiri, I expect to see you there at 1500. The insectal boy looked like he was contemplating a bleak future. Having 2 meetings with the teacher for what I assumed was the same offense was a bad sign. The rest of the hour was spent with most of the class looking over the main list and talking about their ideal situations. The other 3 who got offers seemed to be avoiding the general discussion and were busily perusing their recruiting letters. I tucked my offers away after a very quick once-over Alpine, Native, Greedo, and 9 others I had never heard of. I would look at it more carefully at my apartment. This afternoon was my first English club meeting since my return. Yozu wanted to talk about the sports festival in particular, and sports vocabulary in general. Not really my cup of tea, but as the sports festival was actually a combat simulation and tournament, I could talk about that. It turned out sports was the last thing the club members wanted to talk about. Why don't you ask Yanagi-san? She's been more affected than anyone. The speaker was Tajik Chikuchi, a girl from class 1D. She was arguing with her friend, Ago Yamato, the general education students who could turn into a giant statue. We had fought together in the bus attack. Like Tajik, he was a general education student, though he was in class 1C. From his glowering expression it was obvious he was frustrated. Ask me about what? I inquired in English. That was supposed to be our purpose there after all. Block heard here say it is being more fighting. It is dangerous outside by school. In school too, she replied. Her English needed work, so I decided to clarify in Japanese. You're arguing that it is getting more dangerous. Exactly. Ago Yamato jumped in. You were there on the bus. Even the campus is not safe. 3 attacks on UA students in one day. And you have been attacked how many times off campus? He was pacing across the club room. Other students moved quickly to avoid the large boy. I've talked to my family. They say it hasn't been this bad since the restoration. There's the hero killer, the League of Villains, the Ravagers, and the Huts. The news is even saying that the magistrate that attacked you had connections to the Yakuza. They're everywhere. Who are? Asked Yaeorozu. She was much more comfortable around me after yesterday's exercise. I was going to assume that her faux pas during the first club meeting was an anomaly. She'd shown no other signs of prejudice in the weeks since then, while demonstrating a level of privileged naivete several times. Villains. Tajik threw up her hands. I don't know what he's worried about. Even if there are more villains, and I'm not saying there are, we've got All Might. And the other heroes. All Might can't be everywhere all the time, Eureka, the gravity striker from A1 said sadly. At the USJ, 13 Sensei and Eraserhead Sensei got overwhelmed by the number of villains and their sheer power. Mineta-kun got hurt before All Might showed up. And even he was stopped for a while. Midoriya-kun got badly hurt trying to save All Might. So did Kirishima-kun. If the rest of the teachers hadn't gotten there at that time, my friends might have been killed. She sniffled. Shota offered her a handkerchief which she used to dab at her tears. That's why I am going to do my internship at Gunhead's agency. I may want to be a rescue hero, but I need to know how to fight. I have to be able to protect myself, so my friends don't get hurt trying to protect me. Her eyes, though still wet, showed a fierce determination. That's exactly what I'm talking about, the Man Mountain said. But it's easier for you and the other hero course students. You're being trained to fight. And you have these internship opportunities. You saw the sports festival. Out of the 42 competitors that made it out of the first stage, only 3 were not from the hero course. 3 out of 202 general education and 1 support student. All the hero students made it. No, dummy. Tajik slapped his arm. You didn't listen, just went off on another rant. She has the right idea. If things are getting worse out there, we need to find the training to take care of ourselves. Not rely on the heroes all the time. But you're right about one thing, we're not going to get that training in class. The discussion continued. Most of the non-hero course students got involved. The Hero 1A and 1B students stayed out of it, retreating to the other side of the room. Jozo started leading them through the planned exercises. I stayed to listen to the others. I could tell they were scared and was wondering why no one was helping them. They had a point. They did need to know how to take care of themselves, even if that meant running away when faced with danger. I was tempted to volunteer to teach them myself, but I wanted to find out what other options were out there. Perhaps there was some sort of self-defense club or elective classes or even private after-school dojos. If not, I needed to find out if I would be breaking any school rules if the English club branched off a defense group. The gripe session lasted the rest of the club's allotted time. After several nasty looks from Yozu, I did start translating ideas into English and trying to get them to at least practice words and phrases. As I was walking home, Jin joined me. "Nice patch," he said, as if continuing a conversation we had interrupted only minutes before. "Thanks," I replied. "Good to see you survived mostly." He was walking with a cane to compensate for a limp. "You too." He held his offhand by his side. I noticed he was fidgeting with a piece of cloth. A closer look with a shadow showed it was his mask. If he were feeling the need for that safety blanket, he might be regressing. I used some wisps to examine his soul, finding it whole, but the discoloration was more noticeable. Not sure he was here on his own, I sent several scouts to look around, including up on the nearby rooftops. Whether he was working with Jin or not, Greedo was stalking us from on high. Several other people were looking at us, but there were always watchers in this neighborhood. I was a teenage girl in a school uniform, stereotypical bait for predators of several types. The fact I had my hoodie zipped closed and hood up didn't make much difference. "Someone is keeping an eye on us. Is he following you or me?" I asked. "You mean Greedo?" Jin replied. "He's been on my tail for a few days. Someone's been interested in me since I got back from my rustication. My guess is they hired the bounty blunder to keep track of me. Some old enemy. Maybe, or worse, an old friend. Except I never really had any friends. That's why I used to twin myself so much. That, and I was a lazy expletive and wanted my twins to do all the boring work. Problem was, not only did they make expletive friends, they were all lazy expletives too and didn't want to do any work either." "You want to come to my place?" I asked. "The Yanagi sent some gifts for you." "For me?" His voice went up 3 octaves. "They are so sweet. I was sorry I couldn't save the girls." "What do you mean?" "They're doing better than you." "But I couldn't stop them from getting hurt at all. If I had twined myself, I might have." "No. I saw you. You did great. I'm proud of the choices you made. I just wish I could have." "There you have it, folk dueling guild complexes, in F minor." Jin took on a cheesy TV announcer voice. "So, TN presents?" I asked. "Sounds good. What about Greedy?" "I'm working on a plan for him. For now he probably already knows where I live. And since you're going to be coming by to help me with my Japanese regularly, people will know about our connection. I have to be honest, rei. You're a little young for me. Now your mother, there's some hot." I used some geists to hit him in the face with a discarded newspaper. While public quirk use was illegal, I doubted anyone could be certain it wasn't just the wind. "That's enough about Mrs. Yanagi. She's a saint." "That's what I was going to say, a saint." "Didn't sound like it." "Must have damaged your tongue in the collapse." "Must have." "So, tea and language practice. Stick with me, kid. I'll have you splitting infinitives in no time. And no one doubles a negative like me." He wiggled his eyebrows. By this time, he had his offhand swinging comfortably at his side, no sign of the mask. I sent some scouts to make sure the dark stairway to the second floor was not infested with scum or villainy. The only one I found was the mutate I had dubbed Leroy. He was a homeless person of indeterminate age who looked like a 3-foot-wide land crab with 6 human feet wearing sandals, and a man's face in the front of the carapace. He was usually there, except in the early morning. I had no idea where he lived. Jin passed Leroy by without so much as noticing him. We got to my door, I checked inside before opening it. No one was there. I opened the door and gestured to Jin, "After you." "Age before beauty, wait a minute." He looked confused then smiled. "I must be thinking of you, mother, again." "Hey!" I snapped. "Whoa." He was looking into my main room. I had to lean around him to see what he was staring at. My wisps and shadows were picking up nothing. "What the foo? Taylor. Moderate your language, please." Emily insisted. "What is that?" I asked. "Either you've got some really big roaches," Jin said with admiration in his voice. "Or someone let a kid with a wall-walking quirk loose in here." There were little footprints all over my walls and ceiling, like a toddler had run through ink then danced all over my room. 2 things worth noting. There were no footprints on the tatami floor. And the prints were invisible to my spirits. Not even my poltergeists could feel anything but the plaster where the marks were. Emily? Is the apartment haunted? What's going on here? I am not certain. Can you see the footprints? Only when looking through your eyes. To my spiritual senses, there is nothing there. Wonderful. Hey Mo. Jin hooped to get my attention. I take it this ain't your idea of inspired interior decoration. No. Any idea who did it? No. Worried about it? I don't know. If it isn't life-threatening, I want my tea and presents. Right. The Yanagi all wanted me to thank you for your actions. You saved their lives. Aw shucks. I wanted to ask you why you did it. You saved them, but you risked your own life to do so. He was silent for several seconds. From his changing micro-expressions, I got the impression he was having an internal debate, which in his case was probably a literal debate. Finally, he spoke. They were nice to me. It's been so long since anyone was kind to me. Since anyone made me tasty food or laughed at my stupid jokes. All three of them were nice to me, so I couldn't let them die. Not if I could stop it. That sounds like a good reason to me. Thanks. For saving them. And for telling me. Now let me get you some tea. Chapter 23. In the morning, the footprints were gone. This was driving me crazy. I began to wonder if someone had managed to summon imp spirit from my world. This was just her sort of fun. I wondered if there was any connection between the phantom footprints and my mystery eye patch. It was hard to imagine otherwise. After I had to kick Jin out last night, I spent several hours doing translation work. I had not made any money during my extended stay in the valley and was running short. The addition of wisps for the ability to see screens allowed me to work on my phone and my tablet at the same time I was on the computer. This almost doubled my output. The actual translation between Emily and I was the main bottleneck, but we were getting much faster as our communication channel expanded. I would invest in a few more tablets to see just how fast I could get. I did take the time to look over the internship offers in more depth. Alpine wanted to continue my training and pointed out my mother would be happy to have me in the mountains, even if I wasn't in Desumiru. While he was a nice enough person and had helped me out, thinking of him and Mrs. Yanagi flirting in my hospital room was mildly nauseating. I decided to pass. Native was interested in working with me after our interaction in the bus battle, but I felt no special connection with him. There were several from agencies and heroes I had never heard of: Xless in Nagoya, Death Arms in Tokyo, Springer in Chiba, KALL Hero Agency in Argo City, Morning Crow Hero Agency in Kobe, Molotov in Niigata, Kesajiriman in Tokushima, and iFoam Hero Agency in Hiroshima. Two were of particular interest: the Majestic Magical Agency from Hosa City, which was run by Yuu's uncle, and Greedo's Bounty Hero Agency in Majua Izurai. Majestic had included a note that Yu had personally recommended me for his internship opening. She said my versatile quirk, tactical thinking, and supernatural theme would all fit well with his agency. I thought that was very sweet and was tempted to accept. But Greedo was a mystery I was interested in unraveling. He was almost the only hero in my neighborhood, ran the only hero agency. According to Nightwing, he was a villain, or at least a mercenary, masquerading as a hero. I'm supposed to be living in Masui Azuri for the next 3 years and I've always been territorial. If this guy is a threat to my neighborhood, I want to know more about him. Sending me an invite meant he's interested in me as well. That, plus the fact that he'd been following Jin yesterday, meant there was some likelihood he might pose a personal danger to my friend or me. If he was hired to do the job, who was behind him and what did they want with us? I decided to take his internship offer. I wanted to find out more about him, and inside his crew seemed the best place to do so. I mean, what could go wrong? You sound uncertain, Emily inquired. I've done this before, gone undercover to find out more about a villain group and still can't decide if that was a good decision. Actually, it was a rotten decision. The question whether the eventual outcome was worth the problems it caused. So why repeat the tactic if it was such a mistake the first time? We have talked about you using this opportunity of a new life to avoid making the same poor choices. On the surface, it may look like the same decision. But it's not. In this case, I'm not doing it because I'm desperate for friendship and acceptance. I'm not going against the express orders of the leader of the government hero team. And I'm not going to agree to participate in any criminal activity. Instead, I'm going to have the school, the police, a professional hero, and a reporter on speed dial to report any such activity I uncover. It seems as if your mind is made up. I do wonder at you choosing to treat what is supposed to be a carefully curated learning opportunity as a private investigation to uncover corruption. I need to do an internship. All of them have some level of danger. Working for Greedo allows me to use that time for my own ends as well as the school's. I'm convinced most of the offers are only because of my high media profile. In the past, I've been both a mole and a PR stunt. Being a mole got me shot, stabbed, blown up, and hunted by one of the most powerful agencies on the planet. Of the two, I still preferred it to being a media showpiece. I see I have my work cut out for me, if I am to help guide you to enlightenment. A person's reach should always exceed their grasp, my mother used to say. School was surprisingly normal that day. Endeavor had made a big bust of 9-head dragon drug smugglers capturing over a ton of unspecified drugs. That knocked me off the front page and focused the school's attention on Todoroki, the flame hero's son. Hero class was brushing up on quirk law, especially as it applied to unlicensed students under professional supervision. There was a long list of do's and don'ts, but it came down to don't do anything unless your pro tells you to, and even then, don't do anything that would break the law. Does that mean we can finally fight villains? Kosei asked. Several other students were excited by the prospects. Almost certainly not, Gon-sensei replied. Until such time as you have your provisional license, you are present only in an observational role. What if we are personally attacked? I argued. Then the self-defense provisions apply. He didn't sound happy to admit it. I pushed him because I didn't want the others freezing up if it came down to fight or die. But you need to recall that the provisions do not allow for you to engage your quirk only to fight in the defense of others. That is not allowed. But why? Heroes are supposed to save people, not stand around while they get hurt. Tokage was gripping her desk tightly, as if to keep from throwing herself at the teacher to better convince him of her point. But you aren't heroes yet. The teacher's voice was cold as his hard eyes swept the class. You've only been at UA a few weeks. You have not learned enough to know how to use your quirks safely. Without that training you could end up hurting more people than you help. If you are not willing to abide by this law, you may not be ready to go on the internship. The class looked rebellious, but no one challenged him. I wanted to disagree with him, but I'd seen the class in simulations. A few were probably able to keep a clear head in a real combat situation and had enough control of their quirks to do more good than harm. But not many. Even with that, I thought the laws were stupid for not recognizing that there were those among the class that could help in a crisis. I wasn't in a position to do anything about the laws, yet. But someday that would change. There were no clubs that afternoon, so I spent an hour in the gym. I noticed Ago Yamato, the large Gen Ed student, and Fuwa, the second-year girl that was supposed to be acting as a class mentor. I hadn't seen her since the first day she was introduced to the class. I was tempted to ask her for advice on the internship offers, but I'd more or less made my choice. I moved to the big guy. He was bench pressing almost 400 kilos. I watched him through 8 reps before he put the bar on the rest. Hey, I said. I have an odd question for you. Tell me to shove off, it is too personal. Okay. He was wiping his face with a towel. But that's not a good start. Did you apply for the hero course? Sure I did. He gave a derisive chuckle. Almost everyone applying for UA tries for the hero course, except maybe the support students. Most of us did well enough on the academic tests. It was the practical exam we couldn't hack. I only took out 3 or 4 robots. They moved too quickly for me most of the time. Well, you've seen my quirk. Not really suited for hero work. So, most Gen Ed and business students still want to be heroes. He looked at me, his face clouding. Probably not most. It was a pipe dream for many. They'd take their chance, but when it didn't pan out, they settled into plans for a real life. But some of us would give our eye teeth for a place in the program. Do you have to go to a hero academy to become a hero? Can't you arrange to take the licensing exam on your own? I don't know what your point is. He was getting angry. I mean, it's theoretically possible for someone to walk in off the street and pass the test. But you'd still need references and some sort of proper education. Also, without the prestige and connections of one of the good schools, there's almost no chance of getting hired by a good agency. But you'd still be a hero. Maybe in some little village in the middle of nowhere, but you can't feed a family on that kind of money. To make a living as a hero, you need the right connections or to get very lucky. I mean, you missed the sports festival, but you've been plastered all over the news since March. I bet you got some offers. Yeah, I said, brushing my hair back to reveal my eye patch. Real lucky. I turned, letting my hair fall. What we were talking about yesterday at the club meeting, isn't there any sort of defense classes or club available to the non-hero course students? His voice was strained and his face pale, but he continued. There are the normal martial arts clubs: karate, judo, kendo, kyudo, even western fencing. But those aren't very popular because quirk use is forbidden and people with innate mutations aren't allowed to compete. We can practice, just not compete. Are there any sorts of private companies or schools that offer help preparing for the provisional licensing exam? I asked. How can you not know this? He demanded. I come from one of those little villages in the middle of nowhere. Lovely place. You may have heard about it in the news recently. I offered. Yeah, right. He looked away embarrassed. There are juku and training centers, but they're really expensive and I'm not sure they're any good. So, there are alternatives to being a hero course student for you to learn to defend yourself, and even to become a hero. I confirmed. Well, yet. But. He trailed off. Something to think about. I changed the subject. I think you have more potential to be effective in combat than you realize. I can, at least, give you a few tips. But I'm not committing to anything more. Okay. Sure. That would be great. See me after next week. I'll be doing the internship thing until then. But after that, we'll find some time and I'll show you a few possibilities. In the meanwhile, I want you to practice shifting back and forth as fast as you can, with as little time in between shifts as you can. Don't hurt yourself, but see what your minimum time is now and if it can be improved. Yes. I can do that. Thank you. He grabbed my hand and shook it. The boy had some grip on him. After he left, I wiped off the machine and reset the weights for myself. I worked out without the use of my spirits to build my base strength. I set the bar to 100 kilos. This body was stronger than it looked, something that was common to all heroes and villains. After I was done with my first set, Fuwa stopped by to talk. You're wasting your time, she said. I turned to look at the short-haired blonde. She was sneering at me as she blotted her chest and neck with a towel. What do you mean? Offering to help again, she replied. If you're doing it just to impress the teachers, then don't. If they wanted the gens to be trained as heroes, they'd expand the hero course. They won't appreciate your rocking the boat. If you're doing it because you think you can help him become a hero on his own, you're just building up his hope only for him to fail like they all do. Like I said, wasting your time and his. On the other hand, if you're just trying to get him to like you, or owe you a favor, it might work. But do you really want to date one of them? Interesting perspective. Thanks for the advice. I can see why Gon-sensei wanted you to be a mentor. Of course. He recognizes quality when he sees it. Always happy to help. She smiled and walked towards the locker room. I sat down to continue my reps, wondering if she had been serious or not at the end. What was the homeroom teacher thinking? Perhaps he hoped that by offering her a position of responsibility and the opportunity to foster the growth of those junior to her, that she may also achieve some modicum of personal progress on her own path to enlightenment. So he inflicted her on us to help her get better? Or, more cynically, perhaps he added her to act as a foil for Yu-chan's predominantly supportive personality and perspective and Amajiki-senpai's inherent introversion. There is benefit in offering the students of the class a variety of outlooks. That I could believe. Then what she said really sank in. Actually, I can believe both. I am pleased to see your perspective broadening. It is a sign that your own journey is progressing. That evening, as I was walking out to pick up some dinner, I spied Nightwing soaring in the distance outlined against the illuminated cloud cover. There he is again, said a woman standing in the door of a Chinese restaurant. She was attractive, probably late 20s or early 30s with medium-length shiny black hair. She was dressed in one of those traditional Chinese dresses that fastened on the right shoulder. Hers was an eye-catching red and gold. Obviously, the hostess for the restaurant. It was one of the fancier places in the area, maybe even drawing in people from outside of Mosaizhirai. There who is? I asked. The Night Dragon. She was looking up at him. Some say he is a hero, some a criminal. All I know is that where he goes, trouble can always be found. Is he the cause of that trouble? I wondered what the thoughts of the average person on the street might be in regards to vigilantes, heroes, and villains. Unlike in Brockton Bay, here most people had some sort of power, so the disparity between capes and normal people might not be so great. In this world the difference was more like the disparity between a karaoke singer and a popular musician or a weekend runner and a professional athlete, more a matter of scale than possibility. Does it matter if he is the cause? Trouble is trouble, and people like us best avoid it. She finally looked at me. Are you looking for something for dinner? Tonight, we have half-price appetizers. 2 of those are as filling as a meal and half the price. She winked at me. Or if you're looking for a job, we just lost 2 busboys. What? I asked, confused by her sudden attention and the job offer out of nowhere. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you, she said, holding up her hands. I've seen you around the neighborhood. Word is that you live by yourself. I figure you could use some extra money, or at least a good meal. No offense meant. Thank you. That is very kind. But I have a job and I ate a big lunch. I offered a small bow and moved on. My spirits kept an eye on her as she watched me walk away. While I knew there were kind people in the world that would offer a supposed orphan a helping hand, something about this lady told me that wasn't the case here. I sent my scouts out further and gathered my geists in tight. I was always cautious, but between the dragon and the lady something had me particularly paranoid. A block over I found 2 men being chased out of an alley by 3 hulking mutants with scaled skin, bulging muscles, and long claws. They weren't identical. Along with their reptilian features, Each showed evidence of a different quirk. One had tentacles writhing from his neck. One had dust swirling around him. And the third had light beams shooting from her eyes. They were smashing trash cans and vending machines as they stormed forward. The people on the street either stopped and stared or immediately turned and fled depending on how honed their survival instincts were. Metal coverings began to slam down to barricade shop windows all along the block. I quickly found some stairs leading to a second-floor electronics store that was closed. This got me off the street and allowed me to stay hidden from view, while leaving me an escape route if needed. I kept a few shadows floating sentinel over me as I concentrated on the action almost at the edge of my range. This was exactly the sort of situation the quirk laws would forbid me from getting involved in. I wasn't certain I was going to get involved, but surely you cannot allow those brutes to endanger innocent lives. Emily argued. What? You're saying I should fight? Not exactly. She sounded chagrined. I do not say you should do violence to the marauders. Only that you have the ability to protect people from harm. That is not the same thing. It sounds like we are both changing, but this isn't the time for a discussion. Keep a watch around us. I'll be seeing what good I can do over there. The three marauders, as Emily called them, were closing on a family who looked to be carrying their groceries, a mother and 3 kids. All had duck features, bills, and webbed feet. They were waddling as fast as they could move, but headlamps had them spotlighted and the others were closing in. I could only grab things within 10 yards of me and move them to the edge of my range. That meant I couldn't affect the attackers directly, nor could I grab the family out of the way. I quickly searched nearby for anything I could use. The bar next door had stacks of empty beer and alcohol bottles in trays along their wall waiting to return them to the vendor. I grabbed a dozen and sent them sailing over the rooftop. People seldom look up, so no one noticed the dark bottles moving against the night sky. But before I could bring the glass pelting down, a figure appeared, dropping from a roof outside of my range. It was a man dressed in a black bodysuit with a stylized grey Z starting halfway up his chest, the top bar covering his shoulders. His mask was a full-face grey cowl with no mouth opening. My wisps showed the figure possessed a familiar splotchy soul crystal. I watched as Jin lowered himself down from the rooftop using some sort of mechanized rappelling device attached to his torso. The device disappeared as he hit the ground. He pulled a bell-muzzled pistol from nowhere and fired 2 shots. The egg-shaped shells opened into red nets that quickly bound Octocollar and Dustbuster. Vanishing the gun, Jin pulled a staff out of nowhere and engaged headlamps. I had sparred with the man so I knew he was good, but I hadn't realized how much Jin had been holding back. His acrobatic style made him almost untouchable and the staff gave him the reach and striking power to take down his stronger opponent. While Jin was busy showing the obviously boosted villain that his staff was harder than her head, I lobbed some carefully aimed bottles at the heads of the 2 trapped marauders, as they were slowly working their way free of the netting. I made it look like the bottles were thrown from the upper floor or roof of the building, but invisibly guided them to impact so as to knock the bad guys out. When the bottle shattered, I made sure the individual spirits kept their grips on the shards of glass, so I still had potential weapons. By the time the short fight was finished, the street had cleared. As Jin used the recreated grapnel harness to make his escape, I called the police to report the fight and the captured villains. Some hero I'm not familiar with took them out. I was just watching from down the street. We'll try to get someone out there soon, but I wouldn't wait for them if I were you. Those punks sound like dragon blood junkies. If so, someone sold them the stuff and might still be around. The woman on the other end of the call sounded familiar, like many of the cops in my old world, dispirited and overwhelmed, but still on the job. By the time I got to my apartment, Jin was waiting on my stairs. I like the new outfit, I said. He looked down at his clothes, the same one I always saw him in. I had noticed that a lot of people in this world seemed to find a look that they liked and stuck with it, often having multiple sets of the same outfit. These old things. Come on in. I unlocked the door, after checking for any surprises. I looked around and nothing was out of place. Even to my unaided eye. You did some pretty good work out there, I said once we were seated. I had water on to boil and tea and snacks ready on a tray. Thanks. I thought that was you with the bottles at the end. I wondered when you were going to jump in. You knew I was there. Your little fireflies aren't invisible if you know what to look for. You got your eye on me. He made the gesture pointing from his eyes to me. Or is that the other way around? So, you're going vigilante. I thought I might give it a try. If you can be a hero, I can do something close to it. And vigilantes have a better reputation in this neighborhood than heroes. I can see that. I brought the tea tray floating in and poured for both of us. Where did you get the Tinker Tech? The babies? From a girl at your school. I was watching the sports festival and she had the funniest product demo disguised as a one-on-one fight. She's got some great gear. Lets me test it, or copies of it at least. I let her know any issues that crop up. I even paid her a fee. Reduced because there are no production costs, of course. I have other gear that I've analyzed over the years. I have some copies of people too. But they wouldn't be much help in a fight as they'd either turn on me or run away. You're the only person that might stick around. I'm not really comfortable with you making copies of me, I said. I was flashing back to Echidna. Oh. Taylor. What? Look at Jin. I think you really hurt his feelings. I looked at him. He was hunched, his face fallen, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Yeah, I gotta go, he said, not looking at me and starting to stand. Wait, I said. Please sit down. Let me explain. Some years ago, I had a really bad experience with someone who made duplicates of me. They were twisted to be the opposite of me and to hate me. A lot of people died before we were able to stop her. That's what I was thinking of. Not you. Not the nice guy that helped save my family and just risked his life and freedom to protect another family. Jin was sitting straighter looking at me hopefully. Not the person that I hope is becoming a friend. Okay. So. You want to copy me? He nodded. I was imagining all sorts of evil or perverted things he could do with a clone of me. He has reaffirmed several times that his duplicates all retain the personality of the original. If he were to try something you would not want with the duplicate, she would show him her active displeasure. I believe he sees this as the ultimate symbol of trust and acceptance. He needs this to be sure we are not going to turn on him. Way outside my comfort zone here. Do you trust him? I really want to. Trust is a choice, not a state. Make that choice. Take that chance, for yourself as well as for him. All right. I sighed and held out my hand. He pulled a measuring tape out of the air. He spent the next 10 minutes taking various measurements. It was no more embarrassing than getting measured for a costume, but in the solitude of my apartment it was a lot more intimate. Or would have been if he hadn't kept making bad jokes. So, these two philosophers walk into a bar, which was really stupid. The second one should have ducked. Stop it. The bartender asks the first one if he wants a beer. The first one said sure. The bartender turned to the second one and asked, you want a beer too? The second philosopher said, I think not, and disappeared. I groaned and said, you do realize I can pull your intestines out through your nose, don't you? Really, stop with the jokes. So you never asked me what the Z stands for? He said. On my new costume, I mean. Okay, what does the Z stand for? I asked wearily. Xerox. The duplicating vigilante. It was a long 10 minutes. At the end of it, we both stood in the center of my floor as he created a clone of me. I was observing with all my own and my spirit's senses, paying particular attention to the two soul crystals in my head and the one in Jin's. If I saw any disturbance at all, I was shutting this down. The grey goop slowly shaped into an exact likeness of me, including my clothes. I felt the briefest flash of cold from my eye patch as the copy completed. She stood there, her eye open. The only difference I could see between us was her eye patch was missing the Kagong crest. That and she had no soul crystal in her head. Hello. Jin said, poking the double on the shoulder. Nothing happened. She didn't move. Is something supposed to happen? Yes. She's supposed to be you. Moving, talking, telling me to get stuffed. Whatever you would do in this situation. He waved his hand in front of her face, even twisted her nose. Nothing. I checked. She was breathing. Her heart was beating. Her eye reacted to light and sensation reflexively. But there was no one home. For some reason this didn't work like it should, I said, rubbing his shoulder. I'm sure it is something about me and my unique situation. It's not your fault. So just make her go away and we'll never mention this again. He gestured and the other me melted into a grey ooze that disappeared into smoke. Did you hear the one about the two heroes, the geisha and the goose? Out. Chapter 24. Jita's POV. You want me to what? Risky asked, confusion in his voice. I want you to send an offer to Yanagi Reiko to intern with your agency. Jiren repeated himself, his voice a touch flatter than his normal jovial tone. Jita knew the fixer disliked repeating himself. Jiren had worked with Risky many times. She suspected their boss knew that Risky didn't always pay attention during conversations. Her man was a thinker and his mind often wandered to one of his many plans. Who's she? Risky sat up and pushed his tablet to the side. Jita, standing behind him in full armor as a bodyguard, could see he had been sketching something, but not what. She's a first-year hero student at UA. Jiren spun his tablet around showing a video of a white-haired girl dressing in blue jeans and a flannel shirt in a fight with an older man. It looked like they were in some sort of industrial site. Mountains were plain in the background. The man was attacking the girl, using some sort of earth control quirk. The girl was flying and using some sort of telekinesis to combat him. That's the girl from the bus. Risky said accusingly. You hired us to attack her. Now you want us to hire her? I don't get it. Then let me explain it, the villain said. He took a moment to light a cigarette and take a deep drag. First thing, I never hired you to attack her. I hired you to back up the Ravagers. I hired them to attack the bus. I had little idea who the girl was, and no idea that she'd be on the bus. We'll ignore the appalling job you did protecting my enforcers for now and get back to why I'm here. Jita winced. That had been a bad job all around. 2 of the Ravagers had gotten injured in the planned confusion at the end of the fight. Jita had heard that Croaker had to be called in to fix them or Moonfish might have lost his jaw and Mr. Compress half his face. It was supposed to be an easy distraction to keep the local heroes busy while the League of Villains attacked the USJ. Not that they knew that when they took the job. When she found out it had been part of a larger plan to kill All Might, she had almost had a coronary. If the plan had succeeded, nothing would have saved them from the wrath of every hero in the world coming down on everyone even tangentially involved. When Nightwing, Native, and Uwabami defeated them, they had almost lost everything. It cost them 3 suits of Fett armor. Not that Risky couldn't manifest more as soon as he got to the screening room, but it didn't make them look good. Suffice to say, Yanagi-chan has become a person of interest to my organization. Monday you will log on to the UA site and fill out the form to make her an internship offer. Make sure you do it Monday morning. The offer process is only open 3 days and I want you to get in there early. She didn't compete in the sports festival, so she may not get many offers. On the other hand, given her recent positive publicity, I doubt that will be the case. She helped break a case that included both the Yakuza and the Nine-Head Dragon as well as beating a geomancer and a small army. She'll get offers. So, if she's getting other offers, why would she choose mine? Risky's tone showed a fair bit of contempt for what they'd built here since immigrating from Jakarta. Jiren had not only helped them change countries, but had pulled the necessary strings for their hero licenses to transfer and to help them set up the agency. He'd made a lot of demands of them in repayment, and they still owed him. Still, Jita thought they were doing well enough. They had food, a roof, and a few luxuries. Unfortunately, well enough was never good enough for Risky. He had big ideas and big plans and wouldn't be satisfied until he achieved them. She laughed to herself. She loved that man, but despaired for him sometimes. Jiren shrugged. She may not. It doesn't cost anything to try. Once you've sent the offer, I want you to keep an eye on this man for me. A blonde man with a strange scar on his forehead appeared on the tablet screen. His name's Jinbu Baigawara. The image changed to show a two-toned full-face mask. When in costume, he's known as Twice. He lives in Maju at Izurai, although he hasn't been seen in a few days. I want you to find him and track his movements. That's all. Don't attack or impede him. Just let me know his movements and meetings. Understood? Also, if possible, don't let him know you are following him. Yeah, sure. We can do that. Risky said, standing as Jiren rose. The fixer nodded to Jita and let himself out, a cloud of fragrant smoke trailing behind him. Wonderful. Risky moaned once the boss was out of earshot. What are we supposed to do with an intern? Whatever it is, you're taking care of it. Okay, darling. Jita stood behind him as he slumped back into his seat. I'll take care of everything, she said, rubbing his neck just how he liked it. Her long flexible fingers tapped the broad flat fingertip pads on his green rubbery skin. His head funnels lay flat against his pebbled scalp in pleasure. Their common family mutation meant Jita shared an alien appearance with her cousin. It was this resemblance to a race called the Rhodians in the classic Star Wars media franchise that prompted them to assume the hero names of Greedo and Jita. Jiren had insisted that they play up the Star Wars theme in their work in Japan, especially the less legal parts. However, he forbade them from using any Jedi or Sith technology or iconography. It seemed that in the pre-Quark era some people had formed the Jedi Order, a church based on the classic movies. These Jedi had been some of the earliest Quark users in Japan and had fought to maintain stability and peace during the interregnum. They had eventually died out, more likely been killed off. Early in the Restoration, an academic rediscovered the Jedi Order's contributions. These warrior monks quickly became a source of pride in Japan. Several towns and other places adopted names from the mostly lost Jedi sacred texts to honor their achievements. Jita had always found it hilarious that the Japanese so venerated what had been a series of children's stories. Risky's family in Jakarta had an admittedly rare copy of the videos they had watched as kids. The next week, Jiren stopped by after they got word that the Yanagi girl had accepted the internship offer. Listen carefully. Your goal here is to compromise her. Trick her into committing a crime, and then we can bring her over to our side. At the least, we want her as a mole at UA. Even better if you can get her to agree to join the League of Villains. Recruit her willingly and you'll be well rewarded. Got it. She's been hanging around with that guy you have us following, Risky informed the fixer. All the better, Jiren smiled as he blew a cloud of smoke. We want them both on our side if possible. 2 weeks later, Jita was showing the agency's newest, albeit temporary, employee around the office. The building had once been a multiplex cinema. Risky kept the smallest of the theaters in working order. They had converted the other 3 auditoria and the lobby into office, storage, training, and living spaces. Why a theater? Yanagi asked. She was looking around, but her pale face offered no clue to her thoughts. She was a spooky girl, with her white hair and eye patch with the Lakshmi star on it. She looked at you as if she was trying to figure out the best way to kill you and hide the body. Her costume was a strange cross between an assassin and a temple maiden. The way her scarf writhed on its own like a snake hanging from a branch was the most unnatural part. The girl was still staring at her guide. Jita realized she had asked a question. What? The older woman replied. I asked why you chose a movie theater for your headquarters. She spoke with an odd, halting cadence. The early media reports on her said she had suffered a brain injury that affected her speech. It was just one more unnatural thing. It suited Greedo's quirk. Jita wondered why she had blurted that out. Her partner's quirk realization allowed him to pull items, but not people, out of movies to use in the real world. The gear worked exactly as depicted in the movie, as long as it was not based on magic. He once tried to realize Aladdin's lamp to no effect. He couldn't realize items larger than the screen on which he was watching, thus the need for the movie theater. Size limitations keep him from realizing vehicles for the most part, but the ability gave him access to all sorts of other technology. What's that? Yanagi asked. Something we try to keep a secret for tactical reasons. Jita replied. We have a lot of secrets. Some we may share with you, those you'll be expected to keep. Others we won't share. If we don't, you shouldn't try to sneak around to find out. Sounds reasonable. Let's keep going, Jita said and continued the tour. Our business has 2 primary types of work: patrols and special contracts. We have a lot of clients that pay us to protect their business on a day-to-day basis. We regularly patrol the areas in and around those businesses. We also take on special contracts mostly from the police, but from other clients on occasion. These usually amount to either personal or event security work or capturing specific villains. We have 3 full-time agency members. Greedo is our primary along with myself and one other sidekick, Bosuku. We both use gear provided by Greedo to augment our quirks. Jita gestured to the battle harness hanging on the wall. This includes our special protective costumes. She was wearing her yellow and tan padded jacket over her orange padded jumpsuit. She kept her blast pistol at her side, just in case. During your time here, you'll accompany us on patrols, and if any special contracts come in we'll have to decide based on the danger involved. Part of agreeing to take you on as an intern was ensuring your safety. You're our first UA intern and we don't want to burn any bridges by losing you. Jita decided she wouldn't mind if the girl got a bit damaged, but both the heroes and Jiren would be down on them if they managed to get her killed. When we're in the office you can take that desk, Jita pointed to a place in the bullpen along with hers and Bosco's. There were 4 unoccupied desks. They hoped to expand in the future. At least she did. Risky had other ideas. You are welcome to use the training room. The droids are set to offer a challenge, but not cause any real damage. If the drones are gone, Greedo should refresh them in a day or 2. Any questions? Jita hoped the girl would just go sit quietly. She wasn't sure what about Yanagi affected her so badly. She reminded Jita of the wise woman on her grandmother's island. She had hated that old witch. Not at the moment, the girl said. Then I'll leave you to settle in. We have a patrol at 1400. You'll be with me. Jita almost ran to the stairs. They had a sand bath on the roof. She needed to wallow in some sand. At 1407, when Jita made it to the bullpen, Todori was waiting for her. The pro-hero sighed and nodded towards the door. She stopped to activate a combat drone, setting it to follow her. Agency policy was that no one went out alone. Jita did not count the intern as backup. The droids were not true AI, despite what C-3PO looked like in some of the movies. They could take verbal or electronic commands and had multiple armament packages. She made sure this one was set to stun, but had lethal munitions ready if needed. When we patrol, we follow one of several routes designed to go by at least half of our protection clients, Jita explained. She liked the feeling of mentoring someone, talking about things she knew well. We try to stop in and talk to each client at least once a week, just in case there's a problem between patrols. When we go in, I'll do the talking and I won't introduce you. You'll only be with the agency for the week and I don't want the clients getting confused. It would be bad if they were to approach you for services after the week was done. If that does happen, just send them our way. Right. Right. Nothing. The girl's response gave nothing of her thoughts or feelings. Maybe she was an AI. A little more than an hour later, they were coming out of Hitachi's electronics store. Hitachi-san had been as grudging as ever. Jita didn't know if he disliked her because she was female, because she had access to better electronic toys than he ever would, or because Jiren was requiring him to maintain the patrol contract with the agency. Of course, Jiren took a commission on everything they collected from his clients, a rather large percentage at that. Jiren's clients paid 2 or 3 times as much as the clients they had found on their own, so it all worked out about even. As they exited the store, Todori paused and looked south, her face showing a reaction for the first time, though Jita couldn't tell what she was reacting to. "You see something?" the pro-hero asked. "A group of 3 people I've been told are villains are chasing a person towards us. About a block away. A 4th villain is flying to intercept them from there." She pointed up into the west. Jita pressed the button that put the droid into defensive mode. It would slave its guns to hers and fire at her target, creating a crossfire. "Let's go see if it's one of ours." She stalked forward. No need to run into trouble. Just as the witch predicted, a winged figure swooped over the building and dove towards the approaching runner. The winged man was Blowback of the Face Border clan. She recognized the runner as soon as he got within range of her scent funnels. It was Spinner, a young reptilian she'd had her eye on as a possible recruit. He matched the green theme of the agency. He did not have a hero license, but might be able to work more on the dark side of their force. The Feds didn't worry about such niceties. Spinner jumped off the hood of a passing car and used the momentum to try to make it to the side of the nearest building. Chains shot from behind him and wrapped around his ankle. Jita knew Manacle's signature weapon. It seemed the clan had decided to make an example out of the boy with the non-human face. She despised the clan, but their 5 named fighters were not worth messing with. All 3 of the people in her agency were already on their hate list because of their looks. She wondered what they'd think of Todori's missing eye. Would that count as sufficient impurity for them to go after her? Blowback knocked Spinner to the ground where Manacle, Touchstone, and Frostbite were waiting. They were too far away for Jita to hear what they were saying as they laid into the prone figure. She was familiar enough with their rants that she could easily imagine. With a snort of disgust, she turned away. "No. Not one of ours," she said. "Because he's not a client, you're going to leave him to be beaten, maybe killed, on the street in broad daylight." Todori complained. "We run a business. If we gave away our services for free, no one would bother to hire us. We offer low-cost protection to everyone in the neighborhood. He chose to ignore the offer, so this is on him." Jita snapped back. "If you're so worried about him, you're free to try to save him yourself." "I will." The girl smirked, and then started moving towards the one-sided fight. Jita was kicking herself mentally. This would have been the perfect opportunity to compromise the girl. If she had gone into the fight without the permission Jita had so stupidly offered, she would have been breaking quirk laws. Now the girl could argue she had cover. It also meant Jita might have to get involved, just to keep the stupid little shit from getting killed on her first day. The pro-hero started eyeing the area for the best place to make a stand. Her quirk kinetic sync allowed her to draw a circle or line on the ground that marked a flat field that drained kinetic energy. The field extended upwards 3 meters from the ground and didn't have a top. Once the field had drained a certain amount of energy, or 30 seconds had elapsed, it dissipated. This meant she was better at fighting defensively, drawing people to her field or shooting out from within. Combined with the extra firepower of the drone, she felt she could probably take the clan fighters. She thought it was too bad Hotspur wasn't around. She could usually keep some control over her male teammates. Without her, they were more likely to get crazier, that is. She found a place at the corner of the street in a pedestrian alley 50 meters from where the clan were kicking Spinner's ass. She saw Todori approaching the fight, yelling something about surrendering. "Stupid girl," Jita muttered, giving up surprise, her only advantage. The pro looked into the alley to make sure no one could flank her. Suddenly she heard a high-pitched scream. She whirled around to find Todori already moving between the clan fighters. Blowback was pinned to the side of a truck, his wings spread wide. Frostbite was tangled in Manacle's chain and Manacle's flaming skull mask was actually on fire. All that was left was Touchstone, the massive super-strong brawler. He roared and charged. The girl leapt 10 meters into the air, shooting out her scarf to wrap around Touchstone like a 5-point harness. She swung over the top of a street lamp's horizontal arm, kicking off it and letting her weight pull the scarf up, somehow lifting Touchstone off the ground. As soon as his feet were in the air, he started to shrink. By the time she was on the ground, his strength was gone. Jita had heard from Jiren that the clan strongman had that weakness, but had no idea how Todori knew. A few seconds later, all 4 were unconscious and the intern was wrapping capture tape around their limbs. Jita was floored. The whole fight had taken 20 seconds or less. A visceral fear swept through her, causing her stomach to knot. The girl was a witch. Jita phoned the police and reported the takedown, making sure the agency would get the credit and more importantly, the bounty. The girl was talking to Spinner as Jita walked up. "The police have been alerted," she informed Todori. "They'll get here eventually, but it could be a while. We'll have some paperwork to fill out." "Spinner, isn't it?" "Yeah, the youth said, barely glancing at Jita. His eyes were locked on Todori as she checked his wounds. Her seemingly sentient scarf reached into one of her pouches and pulled out a first aid kit. You've got a few cuts and bruises, the girl said, her voice pretending to be soothing. I'm going to clean and bandage the worst of them. You may also have a wrenched knee, it looks like. Or would you rather we call an ambulance? The lizard man swallowed a few times. You please. Todori nodded and started bandaging. Sometimes it looked like the wrappings were moving on their own. She kept on questioning the young man. Any idea why they were after you? They're the Face Border clan. He was staring intently into the girl's eye. She ignored his gaze and kept working on his wounds. They persecute anyone whose face they deem unworthy. They have pursued me a few times, but I've always managed to escape their evil clutches. Until now. If you had not rescued me, I do not know if I would have survived the day. I owe you my life. His eyes dropped to her hands on the last sentence. Fucking teenagers, Jita thought disgusted. Yet. They're not too fond of a lot of us, the alien-looking woman interrupted. The little girl here is the only one they'd probably like. And yet, she risked her life to smite them in defense of me. Spinner said. He was wearing a Knightsbridge Virtual World t-shirt, which might have explained his Chayunibita dialogue. Do you want to stick around for the police? Jita asked the annoying reptile. He looked to Todori. She nodded. Your words can help put them away for a long time. She was actually feeding this kid's delusions. I'll do it. He almost leapt to his feet, when his injured knee stopped him. Ow. Good thing I have regeneration, he bragged. Right, Jita interrupted. You stay here and guard them. We'll finish our patrol. If the police get here before we get back, tell them we'll come to the station to make our report. And here's my card, if they ask who did this. He took it and looked to the girl. She just shrugged and waved as they walked on. Jita made sure the drone stayed with the bounties. She figured they could make the rest of the patrol in safety. The experienced pro knew many people had seen Todori take the clan fighters down. They were a big deal in the neighborhood, some of the more dangerous fighters. Word would spread about the witch. Chapter 25. You looked good out there today, Jin said. He settled himself comfortably into a recliner he had pulled out of nowhere. It took up half the apartment's floor space. He smiled as he accepted a juice. People are talking. And you picked up a puppy. What do you mean a puppy? I asked as I took a seat floating 3 feet above the floor. The lizard boy Gookie. He's going to be a problem if you don't do something about him. Oh. I didn't need more problems. Take a look at the lottery store on the corner. Jin gestured vaguely towards a window. I sent some shadows to check the perimeter, paying particular attention to that corner. Spinner was standing in the rain, water beating on his scales, huddled against the wall, looking up at my door. Oh wonderful, a stalker. I moaned. I hate that our names are public. There is a reason people wear masks. Secret identities should be a thing. They serve a useful purpose. Want me to talk to him? Jin offered in one of his rare serious moments. I considered it. Something about Spinner reminded me of Greg Vitter, a geek with little connection to reality. If he was anything like my old classmate, my talking with him even to tell him to stop stalking me would ultimately encourage him. Just ignoring him wasn't going to be enough either. Yeah, that might be best. Don't hurt him though. If he needs smacking down, I'll do it. I'll be the soul of gentility. Who knows, maybe he'll turn out to be a friend you just haven't met yet. Who have you been talking to? I scoffed. Have you been seeing Emily behind my back? Please, my internal companion groaned. He does have a point though. Do not allow the superficial resemblance to an old acquaintance determine your relationship with a new person. Let each stand on his own merits. Busted. Jin pointed at me and danced a little jig. You shouldn't take Emily's name in vain. She's a saint. I knew there was a reason I liked him, Emily added. I laid back on the air. Spiritual circulation kept it comfortably cool, where the air outside was getting hotter and wetter. It had been a long day. Jita had released me once we returned to the office after making our statement at the police station. That had been an odd experience. Since arriving in this world, I'd had to make several police reports. Always before the officers were polite and professional. The police at the Masui Azuri station were an odd combination of surly and apathetic. They didn't appreciate my making work for them, but they didn't care enough to actually give me trouble. I seldom dealt with the BBPD, but that was how I'd always imagined them to behave. Can't make a difference. Not worth trying. The natural follow-on would be maybe get something for myself. Corruption was easy when people didn't care about their jobs. You know, I said I wouldn't be surprised if the Face Border clan somehow escaped on the way to the station or are released on a technicality. You don't trust our fine law enforcement professionals. Jin held his hand to his chest to still his beating heart. It is a sad commentary on the state of Japan's youth. Somehow, my costume scarf found its way around his mouth. That night I wrote out my notes and observations about the Bounty Hero Agency. I appended the video shot by the new pinhole camera mounted on the collar of my costume and the shots Jin had provided. I had arranged for him to follow me when possible, shooting video of anything interesting, particularly any fights. He had expanded on the idea by providing a small stealth camera drone that was programmed to follow me unobtrusively when he was not around. I still wonder if you should not share your suspicions and intentions regarding the agency with someone other than Jin. Emily said. Perhaps someone in a position to offer assistance if needed and to protect you from legal consequences should things go amiss, as you fully expect that they will. Or someone to tell me this whole thing is a bad idea and I should let the professionals handle it. I suggested. While that may be my opinion, I am not trying to prevent you from a course of action you feel is appropriate and important. I just wonder if there is not someone you trust enough to inform of your plans. That's the problem. I'm not sure I trust anyone else. I trust you. I mostly trust Jin because I've seen him put himself at risk to save our family. Even with that said, I'm keeping an eye on him. I like some of the people at school, but that's different than trusting them. Takeda knows I'm up to something, and I'm setting it up so that all my notes go to him if something happens to me. But I wouldn't put it past him to report me to the teachers or even the police if he knew all the details. For my own good, of course. What about the teachers? Gon-sensei or even All Might? I hesitated. It was the logical thing to do. I knew that. The teachers and school administrators were responsible for my welfare while I was at school, far more than they were back in the States. I laughed when I thought of Mr. Gladley or Principal Blackwell actually taking responsibility for all the shit the students got up to at Winslow. But, here they took that a lot more seriously. The problem I had talking to a teacher was that this society valued the strict enforcement of the laws and rules over the welfare of the individual. With the reliance on rules, any teacher I told of my suspicions or intentions would feel obligated to try to stop me from investigating. I didn't want that. Not yet. Majua Izurai was proof the system had flaws. All Might could have come in and taken out the Ravagers, the clan, and the nine-head dragon, the Chinese Tong that was the main drug supplier in the area, all in one afternoon. If he could get them to show up for the fight, that is. All Might wasn't here though, and the heroes that were Slide and Go and the Greedo's crew weren't doing the job. The situation in Majua Izurai has been bad for a long time. I finally replied. The police and the heroes haven't stopped it yet. Maybe there's so much going on elsewhere they've forgotten the problem exists, or it's just not that high a priority. Or, maybe someone is working to stop them helping. I can at least draw some attention to what's happening, starting with the Bounty Hero Agency. I'm not planning on beating up all the villains myself. It's like the issues in the valley. It just needs some light shined on it. Perhaps just sending copies of your observations to Gon-sensei, saying they are part of the internship journal assignment, might prove efficacious. I very much imagine that he would much rather hear from you than from the media that you defeated 4 villains, under strict supervision of course. Yet. You're not wrong there. I'll do that and then keep him copied each evening. If he has questions, he can ask Greedo or Jita. That might be the start of the external attention I want to draw. Emily didn't reply directly, but I could feel her satisfaction like a cat's purr. I took a few minutes to edit my notes into a report that told just enough and no more, including a clip of Jita saying how they didn't save people that weren't paying them. I asked if that was standard hero agency policy. I also linked to some of the public-sourced videos of the fight with the Face Border clan, making sure Jita could be seen observing in the distance. It turned out that the defensive position my supervisor was preparing, to which I was to draw the villains, proved unnecessary. I noted before adding the police report number and emailing it. After a minute of consideration, I blind copied Takeda and the Yanagis. It was an easy way to keep the reporter apprised and the parents from getting concerned if they should see something on the net. Thank you, Emily offered. That night I had some trouble sleeping. There are different times I was awoken by the sound of laughter, the high-pitched giggling of a child. It must have been coming from one of the surrounding units, drifting in through my open window, because it sounded like it was in the room with me. Each time I searched with my senses and spirits, only to find nothing. I avoided sending spirits into my neighbors' apartments, though I was tempted. The invasion of privacy would be too great for that little justification. When I was Skitter, I couldn't help knowing what my neighbors were doing all the time. I didn't want to return to that. The final time it happened I decided to call it a night, made some tea, and started a translating job. That was the start of the second day of my internship. Jita was even more skittish around me than she had been the day before. I couldn't quite figure out what she had against me. I also couldn't decide if she disliked me or was afraid of me. It was odd. I had noticed that there were some people I met in this new world that seemed to have an immediate problem with me, almost like hate at first sight. Inu the Elder, Kamakiri, and now Jita all had irrationally negative reactions upon meeting me. From Emily's memories, Anu's interactions with her on the few occasions they had met in the past were nothing like the over-the-top reaction he demonstrated when we met at the Cutlet House. I wondered if it was some effect of my otherworldly nature. It's good you got here, Jita said. We're having a staff meeting to discuss the ongoing contracts and potential new clients. 2 people I had not met before were seated at a table with my supervisor. This is Greedo, the principal for the agency, Jita continued. The boss waved limply. He looked like the character in the movie. And this is Bosuku, our other sidekick. Bosuku was a 6-foot lizard man with a Tyrannosaurus head, wearing the same Star Wars padded outfit and utility belt that Jita and Greedo were. His was in dark blues and grays. Guys, this is Todori, a first-year hero student from UA High School, our first intern. Yeah, welcome, Greedo said. Anyway, we have a mission tomorrow evening. I'm keeping the details quiet. Todori, I want you to come and observe. We're gonna leave here at 1830. So get here early and get geared up. I'll have fresh stuff for everyone. Make sure to change out. We'll take the bus so some extra gear can go in the back. This takes top priority. I'll brief you on the bus. What about? Jita started. Later, Greedo cut her off. I have a client meeting I have to run to. Today is just patrols. So get out there and make some money. And this time make sure the bounties get to the police station so we actually get paid. He got up and stormed off. What did he mean? I asked. Word is that Hotspur and some clan regulars managed to stop the police transport and free the other clan fighters before they got to the station. Jita sounded unhappy. As they weren't there to process, we don't get the head money. So what are we going to do today? I asked. Bosuku's got patrol duty. I want you here with me off the street and out of the clan's sights. There's another important part of pro-hero work I want to introduce you to: billing and accounts payable. We spent the next 4 hours doing paperwork. While Jita worked on the newest accounts, she had me checking old paper bills and invoices against the computer system, making sure nothing hadn't been missed. It was dull. I think she meant it as some sort of punishment. But, I started to get an idea of who their largest clients were. I was surprised to see it wasn't the police force. Instead, a company called Landmark Enterprises was their #1 client. I couldn't find any detail on what was being paid for by Landmark, but they poured more than twice the yen into the business that the government did, from the records I was seeing. After I finished all the files, Jita told me, you might as well spend some time in the training room. The droids are due for replacement tomorrow, so go crazy if you want. Since tomorrow is going to be a long day, you are free to leave this afternoon at 1400. Make sure you are back tomorrow no later than noon. She thought for a moment, then corrected herself, make it 1330. Greedo needs some privacy to prep for the mission. Got it. Got it. I was curious about Greedo's preparations and replacing the gear. I was wondering what that had to do with the need for a movie theater. I also wondered where he was at the moment. He had left the office and wandered deeper into the neighborhood, but my spirits lost him pretty quickly when he left their range. If I'd been able to patrol, I might have found him as we wandered the streets. I practiced using my new collapsible batons against the droids. Mirko had sent me a pair after the video of my takedown of Anu at the mines hit the net. If we're going to fight the same foes, you need better weapons. Her note said. I wasn't quite sure of her reasoning, but no one looks a gift baton in the mouth. The droids were fast and tough, but they had a defensive pattern which only took me a few seconds to figure out. After that, I stopped using them. I would either unconsciously adjust to accommodate the pattern, which would be bad training, or I would break them by taking advantage of it. I didn't trust Greedo not to have a different opinion of my breaking office equipment than his sidekick. She could easily be setting me up for trouble. I left at 2 p.m., changed out of my costume, and wandered the neighborhood using my spirits to probe into offices, shops, and bars looking for Greedo. Eventually I saw him coming out of the Golden Dragon, the fancy Chinese restaurant I had noticed the other night. The same hostess, this time wearing a electric blue dress of a similar cut, was bowing him out. I was a block away, so neither could see me. Was that where his meeting was, or had he just finished a late lunch? Or both? I noted the time and place, sending the drone to get a picture. I decided to follow him for the rest of the afternoon, but he just went back to the agency. I got close enough to send a shadow in after him. He called Jita into his office and closed the door. What's got your funnels all a-quiver, she said. I can't tell you, yet. But it's a big deal. Huge. It's gonna change everything. Can't you tell me, Risky? Jita pleaded. Greedo answered in a language neither Emily nor I understood. Jita replied just as unintelligibly. Their conversation was short. Jita left the room, and Greedo started working on a tablet. The shadow spirits could not sense what was on a screen. They did not use visible light for their version of sight. I was tempted to move some wisps into the room. They saw light, better than the human eye, but they also gave off a visible glow. I could have the spirits dim the glow and shift it to one end or other of the visible spectrum so most people would not notice them. But, as Jin had reminded me, they were visible if you knew where to look, or just got lucky. And I didn't know the visual range or sensitivity of the big eyes Greedo and Jita had. I couldn't risk it just to see what the pro was looking at on his screen. That night I filed another report with Gon-sensei. He had said that I didn't need to turn in the journal entries until the end of the week, but had no objection to getting them more regularly. Texting with Kode and Shota, I heard about their first couple of days mostly office work and fetching tea. I was a little surprised that I was not the only first year to have seen a little action in the internship according to my friends. Kybera has used his drill hands to free some hostages shackled to a bomb while working with Fat Gum. Ibera, in the company of her mentor Springer, had actually apprehended 2 of the 3 Sturm und Drang brothers while they were raiding an open-air clothing market. Kendo, on the other hand, had some concerns about her internship with Uebami. I think I dodged a bullet there. Jin must have been busy elsewhere, as I had no visitors that night. No giggling children either, so I was able to get a good night's sleep, which was fortunate, because it would be almost 29 hours before I would see my bed again. Chapter 26. Wednesday started well enough. I received payments for several recent translating jobs, so I was less strapped for cash. That meant I was able to pick up a few replacement items for my utility belt, including some chemicals I'd had to special order online, flash powder and capsaicin. I had determined I could use my poltergeists to spread fine particles and liquids to cover an area and, if flammable or explosive, use the fire spirits to ignite them. I made sure the powders were tightly sealed. Better to take a few seconds to prepare them in combat than have them spill out at inopportune moments. Jin, going on a special mission out of town with the hunters. Not sure when I'll be back. Taking the drone. I messaged so the still fragile fellow would not worry too much. I also sent a similar message to Gon-sensei in case he tried to contact me that evening. I had my geists lift the drone, turned off to preserve power, up to the edge of my range. I masked it from the ground with a cloak of wisps colored to match the sky above. It was not invisibility, but it added a layer of stealth. Finally, I checked my 3 phones. All were charged. All were working. And all were programmed with the important numbers. I had no reason to believe Greedo's special contract would be trouble, but I had to prepare as if it were a certainty. After making all the preparations I could think of, I made my way to the Bounty Hero Agency. Good, you're here, Jita said as I came through the door. She was packing what looked like batteries into a padded box. We've got to get the van loaded. We have to be ready to go no later than 17:15. I thought it was 18:30. I said. Someone forgot to factor in traffic, she said. I could tell she was stressed. Her color was off and her funnels were drooping. We've got a number of cases to go. Why don't you start over there? If you have questions you can ask, but you should be able to figure out what goes where. She gestured to a pile of miscellaneous technology and several padded cases. I sent some poltergeists to map out the interior of each box. Then I used the spirits to sort each item quickly. A few minutes later the pile was cleared. Jita looked surprised, but just pointed me to some other gear to pack. Some of this made sense to take on a combat mission: spare parts, extra ammo or power packs, first aid kits. I had no idea why she was packing data storage and personal items. When I saw how full they were packing the van, I had an idea. This can't be a regular combat loadout. I informed Emily. I think they're getting ready to run away. Not having near familiarity with standard pre-battle preparations, I cannot gainsay you. One must wonder why would they abandon their office and business? Can't say. Given how excited Greedo was yesterday after his client meeting, I'm guessing someone made him a job offer he's not interested in refusing. I just don't know who. What does that mean for us? It means we have to keep our eyes open and be ready for things to go south quickly. Something tells me Landmark, whoever they are, may have just lost some valued contractors. The question is who the client is tonight, and what the contract is. After Jita had me rearrange the packed boxes, crates, and containers several times to pack in as many as possible, barely leaving room for the 4 passengers, Bosuku returned from whatever errand had occupied his time. He took a long look at the overpacked vehicle, then went add armor to his costume. Greedo and Jita also armored up. They looked more than a little like the Fets. When offered, I decided against adding plates to my costume. While I liked armor, I had to be very careful of my weight if I wanted any sort of combat maneuverability. While I would be able to reach a decent speed for long-distance flight wearing armor, the initial acceleration/deceleration was the issue. We got rolling at 1733. Greedo drove. While he steered the vehicle through traffic, he briefed us. The Nine-Head Dragon, a Chinese triad starting to operate in Japan, is smuggling a shipment of dragon's blood, their version of Trigger, on tonight's Yokohama Express. The express was the only train that actually stopped in Maju at Izurai. My understanding was that it was a freight train coming directly from the Yokohama docks that usually carried a mix of legal and black market goods to supply the neighborhood and for larger distribution. Drugs like Trigger, a quirk booster I had been hearing about, fit the bill. Our client informed us the train is due to take an unscheduled stop in Hosa City this evening. Our mission is to get to the train while it stopped and remove the drugs. The police are waiting for us to drop off the evidence not far from the stop's location. Greedo looked back at me in the mirror, then shifted his gaze to Bosuku. The lizard man nodded slightly. Greedo got these trackers for each of us, Jita said, handing out a small device shaped like a popsicle stick. Put it against your skin so it can register your vitals. If something should happen to you, or you get too far from the rest of us, it will sound an alert. She lifted her helmet to show the strip against the back of her neck. Bosuku put his in the same spot. I put it against the inside of my arm. I wanted to be able to get it off quickly if I needed to. Tottery, Greedo turned to address me directly as we were stopped in traffic. I noticed his head rotated on his neck further than a normal person's could, almost like an L. I want you to follow standard in-turn procedure. In combat situations, you are to observe safely from a distance if possible. If attacked, you are to defend yourself and retreat. Understood. Understood, I said. I had been recording the whole interaction from my collar camera. Unfortunately, these instructions limited my choices, if I chose to follow orders. The rest of the ride was spent with Greedo getting more agitated as traffic increased. At one stoppage, he exploded in a deluge of what had to be invective in a different language. Jita put her hand on his arm and tried calming him in the same tongue. I decide to ignore them. I don't know what we're headed into, but I'm going to need you awake for this, partner. I will do my best. I'm not certain these three are on the wrong side of the law, but I need to make sure I can take them down quickly if I need to. Can you keep an eye on them using the shadows while I feel around their gear with the geists? I'll ask if they'll cooperate, but I cannot command them as you can. The quirk passed with the body. Just let me know if things start looking weird. With Emily on watch, I was able to use the spirits to feel out the various obvious and hidden weapons, armor, and miscellaneous pieces of technology the others were carrying. After a few minutes, I determined where I thought they would be easiest to disable. While I was no specialist on tech, especially what amounted to tinker tech, I could find power sources, circuit boards, and connectors. All of which were vulnerable to pinching, smashing, or burning. I pre-positioned spirits in the places I thought they would do the most damage, ordering them to stay in place even if the devices moved. I even found what I thought were the quick-release catches for the armor and the equipment webs. They got some dedicated spectral fingers as well. I spent much of the rest of the trip gathering spirits from the areas we passed until the van was completely engulfed in unseen passengers. I would need enough to rotate through the spirits so no individual spirit became exhausted. That kind of swarm management had become an almost unconscious action for me. I had stuck the drone and a spare phone to the roof of the van and used some of the new spirits to strengthen my hold on them. With a final check of my weapons and utility belt contents, I relaxed and closed my eyes. Sensing through the spirits, I examined the area around us. In the darkening night sky, I thought I caught a glimpse of a flying figure carrying a second-person princess style. It's possible it was Jin, but there are a lot of flyers in this city. If it was him, I wondered who the second figure might be. I hoped he wasn't following me. If things went bad, I didn't want him getting involved. The road signs counted down the distance to Hosa City. By 1930 we are on surface roads making our way through an industrial district. There is a resounding crash in the distance. A minute later, we turned a corner. In a large overgrown lot chaos reigned. 50 yards away, a short freight train had crashed engine first into a concrete-sided waterway as someone collapsed the bridge that had spanned the river. On the roof of one of the freight cars, two dragons were battling each other. One nightwing soared on wings of black metallic feathers and scales, illuminated by flames licking at the ground. The other was larger, still mostly humanoid, but with an elongated torso. It had no wings, but red and green scales, scimitar claws, and a lion-like head that snapped and snarled at the flying foe. 8 men, all large and distorted with green-scaled skin, clawed hands, and protruding fangs, dressed in torn tactical armor were positioned around the freight car, firing submachine guns to pin down 3 costumed figures. They were yelling in what sounded to me like Chinese. The 3 figures under fire were obviously a team. They wore coordinated gray and dark blue costumes with accents of orange and purple. The most obvious of the trio was a large man almost 6.5 feet tall with broad shoulders emphasized by the spiky orange stone pauldrons. He was spraying a barrier of thick, glowing orange liquid from his palms. The smaller man with light brown skin, a somewhat muscular physique, and an elongated, almost duck-like face was cooling the spray with his spinning hands, causing the lava to set into a basalt barrier that deflected most of the gunfire. The third figure, a tall, curvy woman dressing in skimpy grey costume with a complex respirator mask, was sending out a cloud of dust and ash to obscure their individual positions behind the barricade. Damn, Greedo snapped. I knew we were going to be late. Stupid traffic. If we'd left earlier. Jita started only to be cut off. Not the time, Greedo barked. Everyone out. Not you girl. The last was directed at me. You stay in the van unless I call. Understood. I replied. Until I knew what was going on and who the players were, I wasn't ready to do anything. So, I'd be a good intern for a while. I sent the drone to circle the area, getting video of everything happening on the ground. I hoped Nightwing wouldn't ram into it. I also sent my spare phone flying with a wisp to block the screen light and act as cameraman. Both devices were casting to the cloud so if anything happened to them the video wouldn't be lost. I watched as the 3 bounty hunters moved to take up a position to bring fire down on any of the players around the wrecked train. Both Jita and Bosuko had full auto heavy blast carbines. Greedo was carrying a large, stubby rifle with a 4-pronged barrel. Wedged at the end of the barrel was a complex projectile. What is that? It is the freeze grenade from the terribly popular Ultra Hero Sub-Zero movie series. My father took me to see them against my mother's wishes. I am certain she knew, but it was somehow all the more thrilling for the clandestine nature of the... Not the time, I snapped. Freeze grenade? Yes. At that moment, an explosion rocked the area. It came from somewhere behind us. My eyes in the sky showed me a cloud of fire and smoke rising from the center of the city some blocks away. I noticed a bullet train heading in that direction on a nearby elevated track. I hoped it would pass unharmed. The noise caught the attention of the combatants and they all turned towards us. So much for the element of surprise, I thought. About time you got here. Shouted the large orange-haired man as he sent another jet of lava towards a gunman. The targeted man teleported about 3 feet to the left, avoiding the attack and diving behind one of the train's wheels. They're all hopped up on dragon blood. Ash, down. One of the gunmen spat out a thin stream of liquid that sizzled as it splashed against the wall of liquid basalt the big man created in front of his female teammate. She cartwheeled closer to her partners, leaving a cloud of soot to obscure her position. Thanks, Volcano. Don't just stand there. Volcano continued yelling at Greedo. They're tougher than planned. Flank them and we can get them in a crossfire. Bosuku started zigzagging across the field to get a better firing angle on the gunman by the train. We know who he's working for. I commented. I've got a new plan. Greedo grinned and fired the freeze grenade, hitting the shocked magma blaster. My fire spirits could feel the temperature plummet as even they were pulled toward the sudden vortex that sucked all heat from the area, leaving the big villain encased in an opaque boulder of ice. Bosuku yelled, "What are you doing? You traitor!" Before he trained his blaster on Greedo. It was the first time I had heard his voice. It was high-pitched and squeaky, almost like he was breathing helium. Jita pressed a button on her gauntlet and the strip on the back of the lizardman's neck activated. Suddenly his muscle seized, and he toppled unmoving to the ground. You thought we didn't know who you really worked for, you fool. Jita crowed. At the same time Bosuko's strip activated, I felt a flash of bitter cold from my eye patch and the strip on my arm sparked and fell off. That wasn't me. I clarified. Nor me, Emily echoed. I tried to make sense of the situation. It was obvious that someone had hired Greedo and company to work with the Volcano crew. Unfortunately that didn't tell me who the other people were. It looked like Volcano had used his lava power to derail the train. Greedo had said the train would be stopped in Hosa City. Were the Volcanoes another hero team trying to stop the drugs? What was Nightwing doing here? Was he with the Volcanoes? It looked like Greedo has switched sides. If the Volcanoes were thieves, maybe Greedo was working on the side of the Angels trying to take them down? If the Volcanoes were good guys, then the bounty hunters had betrayed them for the Triad? I tried to call the police to report the situation, only to find all lines busy. There were no civilians in the area in need of evacuation, so that wasn't a priority. A clap of thunder, coming from the wingless dragon knocked Nightwing for a loop, but he quickly recovered and returned a volley of razor pinions, which slashed into the sinuous torso of the thunder dragon. They seemed to be concentrating on each other, so helping Nightwing wasn't a priority. I finally realized I couldn't act until I found out more. I waited and watched, readying strategies against the potential enemies. Greedo was pouring freeze grenades on the expanding glacier imprisoning Volcano while Jita set up a kinetic sink around in front of them, protecting them from the two teammates' ash and wind attacks. Get around them, Gust, Ash ordered. I don't think that shield goes full circle. You got it. Gust set his fans behind him and took off running like a second-rate velocity. He was able to use his wind gusts to maneuver in a tight circle, only to be forced to dodge a burst of plasma from Jita. You think we're amateurs? She yelled as she continued firing, tracking him until he was on the other side. She snapped her gun up just before she blasted her partner standing between her and her target. Gust was concentrating on the bounty hunters and missed the dragon goon throwing a ball of lightning at him. It would have hit, except Ash enveloped it in a soot cloud, grounding it out. I think we're outnumbered here. Gotta free the boss. She cried, panic edging into her voice. Just then, the ground at their feet erupted in a geyser of magma and rock. Volcano rose out of the ground a dozen yards from the glacier which was supposed to be his prison. He stepped to Ash and Gust, who looked more than a bit relieved at his appearance. You scum! You attack me! The massive man roared, pointing at Greedo. I don't know what the dragons are paying you, but I'll show you what you've bought. Oh shit! The faux alien mercenary shouted and dove to the side, leaving Jita in the path of the expected blast. Ready? 3, 2, 1, eruption. Volcano counted down quickly. At the final word from the big man, the three teammates intermingling their powers. A virtual volcano burst open, a deafening crack echoed, followed by a fast-moving wave of lava, ash, and flying stone. The shockwave and debris blanketed an area at least 30 yards in diameter and rocked the van an additional 20 yards away. As the dust raced forwards, I came to the conclusion that Greedo and Jita were working for the Triad. Probably Landmark or someone had hired them to steal the drugs, along with the volcanoes, only for the nine-head dragon to make the mercenaries a better offer. That was why they packed all their stuff. They weren't going back to Maju ad Izurai. After this job, the Chinese would relocate them somewhere outside their former client's reach. Satisfied with my deduction, I pulled out my phone and tried to call for help. Once again, the lines were busy. From the continuing sounds of explosions, there was a lot going on in the city tonight. Even if the towers were still standing, a lot of people were trying to use the bandwidth at once. I dedicated a few spirits to keep making the attempt. If I waited, it was likely someone was going to get killed. Even if they were villains, I didn't want that. And the drugs, there had to be something valuable on that train, and given the transformed goons, dragon blood was at least involved, were going to get grabbed by whoever won the battle. They'd be sold, ruining who knows how many lives. Drugs like that were too dangerous to leave as a prize. It was time to stop watching and get involved. They were all bad guys. Everyone was going down. Chapter 27. The Triad gunmen were the first priority, as none of us were bulletproof, except possibly Volcano. While the dragon goons were all recovering from the eruption, I sent poltergeists to snatch up small pieces of debris and used them to jam the workings of their weapons. The spirits I had placed in the bounty hunter's gear proceeded to destroy their tech. Blasters fizzled and armor began falling off in pieces. I had several rolls of capture tape from Yue, which I used to bind the stunned and unconscious villains. When I got to Bosuku, I found he wasn't just stunned. A large stone had smashed his helmet, cracking his skull. He was dead. Shit, I thought. This senseless loss is why I abhor the unnecessary violence of this world. He may have been a broken man, but now he carries those faults to the next life without the chance of restitution or redemption. Emily pleaded with me. You have to stop this, before the violence spreads and more lives are lost. I'll try. But you can't save everyone. Trying is better than not trying. Striving against the odds and without the guarantee of success is the essence of a hero. I rolled my eye. As the dust cleared, I saw the Volcano crew were recovering from the shockwave faster than the other villains were. From the smoking and soot-covered smudges on their costumes, it was clear that they were not completely immune to the power of their joint attack. Volcano noticed the fallen foes. There's a hero here. Someone wrapped up these guys. All three started looking for me. Volcano quickly spotted the open path to the wrecked train. The Triad's dragon was down but stirring. Forget the hero, get the dragon blood, the big man barked, pointing at the train. Jiren's plan is fucked. Let's just grab the trader's van, load up the stuff, and get out of here. Ash nodded, holding her ventilator mask in place as she panted. The fixer can negotiate a new deal with us, if he wants the drugs. I'll get the van, Gust volunteered as he started slowly sprinting in my direction, his legs trembling. The villains hadn't seen me yet. There was no reason for them to know I was in the van. That wouldn't last longer than it took the mover to get to me. I readied a few bean bags. From experimentation, I'd found that hacky sacks were less lethal at speed than rubber balls. Crack! The Thunder Dragon announced his attack on Volcano with a powerful two-fisted blow that peeled with a crack of thunder. This combination threw the massive man back a dozen yards to slide along the pavement, digging a small trench. The dragon's tail whipped out to snap Ash's legs. No you don't, she said as she leaped over the swinging appendage. She cartwheeled away, releasing a jet of hot cinders into the dragon's eyes. Arg! Apparently, the dragon wasn't fireproof as he flung up an arm to protect his face and stumbled back. The cry was its own counterattack, sending shockwaves that knocked the woman tumbling back. She landed in the midst of three of the dragon goons, who snarled and strained and ripped the capture tape apart. Hello boys, she said as they rose. I guess the capture tape wasn't rated for super strength roid rage. I bitterly observed. Why don't you people have containment foam? Maybe you can provide the formula to power loader sensei? Emily replied defensively. Get her. The goons drew hatchets and attacked Ash. One stretched his arm to pursue her as she dodged backwards. Another shot foot-long quills at her from his forearms, as other spines sprouted all over his body. The third flung his empty hand out at her. With a pop, Ash was facing the opposite direction, moving towards her pursuers. What the hell? The smoky villainess demanded as she dropped a dust bomb and leapt over the spiky enemy in front of her. She had drawn her cudgel and was parrying the axes of Stretchy and Flipper. A little help here. She called. Don't be a baby. You can take them. Volcano urged. The other goons had also regained their feet and started attacking him, either with their quirks or with hand axes. He faced lightning, acid, and an enemy that detonated whenever struck, as well as a pissed-off thunder dragon. The villainous dragon was occupied battling the volcanoes. The goons were discovering their guns were useless. Nightwing was laid out on the roof of the freight car, unmoving. Not too far away my shadows heard a rending crash and a squealing of pneumatic brakes. The bullet train was making an emergency stop a few blocks away. Who are you? Gus demanded. He had stopped a dozen yards from the van and was looking at me through a broken window. Damn, I mentally cursed. I'm too easily distracted by the multiple inputs. Can't do what I used to. I'm a hero and you should surrender now. I said plainly. Always identify yourself and offer them the opportunity to surrender was drilled into us in both the wards and at UA. Attacking first was frowned upon. Gus laughed, his bill-like mouth stretching into a bizarre grimace. You're kind of cute, he said as he raised his hands, his flat orange fingers splayed unnaturally wide. So I'll go easy on Y. He wasn't very tough. A single beanbag to the sternum sent him tumbling, rolling to a stop several yards away unconscious. His breathing was labored, but his heart rate was steady. A cracked breastbone and some dislocated ribs at worst, I figured after a quick remote examination. Like he said, easy. Volcano and Ash were occupied with the nine-head dragon forces, having reached something of a stalemate. I was trying to decide who to take out without giving one side or the other an advantage. While they are occupied, might this not be a good time to help Nightwing? He is in considerable danger. Emily reminded me. That's a good idea. I agreed. I was still trying to adjust to this body's limits on multitasking. It was too easy for me to forget things in the middle of stressful situations. I wondered if it was a body chemistry thing. I bounced around the battle, skirting the perimeter to get to the train. Seeing Greedo and Jita had come to near the ongoing combat. They were muttering complaints but keeping their voices down to avoid drawing attention. Not wanting them to be crushed accidentally, or for someone to take advantage of their helpless state, I knew I had to move them. The issue was I had to get closer to grab them. A wall of wisps burning dark mixed with some visible shadow fire came together to create a curtain to camouflage the mercenaries and me as I moved them. Once that was in place, I had my geists roll them out of the middle of the fight, while reinforcing the capture tape with monofilament and zip ties. I deposited them 30 yards away from the battle. When I reached the train I found Nightwing in half-dragon form, blood seeping from his ears, his scales dented and discolored. I imagined that was bruising, but couldn't be sure. He must have been right over the volcanoes when they erupted. I tried to lift him with my spirits. He was too heavy. Then I used them to boost my own strength. He was still too much. Ugh, what have you been eating? Come on. I glanced over at the fight. Several of the goons were down. Ash was taking them on one or two at a time, her cudgel versus their axes. Quirks played a role, but it was mostly martial arts and wits. She seemed to be enjoying herself, smiling and bantering. The goons were getting angrier and more sloppy with each foiled attack. Come on big, green, and scaly, she teased as she danced out of the way of a clawed hand. Can't catch me. She leaped over a spread of flying quills, only for them to impale one of the other goons. She landed, spraying a cloud of dust to hide the club swinging on the porcupine's head. Two more triad fighters down. Volcano and the Thunder Beast were more evenly matched, two brute/blasters with attacks the other was not immune to. Neither were bothering with subtlety or finesse. They were pounding on each other. If it continued, it would likely come down to endurance or luck. It reminded me of Lung, and not just because of the dragon thing. At the moment, no one was paying attention to us. I tried dragging Nightwing, rather than lifting him. Bracing on the corner of the roof with my feet, I pulled with my legs as well as my poltergeists. He shifted forward and I managed to keep him moving until we tumbled off the roof on the sheltered side of the car. Reinforcing my stealth shield, I pondered what to do next, run or fight. I had the evidence that the bounty heroes were corrupt. I had been ordered to run if attacked, of course, that was by the corrupt heroes. I could run, but that would leave the drugs to the winner of the fight and Nightwing to their non-existent mercy. I could fight. Taking out brutes like Volcano or the Thunder Dragon was never easy, but I had accomplished it in the past, though never without a cost either to myself or the brute. I would have to fight for time while finding their weaknesses. Time that might let my call get through, or some of the pro-heroes that had to be involved in the larger crisis to join in here. I hated relying on anyone else. Too often in the past the other heroes had either not been there when I needed them, or were not up to the task if they were in place. Before I could decide to join the fight because that was where that debate was almost always going to land, Nightwing started to stir. I could see his wounds were slowly closing, the colors fading. Regeneration was apparently a draconic trait. Yug. He moaned. Thunderer. You mean the other dragon? I asked. Yes, my brother. I have to stop him. Ain't family wonderful, I muttered. He's fighting the volcano guy. Can't let him get away with the drugs. Nightwing struggled to sit upright. You destroy the dragon blood. I'll get Thunderer. I don't think you're in any shape to get anyone. I looked at the freight car. There were a number of small crates carrying what I assumed was this quirk-enhancing drug. I could burn it where it sat, but who knew what the effect might be? Burning an equivalent amount of heroin or cocaine out in the open like this would just give the whole city a buzz. This stuff might transform everyone that breathed in the smoke, causing random superpowered rampages in the middle of whatever chaos was already happening. Just then a winged thing came flying into the battle on the other side of the train, smashing into a group of goons. It was pale yellow with large bat wings and an exposed brain. It had protruding eyes and a gas mask covered the rest of its face. Its dark blue dress slacks and belt seemed somehow incongruous. Was this a transformed Solariman? What is that? Ash cried, dodging the winged newcomer. More trouble, Volcano replied, shooting a jet of magma. The flying brain snagged one of the dragon goons in its lower talons and lifted him into the air, circling the battlefield. I'll stop him. Nightwing pushed himself to his feet and spread his wings. With a mighty beat, he lifted into the dark sky and began chasing the other flyer. Another unknown factor. I decided to take advantage of the distraction and targeted the dragon goons. While still on the other side of the train, I used a nail to puncture the human bomb. He exploded, knocking 3 of his comrades off their feet. One goon seemed tougher than the others. His skin was like an armadillo's, thick and pebbled. He withstood the blast and started looking for the attacker. Thunderer, on seeing his brother, forgot his fiery opponent and leapt high, releasing a roar that sent both flyers reeling. The brain guy dropped the goon, who landed with a crack. Something got through his drug-induced defenses. Come on, Volcano said. While they're busy, let's get the blood and get out of here. They started for the freight car. Nightwing shot out a fusillade of metal feathers at them, causing them to dodge to the side. You're gonna stop us? Volcano yelled. I don't think so. And shot a stream of lava. Still shaky from his wounds and the sonic attack, Nightwing dodged it only to veer right into a pillar of smoking, choking ash from the female villain. A second stream of molten stone fouled his wings and sent him crashing to the ground. Volcano started towards his prone foe when Ash yelled, "Leave him. We have to get out of here." "Where's Gust Boy?" demanded the big guy. "Don't know," Ash replied. "He never came back with the van. Someone must have taken him down." "Shit. We can't just leave him. I made a promise to his mother." Volcano started looking around, just in time to dodge an attack by the Thunder Dragon. "He's mine. No one gets to kill him but me." The half-man roared, clawing at Volcano's stony skin. The big man backhanded the dragon, knocking him to his knees. "He's all yours. Now where's my nephew?" As the Thunderer struggled to his feet, the flying brain swooped in. Ash flipped out of its way. The thing grabbed the dragon man, lifting him into the sky, and flew away. "Go get Gust. He must be by the van. I'll grab the blood." Volcano barked. Ash nodded and took off. When her back was turned, I sent a beanbag at her leg. There was a crack as she went down. A braid of monofilament strands pressed against the critical areas on her neck muffled her cry, and she was out in a matter of seconds. While I was taking out Ash, Volcano had taken down the remaining goons on his way towards the train. That just left the big guy. I prepared a double pinch of capsaicin, flying it to his face and pulled to remove his mask. It covered his mouth and nose. Whatever was holding it on was proof against 100 kilograms of force. "Who's that?" he demanded, looking around. I pushed the pepper concentrate into his eyes. He blinked, then fanned it away with a smoldering hand. "That's not gonna work on me," he growled. "Show yourself." "Not good, but I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve." I sent a handful of flash powder and exploded it right in front of his face. He ignored it. "Bright and hot don't hurt me. Nothing you've got is gonna stop me. Give up. Come out. And I'll take you down easy. Make me hunt for you and you're going down hard." I tried the monofilament chokehold, but couldn't put enough pressure on his neck to get to the arteries. Each type of spirit had strengths and weaknesses. While shadows could penetrate objects easily, my poltergeists and fire spirits did not actually work inside people, though they could target through very small openings. As I couldn't focus all my poltergeists on the small blood vessels, the chokehold was useless if the neck could withstand the pressure I could bring to bear. Trying to tickle me. He said, then started spraying lava to build a wall around him. I wrapped him in monofilament. He melted it. I pelted him with nails, ball bearings, and debris. He ignored it or knocked it out of the air. You got nothing. He said as he closed the magma cocoon over him. I could sense the geists I had on him moving quickly underground. He was fast. I was preparing my railgun, something I was hesitant to use on a person because it was so powerful. But nothing else I had was affecting this guy. My one advantage was that he didn't know where I was. I floated a 1 centimeter ball bearing back and up 100 yards. If I missed or blew through, I didn't want the round continuing into the city. The ground made a great backstop. Volcano was closing fast. I was moving away when I felt the ground heating below me. I flipped upwards, landing on the train roof, just before he erupted from the pavement. Molten tarmac splattered across my left arm, quickly melting through my costume. I scraped it off with my geists, but not before it had burnt my skin. Arg, I groaned, wishing I could shunt the sudden pain into my spirits. Got you. He crowed. You can't hide from me. As he trained his massive rocky glove on me, the bore of his lava spout looming large, something grey hit him from behind, propelling him forward through the train car and out the other side. The creature that had hit Volcano lurched into a stooped stance and looked up at me with 4 eyes set into another exposed brain. It was horrible. A cross between a zombie and a weird medical experiment. As viscerally disturbing as any case 53 I'd ever encountered. Obviously related to the flying brain, but somehow vastly more unnatural. Before I could react, 2 elongated arms shot out and grabbed the sides of my head. The creature jerked me forward, but I managed to get my legs in place between us. I was kicking out with all my strength, as I collected a swarm of fire spirits around his grisly head and commanded them to burn. The creature opened its rubbery maw and released a high-pitched wail, but didn't release me. Then a small fast flyer rocketed into the back of the creature. Its arms splayed wide, freeing me as it crashed through the wall of the freight car and landed in the pile of drug containers, cracking them open like eggs. Glowing green fluid splattered across the inside of the car. The creature's tongue split like multiple tentacles stretched out and licked the dragon blood from the walls. On the other side of the car, Volcano was charging towards us. No. The fiery villain yelled, his right hand rising, magma roiling in his palm. I saw like I was watching a movie. His blast would go through the car and engulf me and the little man in the yellow cape who had knocked the creature off of me, roasting us and engulfing the drug in flames. Back in the present, I fired the poltergeist railgun, aiming for his shoulder. The small steel ball tore through stone, flesh, and bone. The kinetic energy passed into the brute's body. The explosion of gore sent the lava-filled arm flying in one direction and the massive body in the opposite. He hit the ground hard and stopped moving. You killed him? The little man complained. No, I said. He's not dead. He was bleeding heavily from the massive wounds. Knowing he was at least partially fireproof, I sent fire spirits to cauterize the injuries. What are you doing? The man tried to grab me. I used my scarf to keep him at bay. Trying to keep him from bleeding out. But the fire will kill him. He's a lava blaster. The fire won't kill him, but blood loss will. I argued. In the train car, the creature was bubbling like a melted wax figure. Its muscles were expanding. Its head was on fire. Its tongues were whipping around. Its green skin was deepening in color and growing scales. It was mutating before our eyes. Behind it passed the unconscious body of the Volcano Thunderer, and the 5 remaining dragon goons were closing in. Things had just gotten much worse. Chapter 28. That's a Nomu, the little man said. Fast, strong, tough, multiple quirks. The first was built to take on All Might. This one seems weaker. Until it fell into a shipment of quirk-enhancing steroids, I muttered. That's Dragon Blood, an updated version of Trigger. No idea what it'll do to something like this thing. Those unpleasant gentlemen headed this way are all tweaking on it too. The dragon-looking guy is their lead Thunderer, a mid-level brute and sonic blaster. I'm Tottery Indirect Blaster / Shaker. Whatever that means. I'm Gran Torino. Someone everyone seems to have forgotten, the old man complained, a note of bitterness obvious in his gravelly voice. I'll keep the Nomua busy. You can take out the others or go for help. If you're as young as I think you are, I'd suggest running. If you stick around, try not to kill anyone. The last comment came with a serious look and a growl. Then the old man rocketed away from the Nomu, only to build up speed for a return run. He slammed into the creature feet first, driving it through the freight car floor and onto the ground. The flames on its head extinguished as it lay still in the dirt and concrete rubble. I cracked the ground. It's been a while, so my control's not so great, he said, standing on the lip of the small crater. The Nomu's back rippled and pulsed, sending a shockwave out in a hemisphere, knocking everyone back. Absorption and release, I said. He amplified the kinetic energy of your strike and sent it back at us. But he still took the damage first. So continue to attack and beware of counter-strikes. Yeah, teach your grandfather to slurp noodles, why don't you? The old man carped. Gran Torino, why he was named after a car I had no idea, rocketed up and readied for another attack. I leaped away to the top of the next rail car and started wrapping monofilament around the oncoming dragon goons' ankles and wrists. The nearly invisible line was strong enough to take them down, at least long enough for me to spread some capsaicin around, targeting eyes and noses. These guys were drugged up rage monsters, but they still had to breathe. Their screams told me my plan was working. I think their temporary toughness boost cut some of the effect, but they were at least temporarily incapacitated. The noise attracted the Nomu's attention. It dropped to all fours and skittered over to them. Stop him! The old man said. He tried another dive bomb attack. The creature turned its head almost completely around and shot out its tongues, catching Gran Torino and slamming him into the ground. The old man mitigated some of the impact with his foot jets, but was still stunned. It was fast. Almost faster than the eye could follow. Faster than I could react. It was among the screaming goons, disemboweling them with single blows of its talons. Was that my fault? I thought. If I hadn't tied them, would they have gotten away? No. Thunderer howled and the monster was forced back a step. Then it opened its maw and returned the sonic attack, followed by a vicious backhand that sent the mutant villain flying across the lot and into one of the surrounding industrial buildings. Part of the roof collapsed on the Thunder Dragon. That left only the Nomu. It was dangerous before strong and fast. The dragon blood had boosted it greatly. I'd heard about the Nomu at the USJ. It had gone toe-to-toe with All Might. I was concerned this one might now equal it in power. We've got to work together to take this thing down, I shouted. I shoved a mix of capsaicin, flash powder, and metal shards from the train wreckage down its open throat and ignited it. The explosion was contained within the creature, only a wisp of smoke emerging from its mouth. It paused for a few seconds, unmoving, looking blankly into the distance. Hit it, I ordered. Gathering debris and grabbing hatchets from the dead goons, I stabbed and slashed at it with several sharp slivers of steel debris. The blades had no noticeable effect, sliding off the rubbery skin. Nightwing slung razor feathers that had no more effect. Gran Torino repeated his slam attack, only to bounce off. Then the Nomu opened its mouth and shot out a belch of fire. Its head reignited. It turned to me. When our eyes locked over the distance, it slammed its elongated arms down, launching through the air towards my perch on top of the rail car. It released an angry roar. Keep it in the air! Gran Torino yelled as he slammed into the belly of the beast, knocking it further upwards, and then shooting off before it could grab him. It reached out with its monstrous tongues only for Nightwing to fly by, grabbing them and swinging the creature higher into the dark sky. Good! The old man cheered. It's strong, but it can't fly. Again, he bounced it upwards. I tried lifting the Nomu with my geists. As expected, it was far too heavy. I started preparing my poltergeist railgun again. Looking at the creature with my wisp's soul vision, I saw the thing had only the barest fragment of a soul. It was human in origin but contained a sliver smaller than a newborn or a dog. Whatever had made this had torn apart the human spirit within. Killing it wasn't murder. It was mercy. As Nightwing swooped towards it, the Nomu paused to slam his hands together, creating a massive shockwave that blew the two flyers back 100 yards or more. I was rocked off my feet and fell from the freight car's roof. The creature hit the ground, then bounced to his hands and feet. It scurried towards me, clambering over the train. On the way, it casually crushed two more goons moaning on the ground. I grimaced. That's not my fault, I tried to convince myself. That is true, but it is up to you to stop it from further killing. Let it free. Emily pleaded. I could tell the effort she was putting in staying cognizant. Her helping me manage the spirit rotation was giving her something to concentrate on other than the chaos around us. She was right. This thing was a killer, and it was coming for me. I had no more choice. I fired the railgun, accelerating a single steel bearing to my maximum speed, guided straight to the targeting spirit clinging to its head. The Nomu absorbed the shot. It stumbled back as chunks of brain and bone splattered the area. But it did not fall. It took another step towards me. I had a dozen bearings ready and fired another one every second. Each bearing impacted with the energy of a tank round. It took 7 to pulverize the creature's head. Finally, it stopped moving. Gran Torino and Nightwing landed near me. You killed it, the old man scolded. I told you not to kill it. She had no choice. The half-dragon argued in my defense. There's always a choice. Gran Torino shouted back. I ignored them. I had made the right decision. Now I just hoped it was enough. I had seen things tougher than this Nomu, but not many Crawler, Siberian, Alexandria, Echidna, the Endbringers. You couldn't bring them down with a tank. I wasn't sure my railgun would be enough. I counted the seconds. At 47 the creature's arm jerked. Its skin started slowly bubbling and something was pouring out of its neck, pooling and expanding to form a new head. It's not dead, I said, my voice flat and cold. Only to be ignored by the other two as they continued to argue. I slapped them both with my scarf. What? They yelled in unison, looking at me. I just pointed. It's not dead, I said again. There was more heat in my voice this time. Get ready. I prepared several more ball bearings. I considered sending in a fire spirit to try to burn it before it could fully regenerate, but decided I didn't know if its absorption power would actually use the energy to help heal it. Inca, my shadow spirits, were supposed to be some sort of fire related to the dead. I wondered if I could try to use them to burn out that soul fragment. Something had to be able to stop this thing. As we stood poised to continue the battle, the Nomu stopped bubbling. The liquid shaping into a new head stopped moving and splashed down to the ground. The body melted, forming a large pool of grey-green goo in the craters created by my railgun shots. It took more than a minute to fully dissolve. I watched the soul shard fade to nothing, and a tiny spirit drifted into the sky. I almost called it to me. No. Emily insisted. Let it find what peace it may after such ill treatment as it has suffered. It is our duty to shepherd it towards redemption. She started chanting a prayer for the dead. I sighed and left her to it. There were a lot of souls to shepherd. Is it dead now? Nightwing asked me, a hint of desperation in his voice. I was working without Emily's translation while she performed her religious duty. My Japanese had been improving rapidly as Emily and I had become more in tune after facing the Goryo. Each conversation was now like a lesson for me. According to the online proficiency tests, I was now at the beginning of the second-year level. Yes, I replied flatly. I sent the spirits to assess the condition of the combatants left on the field. 5 of the goons were dead, killed by the Nomu. The other villains were all alive except Bosuku, who had been killed earlier. Volcano was in the worst shape, since I blew his arm off. As I was examining the injured, Gran Torino was poking around the remnants of the Nomu, and Nightwing was carrying his brother carefully gagged and bound to lie near Greedo and the other captured and wounded. We all looked up when a motorcycle with a bad muffler and obviously damaged engine sputtered to a halt at our feet. On it were Jin in his Xerox costume and Spinner in a samurai-styled costume. Like mine, it had a short kimono over a bodysuit. His outfit had pieces of traditional styled armor and a metal bukin tucked in the belt. A short bow and quiver of arrows lay across his back. The outfit was topped with a masked helmet, though he had the face piece pushed up to see better. A red scarf was wrapped loosely around his neck. Both men had smudges of dirt, soot, and possibly blood on them. Sorry we're late, Jin said. Traffic was murder. We were flying, but you should see the mosquitoes in this town. Massive, I tell you. Massive. He held his hands out 6 feet wide. Spinner nodded absently as he looked around in shock and awe. He turned to me and tried to speak, but nothing came out. Jin dismounted and patted the silent lizard boy on the shoulder plate. As Jin walked away, the motorcycle dissolved into smoke, which flowed into him. I wondered if the motorcycle pattern he had memorized was that damaged, or if the bike had managed to survive a really rough ride. Jin knelt down next to Volcano and grabbed an electronic bandage of some sort out of the air. He carefully covered the big man's massive wound with it and pressed a few buttons on the control panel. The bandage shrank onto the wound. And who are you two? Gran Torino asked, his voice both quizzical and annoyed. They're my friends, I said. I was stretching the definition quite a bit with the young guy, but Jin was really fitting into that role well. Xerox and Spinner. And as he hasn't introduced himself, that is Nightwing over there. Never heard of them, but there are a lot of new kids out these days. The short hero grumbled. What happened here? A voice boomed from behind us. I heard there was some sort of monster or villain threatening people. It was Endeavor, the number 2 hero in Japan. I had seen him approach. He looked a lot like Volcano, except his hair was actually made of flames. We took care of it, Todoroki, Gran Torino said with a hint of pride. I don't know you, honored elder, the flaming hero said with a critical look at each of us. I don't know any of you. His gaze lingered on me longest. I pulled out my UA identification card and handed it to him. I know your son. Shoto. His eyebrows went up. Fool boy ran off saying something about a friend in danger. He paused a minute and 2 young heroes in flame-themed costumes came running up and stopped behind him. If you will let my sidekicks call the police, honored elder. I would ask you and your intern to go to this address. My son asked me to send pro-hero help, an alleyway at April 2nd, Tenakau Street. But what about? The old man pointed to the city center. Explosions sounded in the distance and fire could be seen as light flickering against the buildings and clouds. The number 2 hero stood taller. There should be a lot of heroes gathered there. It has been 2 or 3 minutes, yet they still have not brought the situation under control. He tsked in disgust. I, Endeavor, will be sufficient support for those fighting there by myself. Very well. I'll go to the address. Gran Torino agreed. Endeavor nodded and took off running towards the sound of the explosions. Not personable, but I couldn't doubt his bravery. Reminded me of several people back home. You're a student. You should stay here. Gran Torino said, then took off to prevent any arguing. You going after him? Jin asked. Never mind, of course you are. You need me to do anything around here? I would go with you, but with all the pros around. It's a bit iffy, I agreed. I'm going because if there are classmates in danger, I may be able to help them. We just saw one person may not be enough. But a favor before I go. Jin looked at Spinner and Nightwing. The winged man nodded thoughtfully and moved back to stand over his brother. Spinner took a few seconds longer to give us space. Greedo came here to betray one client at the behest of another, I spoke softly to Jin. He was abandoning his office, so all of his files are in that van over there. See if you can find anything either there, or on the train, that ties him to Jiren, the nine-head dragon, or both. Got it. Jin nodded and waved. Spinner gawked as I took off flying. The GPS on my phone was working, so it was easy to find the address given. Below me, I saw the little samurai wannabe following me. He could move pretty fast, including crawling up and down walls and leaping from rooftop to rooftop. I managed my speed so he could keep up. Minutes later I landed at an alley entrance. There were almost a dozen people standing around. I recognized Ida, Midoriya, and Todoroki from Class 1A. I was surprised to see Native there. Ida was bowing to his classmates. They were all visibly injured, with blood covering much of their costumes. I thought I told you to stay there, Gran Torino tried to get in my face, but he was 30 inches too short. You're not my supervisor, I pointed out, reasonably I thought. And you only suggested I should stay there. Why I oughta. Get down. He shouted, pointing up. A villain, said a blonde woman in cream and green tights. The winged Nomua, for that was what the flying brain had to be, was already swooping down on Midoriya. The boy's injuries slowed him. I reached out and pushed him out of the way, but that put me in the perfect place for the Nomua to grab. Hey! Ida shouted. Yanagi! Midoriya cried. There's blood. The blonde hero called out. Did he escape here after being beaten? With my spirits all around me, I saw the Nomua as wounded, with a bleeding hole in its brain where its right eye should be. I felt a moment of sympathy. Gran Torino was preparing to launch himself after me. The battered man in red the boys had tied up was freeing himself with a hidden blade. And the other heroes were standing around uselessly, though one was at least reporting the situation to the police on his phone. I guessed the lines had finally cleared. The man in red shot out a long, gnarly tongue, what was with weird tongues in this world, and licked the blood off the cheek of the blonde hero. Suddenly, with a roar, the Nomua carrying me froze and started plummeting to the concrete. The man was running towards us, spouting nonsense. This society, overgrown with fake heroes and criminals who wave their power around idly, he leapt upwards, knife raised, should all be purged. He was obviously trying to intercept us. I just had no idea who the knife was for. I used my geists to pull a baton out of its carrier, expand it, and lever the talon grasping me open. The Nomua wasn't resisting, so it was easy. I pulled myself free and parried the blade, just before the creature hit the road. The man jumped back to put distance between us and glanced at his knife. I don't know who you are, but talking about purges is nonsense. I said, floating to the ground. I wanted down. I still wasn't maneuverable enough in the air. This guy was fast and tricky. My scarf unwound itself and billowed out around me. I pulled my second baton. This is all to create a more just society. He lunged forward. The Nomua stirred behind me. I lit a pinch of flash powder in the man's face while I wrapped my scarf around the Nomua. The small explosion forced the lunatic to jerk back. This gave me time to stab into the Nomua's open wound with one baton while parrying the man's knife with my other. I grabbed the knife from his loosened grasp with my spirits and used it to cut off all his clothes. Pulling away the pieces with other spirits revealed 3 more hidden blades. My geists plucked those away, and then wrapped him in monofilament and capture tape. I didn't get the impression this guy was super strong. He had cut through plain rope earlier rather than tearing it off. You're all fake heroes, he continued to rant, bloody spittle leaking from his lips. I must make things right. The Nomua stopped struggling as I wrapped it tightly. I left the baton in place. Someone must be dyed in blood. I must take back what it means to be a hero. Idiot, I muttered, grabbing his scarf with a few geists and shoved it in his open mouth when he started his next rant. He struggled and offered an intimidating glare that washed over me to the heroes behind me. I could see they were all shocked into inaction by his admittedly impressive presence. I had been glared at by far better. This wounded Jack/wannabe meant nothing to me. The glare stretched on for several seconds. That's when I realized the man had passed out standing up. I shook my head and gently laid him on his side. Hey! Isn't anyone going to help me with these guys? I yelled at the still gawking pros. Stirring themselves from whatever lingering hold the lunatic had over them, they raced over. That was when I noticed Endeavor had joined the party. Midoriya reached me first and started checking me for wounds. What a maroon, I said to Midoriya, stealing an insult from an old cartoon I used to watch with my mother. I thought it showed more contempt than just saying moron. What do you mean? He stammered. I could see he was overwhelmed by the whole situation. That guy was an idiot. All it takes to be a hero is the willingness to accept pain and risk to help people, I said. I had heard lots of different definitions for hero. This was mine. He wants heroes to be perfect. Perfection's impossible. Sometimes good enough has to be good enough. Who was he? The hero killer, Stain, Ida answered for him. I had heard of the Cape Killer. He had quite the body count. Maybe I should have treated him more carefully. You three captured him? I asked. They looked at each other, something passed between them I couldn't understand. Then Todoroki nodded. Good job, I offered. Once the pros had the Nomua secured, I retrieved my scarf and took to the air. I could hear Gran Torino complaining behind me, but he wasn't ready to leave his injured intern. I have to check on my mentor. I called to him as I flew away. It's my duty. Grumpy, but not a bad guy, I decided. I am certain he will be pleased with your approbation, should he ever learn of it. Emily added. Did you find anything? I asked Jin when I landed. He was by the van, avoiding the police that were sweeping the wreck site. Hey, he replied. I'm going to have to disappear soon. But I've got these files that show the bounty hunters have been working for Jiren, aka Landmark Enterprises. Nightwing found these papers in Chinese on the train that say that Greedo was working for the Triad. In fact, according to them, he was in charge of the whole smuggling operation. Thunderer backs this up. Which is bullshit because no one would never turn on his boss that quickly. So the nine-head dragon is setting Greedo up to take the fall. I mused. Looks like it to me. I figure myriad word on the street is she's the local head dragon hired Greedo to stop the volcanoes, who Jiren hired to rob the shipment. Jiren hired the hunters as backup. I bet they were supposed to take the drugs to a transporter while the thieves got away. Seems needlessly complex, I argued. Jiren likes his ploys, Jin shrugged. Moving into the drug trade is something new for him, as far as I've heard. Maybe he was doing a favor for a friend? Whatever the big names are doing, Greedo was definitely in the middle of it all. And there's proof here the cops will eat up. Great. Thanks. I said. Now look who's back. Jin pointed with his chin. I saw Spinner running over, then stop when he realized who Xerox was talking to. I am going to collect him and get us both back to Maju ad Izurai. I don't want to talk to the police. But I think you're going to need to. Oh joy, I sighed. I think you're right. I'll catch you when I get through with this mess. Where's Nightwing? Flew the coop already. Okay. Take care. I guess it's time for me to face the music. I turned and started walking towards the law, files in hand. Chapter 29 Interludes. Ando Ryota POV. Thank you all for coming so quickly, Chief Tsuragami began. It's been a long evening already, but it's best to work out these issues quickly, before things get any further out of hand. It was late, after midnight. It had taken some hours to gather the needed people around the table to deal with the 4 UA high students involved in what was already being called the Hosu incident, as if there was just one incidental thing that happened. It was chaos and blood, fire and death. And in the middle of it all 4 15-year-old children were forced to fight for their lives against the wishes and orders of their mentors, the adults the system had placed in a position of legal responsibility over them. And in one horrible case the child found herself forced to fight against that very mentor betrayed by the false hero and by the system. And now that system was gearing up to pass judgment on these same children. Ando was disgusted. He was part of that system and, like all the rest, he had failed to do what should have been done, whatever it was, for he was convinced that there must have been something to prevent this tragedy. At the table were 9 men, all good and true and with the best of intentions. At the head of the table was Chief Tsuragami of the Hosa City Police. A giant of a man, over 2.5 meters tall, with the head of a dog dressed in a blue 3-piece suit with a most unfortunate Dalmatian spotted tie. Ando had met him a time or two, but never worked with him. His reputation among the law enforcement community was good. There was some talk of him earning a place at the national headquarters. On the chief's left was the delegation from UA. The principal, the counselor, and homeroom teachers of the students in question. They were all famous heroes, except the principal, who many said would have become a frightening villain if he had not been steered into the position of running UA to challenge his inhuman intellect. On the right side of the table were 3 of the 4 students' mentors: Endeavor, the flame hero, Manuel, a local son, and a relic from the past, Gran Torino. The 4th mentor, Greedo, was currently in a holding cell 8 floors below them. Ando had plans for that individual. That left the foot of the table for the director of the Hero Public Safety Commission Custodes Division. Ando Ryota had started as a classmate of endeavors at UA. Hi. He had become the promising young pro-hero starman. His career had followed the typical path, taking a position as a sidekick to Prismatic, the shining hero, soon after graduation. It had been good, until Prismatic had betrayed him. For reasons Ando still could not comprehend, the pro-hero had taken it into his head to throw away his principles and everything he had been taught to embrace the path of domination and destruction. He became the villain Dark Light and had enslaved Ando to power his doomsday device. Like all villains, he had failed. Like so many others, his failure was at the hands of the symbol of peace, All Might himself. The #1 hero had rescued Ando. But the naive young hero Starman was gone for good. Ando had lost all faith in the system and was considering hanging up his cape. It was at this time that the first director of the newly established Custodes Division had approached him. The Custodes' mission was to police the heroes and hero agencies to ensure they followed the law. Who watches the watchman was their motto. That was some years ago. Ando was saddened to find yet another promising young hero so similarly betrayed. And like that first director had for him, Ando had a plan for her. I believe most of you know each other, the chief continued. We're here because 4 pro-hero mentors failed in their duty as supervisors. But more importantly, 4 UA students chose, for whatever reason, to take the law into their own hands, acting well beyond the bounds of self-defense. There were several deaths and even more serious injuries, including injuries to all 4 of the students. He turned his canine gaze on the 3 mentors. You gentlemen can be dealt with later. Believe me when I say you will face consequences. What we are here to discuss is how to salvage what we can of these students. How we can be lenient where we can and what must be done where we cannot. Despite what I just said of the mentor's responsibility, you must realize that the majority of the blame for this fiasco must lie squarely with the faculty and leadership of UA High School itself. These are your students. You prepared them for their internships, and you guided their selection of mentors. This is not the time to discuss it, but I must ask, what are you teaching these kids? He slammed his palm down onto the table, sending a cannon shot echoing through the room. As you say, this is not the time for that discussion, Nizu replied politely. You speak of students that may be salvaged and students that may not. Who do you place in each category, and why? Shoto acted with. Endeavor started blustering when Ando cleared his throat. The big man stopped and looked at his former rival. The two had traded first and second place for most of their years in school. The pro-hero looked like he just remembered lying blatantly in front of the man who could pull his license was a bad idea and shifted course in mid-sentence, little consideration to the legalities, but with the best of intentions and more importantly with decisive results. It's true, the capture of the hero killer, Stain, was a great deed. The chief looked around the table. His features were hard for a human to read, even though his eyes were so expressive. And if that were all that happened, given the relative secrecy under which it occurred, we might have been able to sweep it under the rug. But the public actions of the other student make that much more difficult. As I said before, people died in that fight. People died all around the city. Nizu countered. Endeavor himself killed one of the Nomu. Sometimes that is necessary. From your obfuscation, I believe you are trying to lay blame on Yanagi-san for crimes you have not yet specified. Your own forensics specialists have come to the initial conclusion that none of the deaths in the Volcano Thieves/Nine-Head Dragon battle are directly attributable to my student. From my examination of the evidence, including the several videos, I agree with them. What point are you trying to make, Chief? The chief looked at the principal for some seconds. Despite not being able to read either man's face, it was obvious the two were not happy with each other. Hound Dog, near the foot of the table, let out a high-pitched whine which broke the building tension. I have several, the chief snapped. The altercation with Stain, despite the danger posed by the criminal and the severity of the injuries sustained on all parts, is really just a case of first-time defense of others. An almost negligible offense. This is something that, if we are honest, every person at the table was probably guilty of before licensure. We scold them, scare them, and provide more strict supervision for a while. Again, except for the criminal involved, this would not rise to my lieutenant's desk, much less mine. He keyed something on his tablets and several videos showing a white-haired girl in combat situations started playing on the table. But this is Yanagi-san's 7th case of unauthorized quirk use, almost all of which involved serious injury to someone. This is not even the first death she is involved in the last 3 months. He pounded his fist. I think we need to look into her actions very closely. I think we'll find unnecessary and excessive use of force. I think we'll find negligence. I think we may even find unsavory connections to criminal associates. Images of the winged dragon vigilante and 2 unidentified men in costumes, as well as the Bounty Hero Agency personnel, were framed around the video of Yanagi blasting Volcano's arm off. I am saying we need to make an example of this girl before her unfortunate and questionable popularity in the media convinces every teenager with a quirk it is cool to kill people and broadcast it on the net. The chief's voice took on a definite growl at the end. I object. Vlad King's voice had a growl of its own. His elongated fangs were a sure sign of his agitation. You cannot punish her if she has broken no laws. All of the previous incidents have been adjudicated and she has been found to have acted within the law. As may be, Tsuragami barked. But this time the investigation falls under the jurisdiction of the custodes, Ando interrupted, projecting his voice without raising it. Everyone looked to him. They had all been wondering either who he was, or if they knew, why he was there. The chief was actually snarling a little, hints of teeth showing. No police officer likes to have a case snatched out of their hands, especially not a potentially juicy one like this. Ando also suspected there was more to the chief's enmity for the Burakumin girl, but couldn't make such an accusation without proof. His quick perusal of the chief's biography had shown he was raised in a rural mountain area. Not Kesuru, but the old prejudices were often more prevalent in the back country. Due to the apparent criminal actions of the Bounty Hero Agency and the 3 licensed heroes therein, the custodes mandate overrides all local inquiries. If, in the pursuance of our investigations, we determine that crimes have been committed by any person of interest, we will prosecute them in the classified HPSC courts, to better preserve the essential relations between the public and the pro-heroes. I am speaking solely of Yanagi-san in this. The custodes have no interest in the other 3 students at this time. Ando bowed to the principal and the mentors. They all looked somewhat relieved. Though Nizu was staring at him unblinkingly. In that case, Endeavor said, I think we need to treat the other 3 students like the good chief suggested, scold them, scare them, and give them some in-school punishment of some sort. As for the defeat of Stain, I think it might be best if we hide the fact that it was the 3 students that did it for their own good. Given the physical evidence and the lack of direct witnesses, it should be easy enough to concoct a story that someone else, a pro-hero with fire powers, most likely brought the murderer to justice. Removing the fame and glory from their accomplishment is significant punishment in and of itself. Nay. Vlad King pointed out. I don't think those 3 need more things to grow their egos, Eraserhead muttered. I agree, it's a rational deception in their best interests. I have some ideas for an appropriately unpleasant yet educational detention, added Hound Dog. I would, of course, include Yanagi-san in that as well. The chief shook his head at the girl's name but addressed the flame hero. I might suggest you take the credit. In the morning, Ando made his way to the city hospital to speak to the Yanagi girl. He had reviewed her records for the 5th time. There was something in them he couldn't quite understand. Her obvious skill with her quirk and her tactical ability and ferocity in combat had been demonstrated multiple times. But they simply did not fit with the upbringing of a sheltered temple maiden from a family without military or heroic tradition. Only his security override had uncovered the principal's notes on his suspicions that the person presenting as Yanagi Reiko was not her. He suggested several possibilities, from a shape changer, to a programmed clone, to a dimensional doppelganger. He did note the explanation the Yanagi family had offered of a spiritual coach, but that was as hard to believe as the theory of a future Yanagi's personality time traveling back to her younger body. Regardless of how she got there, Yanagi had proven herself the equal of most pro-heroes, and he wanted to make use of that while protecting her as best he could. With that in mind, he knocked on her door, then entered. He was not surprised to find Vlad King waiting with her. He had a reputation as a very diligent teacher. He stood in loco parentis and was thus responsible for at least agreeing to the interview, if not staying by her side. Good morning, Gon-sensei. Ando had done his homework and knew Vlad King preferred to use his civilian name in UA matters, even if the press and most people still referred to him by his hero name. Ando Bucko. He offered a shallow bow. This is my student Yanagi Reiko. He turned to the girl. This is Ando Bucko, Director of the Custodes Division of the Hero Public Safety Commission. The Custodes are the division that investigate crimes perpetrated by licensed heroes. He would like to talk to you about yesterday and your internship. If you would like, I can stay in the room during the interview. I will leave that up to you. The young woman looked at Ando with a single eye and a still expression. The only movement she made was her breathing. Ando was sure he detected a spark of light in the near-infrared spectrum coming from behind her eye patch. His quirk gave him a far greater visual range than normal humans. Nothing in his notes mentioned a prosthetic. He wondered if it was something she had gotten from Greedo. She waited for almost a minute before replying. I don't think that will be necessary, Gon-sensei. I appreciate your coming to see me this morning. I don't know when they plan on releasing me. If it's late, you don't need to stick around to see me home. I'm sure I can make it back to Maju at Izurai on my own. I'll ask the doctors and let you know, the white-haired man replied. Ando wondered if they felt kinship over their shared hair color. He waited until the teacher had left the room to pull up a chair and sit near Yanagi's bedside. Thank you for talking with me. As you may gather from Gon-sensei's introduction, the Custodes are interested in finding out all you can tell us about the Bounty Hero Agency and their possible involvement in criminal activities. Did you know about them before this? Yanagi asked. Or at least suspect something. We have been aware that there are irregularities in Majuai Zuraicho. But, as you may have heard, the HPSC is perennially understaffed. The custodes are perhaps the least popular division within the commission, so we have simply not had the resources to send investigators. We still don't. But this has been a high-profile crime, part of an even higher-profile incident. Ando looked at her frankly. She was wearing a robe over a hospital gown. Her left arm was bandaged, and she had a few cuts and bruises, but was otherwise in good shape. She returned his appraisal. He tried to picture himself objectively. He was tall and broad-shouldered, still trim through the middle, with somewhat wild dark blue hair and glowing golden eyes. He wore a dark grey suit with a red bow tie. He thought the eccentricity put people at their ease. To be honest, he continued, I am hoping to be able to leverage this investigation to bring the necessary resources to bear on your neighborhood to start to address some of the root causes of the problems there. Poverty, unemployment, drugs, and lack of hope. Yanagi asked sarcastically. Those exist, certainly, Ando agreed. But did you realize much of that is a deliberate situation created by a particular criminal planner? What do you mean? She asked. Have you ever heard the name Jiren? Sure. In some of Greedo and Jita's files. I've been told he's the person behind Landmark Enterprises. Yanagi raised her visible eyebrow. The way she wore her hair to cover half her face was bothersome. Ando hid his surprise at the confirmation of something his people had suspected, but not been able to prove. Jiren has spent the last 8 years trying to turn Majuai Izurai into a model of a city without laws or heroes. He has bribed, extorted, and bullied city planners and other officials to cut the neighborhood off from the rest of the city, with a few basic exceptions. He has also corrupted local law enforcement and other civil administrative functions while encouraging and supporting a flourishing black market. He has welcomed other criminal and villainous enterprises. Ando paused. Or so we believe. The problem is we cannot prove it. He deliberately met the young hero's eye. That is where we are hoping you might be able to help us. Go on. Her tone was perfectly controlled. She didn't sound at all surprised or nervous. If, as your evidence suggests, Greedo had been working for Jiren in the past, he has changed his code and was working for the Nine-Head Dragon last night. We will need to dig deeper to find out if, as Thunderer claims, Greedo has been involved in the smuggling for some time. I don't think he has, Yanagi offered. His back invoices didn't show anything like that, and he was excited about a new client on Tuesday. Also, Bosuke called Greedo and Jita traitors when they attacked the volcano crew, who said they were working for Jiren. If Greedo had been working the express for a while, then Bosuke would have known something about it. I think this was a one-time deal or Greedo expected it to be. I also think the Triad has set him up to cover for them. She paused for several seconds, falling very still. It doesn't make much sense for the dragons to risk a full drug shipment on what they knew was a compromised smuggling route. They knew in advance about the volcano's attack. I bet the cash on the train wasn't more than 10 to 20% dragon blood. The rest would have been something else, water for all I know. Very good. Ando smiled. Investigators have found exactly what you predicted, 10% drugs, the rest Chinese wine. Yanagi nodded. So what do you want me to do? You are already established in the neighborhood and are known as a UA hero student. We suspect Jiren wants to recruit you, which is why we think he had Greedo make you an internship offer. We want you to continue as you are attending UA and being part of the neighborhood. But we want you to report anything interesting or unusual to us. Ando wondered what her counter-offer would be. He had some guesses, but they were changing the more he spoke with her. She answered almost immediately. I want a license, and if possible, a badge. There's no way I am doing this while any action I take might get me arrested for breaking the quirk laws. I need to be legal. Done, provisional only. And you can officially be interning with the custodes or at least the HPSC. So we can keep our eye on you, as it were. It's not a badge, but it will give you the cover you need. The custodes have the only on-staff pro heroes in the HPSC. I'm one myself. Ando knocked his UA class ring on the bedside table. We'll let your principal know, but you'll need to keep it secret otherwise. Agreed. I also want backup. We can't provide a full-time team. Not yours, mine. I have 2 or 3 people I have been working with on occasion. They may not be correctly licensed, but I think you could fix that, if they agree to abide by your rules. Ando tried to read her look. Nightwing, Xerox, and... He checked his tablet. Spinner, I suppose. She nodded. Ando considered. Nightwing was a known vigilante who had been active in the Majuai Izurai district for 8 or 9 months but had stayed mostly within the law. Xerox was new, though there was some thought that he might be the rebranding of a thief called Twice who disappeared several months ago. Again, nothing that couldn't be worked around. Spinner was an unknown, the victim of the recorded attack by the Face Border clan that Yanagi had broken up earlier in the week. They'll be provisional as well. I will need names, real names. If they have outstanding warrants there will be an issue, though we have been known to offer immunity for effective confidential informants. They may qualify. You talk to them and let me know what you want to do. I'll be honest and let you know what is possible. Unless there is a murder or rape charge, we can probably do a deal. If there are charges like that, you shouldn't be working with them, unless you're trying to turn them in. I'll talk with them. She replied, tight-lipped. Ando wondered just how big an issue with authority she had. She was a teenager, so she obviously had some. Also anyone that could be effective in the field as an informer or undercover agent was not someone that would do well in a bureaucratic desk job. How much would her attitude interfere with her work for the custodes? Only time would tell. He thought he would be able to work with her. Jiren's POV. Damn, Jiren muttered as he watched another site erase the stain destroys the city, but the heroes don't want you to know, video. In the 3 days since the Hosa fiasco he had produced and uploaded 4 different versions of Stain videos, all of which hinted at a connection to the League of Villains and played up the madman's heroes as hypocrites message. Each had different details and was wrapped in a different conspiracy theory packaging. Jiren was trying to find one that would spark the sort of frenzy around the hero killer he knew could change the world. Stain had such potential. He was a genuine badass with an attractive philosophy and a serious body count to lend it credibility. He's got charisma, Jojo said, looking at the video of Stain's final rant. Watchin' him makes the hair on my neck stand straight at least until the little chippy strips him naked and shoves a sock in his mouth. He kinda loses a lot of badass points right there. Jiren checked the screen to make sure he was showing the right video. He and Jojo, his old associate in the black market, were meeting at Kurogiri's bar, the D-Arc side, to discuss changes in the underworld. The fixer grimaced internally at the man's mention of the stripping. He had hoped one of his versions of the truth would wipe from the public consciousness the videos showing Todori taking down Stain like he was the first year and she the veteran. Sure, Stain was seriously wounded and without most of his weapons, but the Iron Maiko, as he'd heard her called, still made the hero killer look like an amateur. If that image became the common truth, any association with the League of Villains would damage the League's brand as well. If Stain became a laughing stock as Jojo's reaction showed he might, then the League would have to disavow any relation and would still take a hit, reputation-wise. I think that video was faked, Jiren offered. No way an experienced killer like Stain falls to a first year, or even a whole class of first years. I heard it was Endeavor that beat him in the end. Hard to resist the number 2 hero. Sure it was, Jojo nodded. At least that's what the Stained are saying. No one but a top pro, maybe more than one, some say, could take out the hero killer. They're also saying the HPSC brought in a full team of Icelandic, or maybe Swiss, assassins. That girl looked Icelandic to me, what with the white hair and all. The Stained? Jiren asked. He had put out an Icelandic assassin story in the 3rd video. It was ridiculous, but it fit the big lie theory of information operations. Maybe this had something to do with that. A small but vocal bunch of online nutjobs that claim to be the true disciples of Stain. They grab onto the weirdest conspiracy theories about him, the odder and more contradictory the better, and wrap them all up in pseudo-religious language. There is one kid here in Tokyo that kinda scares me. Powerful flame quirk and a questionable grasp on reality. He claims to be the first Stained. Jojo let out a bark of laughter to release the tension. It's all bullshit, of course. The Maroon had a good run, whittled down the number of heroes some. But in the end, he was just another tidbit for Tartarus. Jiren made a note to track down that flame kid. The boss wanted to gather a group of villains more powerful and skilled than the mass of mediocrity that was used in the USJ attack. The Ravagers still owed him some favors, especially after he brought in Croker to heal them. He had a line on a big bruiser who was looking for a way to avoid the police. There were also a couple of kids who wanted to prove themselves. One even had a prior relationship with the Yanagi girl, though it would take some serious quirk boosting to make him at all useful, except as bait. But he needed more. Twice was apparently out of the picture. He would send out some feelers. He was sure he could find what he needed even if he had to pay for it. The League was going to have to make a big, showy strike to regain the reputation they had lost in Hosa City. And it was his job to build the team to make that strike a success. The loss of reputation they had already suffered was mostly Shigeriki's fault, but Jiren knew he would have to be the one to fix things. Not a problem. Fixing things was what he did. Myriad's POV. What a week it's been, Myriad thought. And how much is the Yanagi girl's fault? I certainly wouldn't be on this floating monument to male overcompensation if she hadn't interfered. She and those damned Nomu. Explain yourself. Li Bing demanded. He was the senior member of the Nine-Head Dragon present, as none of the actual heads had stirred themselves from China, not even her father. Li managed the Zhanghe, called the treasure ship in English. It was a massive floating casino and bordello. Myriad had worked on it when she was younger, though never turning tricks. That would have shamed her father. She and Li had not gotten along well then, and their relationship had never improved. Explain what? She asked, seating herself in the offered chair. Across the table were 3 of the 4 other subheads in East Asia, Zheng Ji and Fan Inhua. Li was in the center of the 3, directly across from her. Each of them held sway over one of the triad's major operations. These were her peers, though she was the youngest and newest of them, also the only woman. Explain how you bungled the dragon blood trade in Japan so badly. Li hissed. He was a tall, thin man with sallow, acne-scarred skin and a high widow's peak. He was dressed in his preferred long Indian cut suits that accented his stature. His face flushed in anger as he tightened his fist on his goblet. Myriad laughed, long and loud. The other subheads looked at each other in confusion. Finally, she stopped and saw the uncertainty on the other faces. What? You were serious? Either you are very poorly informed, or you seriously overestimate the impact of one minor incident. She paused and struck a pose that emphasized her décolletage. She knew well how to distract old men. All we lost was just over a liter of product and 30 liters of huangju. Admittedly, we also lost 5 soldiers and we owe some indemnity for the Yokohama Express, but insurance will pay for that. Even Lin Shenlong is back in the fold after we were able to intercept his police transport. The trade flourishes and we foiled an attempt by a local to try and disrupt us, costing him 2 villain teams, one of which he had taken great efforts to camouflage as legitimate pro-heroes. I call it a victory. You do? Li sounded confused. When you have exposed us and our once clandestine operation to the Hero Public Safety Commission. We have word that the young hero that foiled your ridiculous plan was the same girl that cost us the Anu debt. Yanagi Reiko, Myriad said, her voice falling flat. The Yanagi girl confused her. She somehow blocked Myriad's mind-reading quirk, returning scrambled thoughts in multiple languages that effectively rendered her unreadable. Worse, she demonstrated powers and abilities Myriad could not understand. When the Japanese government began an investigation on one of Li's largest debtors, the old snake had asked a favor of Myriad to thwart the investigation and protect the debt owed. Failing that, to try to divert as many funds from Anu's accounts to the triad as possible. Over the years Myriad has used a team of forgers, disguise experts, and doubles to create and maintain a number of different personae throughout Japan and East Asia. This included Kanji Yaiko, a national tax agency investigator. Myriad assumed this role to accompany Sir Nitai and the rest to Kesuru Valley. While she had managed to secretly liquidate almost $500 million yen in Anu holdings and diverted the profits to 9 head dragon accounts under the guise of investigating his finances, she had not been pleased with the trip. Her interactions with the young temple maiden had proven vexatious, even frightening. Myriad could only vaguely remember the events of the night battle. She could recall the small army outside the temple grounds, but not how they had been defeated. Nor could she be sure who the powerful quirk wielder that had directly attacked the compound was. All she knew was that the girl had somehow driven him off. That and the fact that someone had pierced her mental defenses and meddled with her memory. At first, she suspected the father. Despite being a supposedly peaceful priest, he had a psychic aura that broadcast power and tight control. Seeing videos of Reiko in action outside the valley proved that, powerful though the father may be, the girl was the true monster of the family. Yes, Li sneered. Her. She cost this organization billions of yen when she removed Anu. Now she interferes in our business again. I believe an example must be made of her. The other 2 old men started nodding and muttering their agreement when Myriad slapped the table, her rings leaving a gouge in the expensive wood. No. What? Asked Fan, confused. Challenge that creature at your own risk. Bringing her full attention to our organization will spell nothing but disaster. It will cost untold blood and gold. Listen to me for once, you old fools. Leave her be. For all of our sakes. Peace, my friends. Old Zheng, who had ruled Korea like his own kingdom for decades, held up his hands to forestall Li's incipient outburst. If you feel so strongly that she must be ignored, we will take no action against her. Are we all agreed? The other 2 nodded slowly. The mind reader could see they were lying. Li would send assassins after the Yanagi girl. Now Myriad just had to decide what she would do with that knowledge. Chapter 30. Please repeat that, Jin asked. I know I'm a little crazy, but I thought you just said the HPSC wants to hire us as undercover agents. Someone's crazy, I replied. I can't decide if it's Ando for making the offer, or me for considering it. In either case, it's not you. Can you set up a meeting with Nigthwing and Spinner? As this may affect them, I want us all to discuss it together. Don't tell them what it's about, please. Just ask if they can meet. Your most devout acolyte won't be an issue. He'll be wherever you ask him to be and will do whatever you want him to do. It's really endearing, yet disturbing at the same time. I'll bring in Long, Dark, and Feathery too. He hesitated and his face softened with a look of frightened hope. There's really a chance we could become heroes. He said, as long as you weren't wanted for murder or rape. If you are. I almost said if he was, then he had to leave. Then I remembered Rachel and others I had known who had killed, but under mitigating circumstances. We'll talk about it. I tell you true. I have robbed, burgled, lied, and cheated. But the only blood on my hands is my own. The sadness in his voice was palpable. I laid a hand on his shoulder and he looked up at me with a strained smile. I have no idea if someone has made false accusations. But I should be okay. I wish I could say the same, I stated. 7 died in that fight Wednesday. I only killed one and it might actually have been a bad drug interaction, not me. I still feel like I have some blood on my hands from all of them. It's irrational, but as a very close friend tells me guilt seldom gives way to logic. What are you going to do? He asked. Try harder in the future. I paused. You know what I'd really like to do? What? Stop getting into these situations. I don't really want to be a hero. I've done that and don't really want to do it again. I had never explicitly told Jin my history. But I'd stopped editing myself around him. The fact that he acknowledged what I said, without asking for details was a gift. He probably thought I was as delusional as he had been, but he accepted me as I was. I keep falling into old patterns of thought and behavior, I continued. In this case, I could easily have avoided all of this simply by not taking the job with Greedo. I could be sweeping up and making tea in some random hero agency's office right now, like most of my classmates. I really should have done that. Instead I got it into my head that there was a problem here, and I had to be the one to solve it. There was a problem, and you did solve it. Jin pointed out. There are so many heroes around, I don't think this world needs me to be another. Pacing was hard in my small apartment. I walked to the window and looked out into the night. Jin joined me at the window and gestured to the littered streets and graffitied walls and desperate people hurrying about their lives. There aren't any heroes around here. Everyone knew the bounty heroes were crooked, but no one did anything about them. Except you. So I gotta disagree with you. The world may not need another hero, but Majua Izurai sure as hell did. Sometimes good enough is good enough. I winced. It seemed that not only did a news helicopter capture Stain making his escape and my capture of him, one of the pro-heroes in Hosu had his phone out and had caught my subsequent conversation with Midoriya on video. Watching I discovered that Emily had not bothered to translate my "what a maroon" comment, so it came out in English. Our shared speech was so automatic at that point that I didn't have conscious awareness of the words that came out of my mouth. The English quote from Bugs Bunny quickly became a tagline for the videos and a mocking nickname for Stain in part because his costume actually was maroon. Other parts of our conversation were also making their way into the public awareness. Hearing Jin throw my own quote back at me was cringy, but I couldn't really argue. Maybe it was necessary this time, I allowed. But it's not the future I want for me. I'd rather. I don't know what I'd rather do. I'm just so tired of fighting and killing all the time. Does that mean you don't want to take up the HPSC offer? He asked. If this shit is going to keep happening, I need the protection of a hero license, whether I ever go pro or not. I'm already committed to UA unless they decide to expel me. Working for Endo gives me top cover I really need. This is the quickest way to get that license, and helping you and the others get legal is a pretty big bonus. For now, it looks like a good idea. But it gets you further involved with the underworld. Not necessarily. HPSC basically wants me as bait. I pretty much continue as I have, going to school and being seen in Majua Izurai. It's not like the Triad or Jiren are likely to just ignore me after this. They were interested before. Now they have to do something, if only to save face. Unless I'm willing to just run away and hide, which I don't think would work, so it's really not a consideration they are coming after me. Getting my license, and you yours, increases our options. Alright, you've thought this through. I'll set up the meeting. You get some sleep. You look like shit. He smiled as he walked out the door. I locked it behind him. Friday was the last day of the internship week. Gon-sensei sent an email to let me know that he expected me to take the day to recover from my injuries, but he wanted a full report of my actions, thoughts, decisions, and lessons learned on Monday when I returned to class. He also let me know that I would be joining Ida, Midoriya, and Todoroki for a 48-hour weekend detention with Hound Dog the following weekend, missing Saturday's planned return to the USJ that classes 1A and 1B were doing together. I was disappointed. It would have been interesting to see the massive classroom and working with the other students on rescue operations. That was the nature of punishment, taking away something we wanted. Jin arranged to meet with the others in an abandoned warehouse near the old train station. The station had closed down 5 years ago and many of the businesses around it that relied on the freight or passenger services went under. Thanks for coming, I began. As a result of what happened in Hosa City, the HPSC has made the 4 of us an offer. I paused, expecting some reaction. The others just looked at me patiently. They want us to work for them as confidential informants, reporting on the activities in Majua Izurai, the Nine-Head Dragon, the Face Border Clan, the Ravagers, and any other villains. But also to report on Slit and Go and any other heroes of dubious honesty. To make us more effective and offer us some protection from other law enforcement organizations, they are offering us all provisional hero licenses. What? Spinner asked. Real licenses? Without the exam? Is that possible? I'm told they've done it before, I said. Ando had mentioned a popular pro-hero the HPSC had raised and trained from childhood, without ever suggesting a name. He even offered to let me go that route if I wanted. I declined. Too many strings. Too much like the wards. I continued, is this something that interests you? Some things to consider: you would need to give them your real name and they would check for outstanding warrants. I've been told unless the crimes are very serious it is likely that they can offer some sort of immunity if you act as an informant. I cannot promise that. If my source is lying, then giving them your real name may make it easier for them to hunt you down. It's a risk. Before we go any further, there is something I think you need to know, Nightwing said. He reached up and removed his mask, showing a scaled and fanged face with a stretched out nose and slightly elongated jawline. His form rippled. The scales retreated and his face reformed. A few seconds later my classmate Rin Hiryu was standing before me. He offered a little wave and a shy smile. Rin? I asked in confirmation. He nodded. I wonder how many other first years are living double lives. I cannot say, he replied, sounding like the boy in my class. I hadn't realized how much his reshaped mouth had distorted his voice. Do you think they will accept this? Probably, I replied, but it will give the HPSC another handle on you and they will inform the UA principal. Will they help me fight the nine-head dragon? He questioned earnestly. I did not come to Japan to be a vigilante. I just could not leave the hunt for my family's slayer until I was licensed. If they will help me find justice for my family, I will gladly join them. I thought he would gladly join anyone that would make that promise, even another villain group. Channeling that drive into a safe-ish partnership might be better for him than leaving him on his own. The nine-head dragon was specifically mentioned as a target. I assured him. He sat back in thoughtful silence. But I didn't go to a hero academy, Spinner argued. And I'm too old to go back to school. They didn't mention you needing school, I replied. Basically, this is a badge so you can legally do undercover hero work without being a full hero. Though it might lead to that. I'm in, Jin said. If Yanagi is, that is. She shouldn't do this alone. Me too, Spinner added quickly, sitting up straighter. And I, Rin agreed. All right, I said. I'll let my contact know and see how we proceed from here. Send me your real name and ID number so they can check your background. They already have mine. The others quickly complied. For better or worse, we were doing this. The return to school on Monday was very odd. It was like trying to fit back into winter clothes you had outgrown during the summer. I was more comfortable in a deadly fight than in a classroom full of 15-year-olds, I thought. Such a sentiment is truly saddening. We must work to find you a place in this world where you achieve peace and satisfaction. Emily replied. They're all staring at me like I'm going to attack them if they get too near me. They would not have to get near you for you to attack them. You have proven yourself quite dangerous at a distance as well. You're teasing me about this? I thought it the appropriate response to your whining. That stopped me short. I looked back at what I had been thinking, how I had been acting. Was I projecting my own doubts about my actions and interpreting the behavior of the other students in the worst possible way? All because I was feeling sorry for myself and expecting them to treat me like I was treated in Winslow? That's ridiculous. It certainly is. So stop doing it and at least consider other possible explanations for your peers, or if you want to be accurate, my peers' fascination with you. And realize this is not a new phenomenon. We have seen it in this same room before. The media coverage. I grumped. I hadn't shared my videos from the collar cam and the drone with Takuda, only with the police. Unfortunately, there were enough other cameras out there that very little of the action from that night was not available somewhere on the net. My capture of Stain was getting the most attention, though Endeavor was being credited with his initial takedown. I would have been very happy if he had taken the credit for my work as well. He was reminding me more and more of Colin. I can't imagine what being his son must be like. No wonder Todoroki displayed the emotional depth of a teaspoon. Yet. You made your point. And like always, I'll just have to put up with being a zoo exhibit, I thought. Or you could use it to your advantage. You had been talking about helping the students with their self-defense and quirk training. Perhaps you might leverage your current notoriety to bring together some of the student leaders to hammer out a plan that meets the immediate needs. That'll probably require faculty approval. Then it is fortuitous that you are about to spend significant time with the school counselor, who is responsible for the well-being of all UA students, in a milieu that allows you to convince him you are responsible and aware of the consequences of illegal quirk usage. Why are you pushing this so hard? You need to help people. You want to feel needed. This is a way you can do both without resorting to the violence that, while you are demonstrable expert at, grinds at your serenity and self-image. Perhaps this will be the penance you need to forgive yourself. Damn, you're on a roll today. Okay. I'll try. I am relieved. The stench of self-loathing was getting overpowering in here. I decided to let her have the last word and went to catch up with Shota and Kode. Everyone gather round, All Might said, obviously trying to whisper, but not quite managing it. The afternoon class was in Ground Delta, which simulated a port area. There was a 5-acre ocean, several piers with various ships docked, warehouses, containers, cranes, offices, streets and parking lots, even a tourist area with restaurants, shops, a fountain, and a tall ship. Given Japan was an island nation, there were a lot of places that looked like this in which the students might find themselves. For me, it brought up so many memories from childhood and my time as skitter, though the training area was a lot cleaner than most of Brockton Bay. The class was gathered on the roof of a building. The weather was nice and a large tent offered shade. Chairs were laid out and a large screen was mounted on a stand. The view in all directions was impressive. I once again goggled at the budget this school must have. Today, and for the rest of the week, we are going to be working on team battles. We're going to split the class into 4 teams of 5. This assignment will be random to reflect the fact that heroes often have to work with whoever is available to face a crisis. You will stay in the same team all week, to reflect the improved teamwork that established agency teams develop. You will be facing various challenges including team-on-team fights, shipboard operations, and large threats from the sea. Any questions so far? He waited. The class had discovered that questions, especially unanticipated one, could fluster the neophyte teacher. We had learned that he would usually cover everything important, if we just let him roll it out at his own pace. He was a peerless hero and a genuinely nice man, but only a so-so teacher. Seeing no questions, he continued. This will culminate in the USJ rescue exercises this Saturday. In the USJ, you'll be assigned to new teams that may, or rather will include members from Class 1A as well. We'll get more into that later in the week. For now, I want to select the teams. He pointed to a screen on the wall and pressed a virtual button on his tablet. Little cubes with our faces rolled around on the screen like 20 dice. Within seconds, they ended up separated into the 4 teams. Either the computer hated me, or the selection wasn't really random and this was part of my ongoing punishment from the principal. I had no doubts he could rig the selection. I ended up on a team with Awaze, Kamakiri, Jozo, and Monoma. All of my favorite classmates. Actually, Jozo was okay. I was worried about the others. My teammates of choice Rin, Shota, and Kode were each on separate teams. This was going to be a great week. The first task will be a surprise encounter in close quarters. Each team will enter one end of that warehouse at the same time. He pointed to a building across the parking lot from the building we were on. You know your opposition is in the warehouse somewhere. Your task is to defeat or capture all of the opposition team before they do the same to you. You can choose to stop and discuss strategy, but the opposition may be closing in on you while you do. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. All right, Team 2, go in that entrance. He pointed to the north entrance. Team 4, go in the other. Start now. No contact until you are in the building. Go. Team 2 was Kurohiro, Shizhita, Pony, Tokage, and Rin. Pony grabbed Rin and Tokage grabbed Shizhita, then flew over the parking lot to their entrance. Kurohiro just vanished into the shadow of the tent. My team all headed for the stairs. I followed. My plan was to hang back and observe. I didn't know how these guys would work together and thought they needed to learn to do so without my taking over. Given the opportunity, I would offer advice and suggestions. If one of them successfully claimed the leader role, I would follow his orders. I wanted to see how this would work out on its own. My team was a powerful group with some specialist and some generalist versus a bunch of generalists. The 2 recommendation students were split between the teams, as were the 2 vigilantes unbeknownst to the others. I knew Rin was holding back, showing only a portion of his power. I was doing the same, though not in the same way. I thought the initial encounter could go either way. It would depend on personalities and teamwork more than anything. When we made it to the specified entrance, I was happy to see none of the guys were winded from the sprint. Hold up, Awaze ordered before we opened the door. I wanted to plan. No talking until you are inside. All Might's voice came to us over the speakers as well as in our earbuds. Damn. The boy with the headscarf cursed. No cursing either, Awaze shonen. Not even in the warehouse. You could hear the laughter of the rest of the class in the background. Awaze's face turned red. Kamakiri snatched the door open and rushed in. Monoma followed, brushing against Awaze and Jozo on the way. When he reached for me, I decided to let him touch me. I had been avoiding his attempts to copy my power all term, but now I was curious to see what would happen. So, what did happen? Yu asked. She had texted me an invite to meet after school. I suggested my favorite tea shop, someplace I'd not had the opportunity to visit for almost 2 weeks. I was in no hurry to head back to Majua Izuri. We were relaxing over tea and cakes as I told her the story of the team battle. You know how most people think my quirk is telekinesis, with a little pyrokinesis thrown in for flavor. It's really not that at all. I named it poltergeist for a reason. Monoma got my quirk including my altered senses. It hit him like a hallucinogenic drug. And he spent the next 10 minutes tripping with the spirits. He couldn't even gather his thoughts enough to switch the quirk to one of the others. Yuya giggled. No. I nodded smiling and continued. Jozo and I stuck with him while Aways and Kamakiri each tried to solo the other team. Both got their clocks cleaned before All Might called it. I didn't even get to see the other fight. The teacher made me accompany Monoma to the nurse's office. He was physically fine after the quirk timed out, but his mind had been expanded in a way he was not prepared for. Ah, well. We'll do better tomorrow. And that's what you see all the time. Her face was thoughtful. More or less, but I'm used to it. I have trouble imagining looking at the world and not seeing the spirits. Hey, she sipped her coffee. I nibbled on a carrot cake. The comfortable silence stretched for a minute. Nope. Can't picture it. And since I can't copy quirks, I guess I'll have to live without. So we're third years doing internships last week too? I asked. No, we have longer work studies that we go to several times during the year. But last week wasn't one of them. We settled into quiet again. Finally, the older girl brought up what I had been expecting since I got the invitation. Your internship was rough, far rougher than it should have been. Arguably rougher than anyone else's. How are you doing? I hate to say it, but I'm almost getting used to being thrown into these horrible situations where I have to fight for my life, or the lives of others. But this time. She couldn't finish. Yuyu came across as a bit of a rebel, with her cropped hair and piercings. But she was still innocent in some ways. I seriously doubted she had ever had to make a real life or death decision, not yet at least. This time people died, I said for her. It's possible, probable even, that I killed one if you can call a Nomu a person. I used that force which I deemed necessary to survive and ensure the survival of others. My tone was formal. I tried everything else I could think of. None of it worked against either Volcano or the drugged up Nomu. Why didn't you run? That's what you're supposed to do until you get your license. Even pro heroes run when they can't win. When it comes down to it, it's just a job. For most people at least. And people don't die for their jobs, or kill for them. It's not just a job, it's an adventure. It was an old slogan of the military, one that had become a punchline. My parents used to joke about it on occasion. I understood it better now. What? There are a lot of people who do die for their jobs, from firefighters to soldiers to doctors and nurses. Some that kill for their job as well, the unlucky ones. What I said about heroes being willing to take risks and endure pain, even death, to help people. That's not confined to pro heroes or vigilantes or even people with quirks. There are a lot of heroes in the world. They're not always the lucky ones, just the ones that stick around and get the job done or die trying. She looked at me confused. I smiled and put my hand on hers. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. Just that I couldn't run. It's not really in me, not like that. I'd be leaving others to fight and die in my place. I had to stick around and get the job done. At what price to you? She was almost in tears. This time. I smiled reassuringly. It wasn't so bad. Bad dreams. Recriminations and second thoughts. Not to mention trouble with the police and the principal. Still, I managed to save some lives and stopped the bad guys from getting away and hurting more people. That's probably worth the price. You really don't see heroing as a job. Her confusion was evident. It can be. But it probably never will be just a job for me. I'll tell you something. I'm not sure I ever want to be a pro hero. Since I probably won't be able to just walk away when people need help, and I don't want to get in more trouble with the police, I'm going to get my hero license. That way when trouble does land on my head again, I won't be the one going to jail. Yuya laughed. A license just to keep out of trouble. To keep out of jail. I doubt I'll ever be able to keep out of trouble. Chapter 31. The second day of team training had gone, if possible, worse than the first. Our Team 4 was charged with defending a crate in the hold of a cargo ship while Team 1 Kaibara, Kode, Komori, Ibara, and Tetsu attacked. Again, the internal conflicts in my team prevented us from putting up an effective defense. I expected that All Might would offer us useful advice on how to overcome this destructive tension. Instead, he just told us to try harder. I decided I was going to have to do something if the others were going to get anything out of the week's instruction. Wednesday morning, I asked the other 4 to join me outside for lunch. We gathered at one of the many outdoor benches. Monoma and Jozo took the bench. Kamakiri perched on the trunk of a nearby tree, anchoring himself with numerous small hooks that extended and retracted automatically, allowing him to move freely without losing purchase. Awais leaned against another tree and I floated between them, closing the loose circle. Thank you for coming, I offered, beginning the discussion. We haven't been doing very well in the team exercises this week. We suck, Kamakiri agreed resentfully. Because you won't listen to my plans, Awais accused. And there we see the problem in action, Jozo complained. These two are the biggest hotheads in class. They both insist on being the leader. And neither are willing to listen to anyone else. And we're all trying to prove ourselves as good as the famous Tottery, the girl who captured Stain. Monoma added. He had been a little weird around me since he had a taste of my quirk. What a maroon. Awais actually giggled. Foreign hero student prodigy, she's sure not showing anything in these exercises, the insect boy complained. I expected you'd take down the other team while the rest of us were still trying to find our asses. Realizing that their problems stemmed mostly from overcompensating for their fragile egos, I tried to build them up a bit. You four are some of the strongest students in the class. Jozo is a recommendation because pros realized the incredible control over the battlefield his quirk gives him, as well as the way he's trained himself in both the physical and mental aspects of heroing. Awais is the same. His quirk gives him almost unmatched individual capture capability along with pinpoint environmental control. Kamakiri is one of the best close quarters combatants in the year group, if not the school. And Monoma has shown that there is more to him than one of the most flexible and potentially powerful quirks in the year when his forethought and planning got everyone in the class into the second round of the sports festival, without giving away their powers. Any one of you could easily lead this team. So what do we do? Yozu asked. Who should lead? You. That's not what I'm saying. It doesn't really matter who's leading as long as we can agree to work together. We can draw straws or flip a coin. Even rotate each day. As long as the rest of us agree to work with him and he agrees to listen to us when there's time. I'm not gonna work under you, Kamakiri snarled. I wondered what had sparked such an instant irrational hatred of me in this boy. I have observed this instant fear or dislike in some others. And the opposite as well, where people seem to instantly trust and support you with no rational justification. I hypothesize that these individuals may have an unrealized spiritual sensitivity that somehow interacts with our unique spiritual aura, driving these exaggerated reactions. Interesting theory, and worth considering but not at this moment. Jozo had, almost surprisingly, come to my defense while I was listening to Emily. I interrupted him. 2 points, Kamakiri. First, I don't want to lead this team. I'd refuse if offered. Second, you don't have to like someone to work with them effectively. That's part of being a professional. I wouldn't be surprised if you and I, and you, and Awais, are being tested to see if we can get beyond our personal differences to achieve the mission. We're all going to look bad if we can't. For today, since we don't know what the mission is going to be, why don't we shoot for it? Monoma asked, holding up his fist. The other 3 boys held up theirs in agreement. A quick couple of rounds of rock paper scissors and Jozo was the day's leader. I was happy. I thought him the best choice and, even if his tenure didn't last, the others would have a good example. Okay, we don't know what sort of mission we'll see this afternoon, the zombie-faced boy began. But All Might Sensei mentioned team-on-team fights, shipboard operations, and large threats from the sea. We've already seen 2 of those. I am betting he will save the kaiju or tsunami for the last day. So, let's think of the 3 most likely types of scenarios and make a basic plan for each. Who's got an idea of what we might face? I'd imagine we're going to be facing Team 3, Kendo, Shota, Koze, Manga, and Bondo. 2 close combat specialists, 2 defense/area denial specialists, and the most general of generalists. I said. How about I copy Kamakiri to give us another close fighter? If I can touch any of them, I can use their powers against them. Monoma suggested. As long as you leave the Iron Maiko alone, Awais laughed. We don't need you tripping for the next hour, again. The blonde boy blushed. So 2 teams each with a fighter and a controller, suggested Kamakiri. You and me, Monoma and Awais, Jozo said. Yanagi acts as eyes and ears and can coordinate by radio. If there's a defensive portion of the mission, she can concentrate on that while the 2 attack teams go after the others. Monoma, if you can get Manga's quirk and it doesn't lay you out from its sheer weirdness, try taking him down first. Awais nodded. Manga, then Shota. Tubbo don't look like much but he's dangerous. He's my friend, I said looking at the boy. Alright. Alright. Don't get your... He trailed off when I added some intensity to my stare. Damn. He muttered. We continued the planning through the rest of the lunch break. That afternoon's exercise went much better for us. Though I'll admit I smiled when Shota took out Awais. In the end we managed to defeat Team 3 in a mostly open ground battle on the docks. After classes were done, I met with Igo Yamato, the general education student who had given me the idea for the defense classes, and Yu, my friendly mentor who had arranged the meeting at my request. We were going to present a proposal to a group of faculty and student leaders. I had invited other students to help make the need plain, but they were to meet us at the student council room. This was the public space for most important or formal student government-related meetings. When we arrived, the student leaders and faculty were seated at the horseshoe table in the front of the room. I was motioned to a table facing them. There was a surprisingly full audience, at least 24 students, many of whom I had never spoken to before. There was even a crew from the school video channel set up in the back and front to record the meeting. From the pointing and staring as I walked into the room, I knew the crowd was more interested in seeing the Burakumin girl that killed Inomu than listening to my proposal. Still, they were here. I felt a flutter in my stomach. I was not particularly fond of public speaking, and this unnecessary formality was designed to put me at a disadvantage. I took a breath and stilled myself. I felt the stillness settle over me, and the spirits in the room settled as well. At the front table were Togata Mirio, representing the Martial Arts Association, Ken Ranzaki Bibamai, the Student Council Secretary, with Heido Nejire, the chair of the Extracurricular Activities Federation in the center. Seated on her other side, representing the faculty and administration, were Gon-sensei and Hound Dog, the school counselor. Heido was chairing the meeting. In the audience I noticed Hatsum Mei, a first-year support student, and Sato Asuka, a first-year business student. Both were in the English study group and I had specifically asked them to come. "This is crazy," Ago Yamato said, his voice quavering. "I had no idea there'd be so many people here." "And the cameras," Yuya pointed. "What's that about?" "Welcome to the circus that is my life," I answered quietly, turned so neither camera could see my face. "I'm not sure this is worth it," the tall boy muttered. I smiled at him and patted his shoulder. I was trying to be more demonstrative and supportive since noticing that I looked far too still and unnatural on the latest round of videos. Heido knocked on the table with a gavel. "Order, please. Let's have order." The crowd quickly settled, another difference from my first high school. "Yanagi-san, you asked to speak to representatives of the student leadership to propose a solution to a problem you have identified. Is that correct?" Heido's voice was serious and friendly at the same time. Her presence was strong, not like All Might, or even Stain, but enough to control the room with only a few words. I was impressed. "Not exactly." I shook my head and looked around. "I asked to speak to the leaders of a few different clubs and representatives from the different courses to discuss some concerns that have been voiced to me by my year mates. I want to establish if these concerns are valid and widespread, what solutions might already be in place to address them, and if needed to brainstorm new ideas." While I had not expected anything so formal or so public, there's certainly nothing I'm trying to hide, and the more voices in the discussion the better. "I see," the blue-haired third year said, looking at her tablet. "Perhaps we can proceed then in a slightly less formal manner." She put the gavel down. "What seems to be the problem?" "Since the attacks on the UA campus and students in April, I have heard several students in the general, support, and business courses voice concern that they were not prepared to defend themselves during those attacks, and are not being prepared to defend themselves in the case of any future attacks." "Why did they come to you to complain about this?" asked Ken Ranzaki, a short third-year support student with big, curly blonde hair and way too much makeup. "Why not go to a teacher? Rather than speculate, why not ask some of them who are here?" I countered, looking to Ago Yamato. He stared back at me frightened, then nodded and stood. "I did go to my teacher," he said, his voice faltering. "Kobayashi-sensei said I should leave that to the pro-heroes. They would protect us. The problem is they didn't. I was on that bus with Yanagi-san. Those villains would have killed everyone before the heroes arrived, if it hadn't been for the students that fought back. And you were one of these protectors," I said, putting my hand on his arm. "I tried. But I wasn't good enough. I didn't know what to do. In the end, you had to save me from that metal-mouthed monster. That's the problem. I didn't know what to do to defend myself." I squeezed his arm lightly. We had talked about not saying anything about defending others. I wanted to remind him before he went any further. "Ago Yamato-kun was not the only one who expressed those feelings," I said. "I was on that bus too," Sato said, standing in the row behind the table. "I couldn't even do what Ago Yamato-kun did. I felt helpless, afraid I was going to die." He pulled up his sleeve to reveal a fresh scar on his forearm. "I didn't make it out of there untouched. If I'd had some training, I would have known what to do, even if that's not fighting. Knowing how to run or hide more effectively could have saved lives. And it's not just that day," Mei said. "I and my family were held hostage in a gondola for 2 days when I was young. I'm not saying I could have done anything back then. But it could happen again to any of us at any time. I want to know how to use my babies to protect myself when it does. We know the laws." This was a second-year business student I didn't know. "We are not talking about becoming vigilantes. Self-defense is allowed under quirk law. And defending yourself without using your quirk is allowed under the older laws. Even with All Might and the other pro-heroes, the world isn't a safe place, interrupted Shinso Hitachi, the general education student that made it to the finals in the sports festival. Just look at Hosa City. Everyone looked at me. Hato shook herself and addressed the hall. How many of you are not hero course students? Almost everyone in the audience raised their hands. She looked surprised. One thing I had noticed about UA is that many of the hero students self-isolated from the other courses, especially if they weren't in a cross-course club after school. There were no shared classes. It was easy for us to forget we were a small minority at UA, even if we got most of the attention. And how many of you agree this is a serious concern? She continued. All those hands stayed up. I raised mine, as did Yu and the big guy. Even the martial arts rep and the student council secretary raised theirs. I noticed the camera girl panning the room. Having established this as an issue, I said. We now have to see if the current clubs, classes, and school resources offer a solution. Togata-san, my first thought was that this might fall under the martial art clubs. Self-defense is often taught at dojos. The beefy blonde blue-eyed boy clasped his hands in front of his face and considered. After some thought he shook his head. Our clubs are more about competition and traditional arts than about real-world tactics and survival techniques. And the use of quirks during these competitions is strictly prohibited, to the point where many people with mutation quirks, or even legacy mutations, are not allowed to compete. And the competitive associations can be very strict. Ago Yamato-kun, for instance, might fall on the line between acceptable and unacceptable, depending on the nature of his quirk. This unyielding pronouncement obviously disappointed many students in the room. Suddenly Togata seemed to bounce in his seat and beamed a smile around the room. That doesn't mean that some of the people involved here at UA couldn't work with a new self-defense club. That turned the crowd around. I held up my hand. While I think that may well be where we end up, I want to ask a few more questions first, if that's okay. Hato gestured, please. Hero students get individualized instruction on how to use their quirks. Is that sort of instruction available for non-hero students either in school or outside of it? Gon-sensei and Hound Dog looked at each other. Not really, Ken Ranzaki, the only non-hero at the high table, answered. Training non-heroes to use their quirks is frowned upon, as it might lead to vigilantism or other illegal quirk usage. Is there no mechanism for students from other courses to take a hero studies class as an elective, or to audit one? I asked. No. She replied. The hero students on the dais looked a little uncomfortable. The faculty even more so. No workshops or after-school programs offered concentrating solely on defensive uses of individual quirks. No. As a support student that has been here longer than my year mates, do you think there would be interest in that sort of offering? Very much so, she smiled. There were confirming murmurs from the audience behind me. I think we have shown that there is a need, and no current mechanism to fill that need, I said, speaking to the whole panel. Now we just have to figure out where to go from here. Togata-senpai had one suggestion: a club focused on real-world self-defense. It would need to look at tactical awareness, as well as escape and evasion methods. It would also need to help each individual explore how they can best protect themselves with the resource they have when danger strikes, whether that is quirks, tools, smarts, or physical capabilities. Training on how to avoid dangerous situations should also be stressed. No reason to fight if you can run. Gonsenia started coughing, while giving me a knowing look. But those were just my thoughts on the matter. I was hoping we could brainstorm for ideas and come up with something to put forward to the faculty and principal. Once again, the whole room was looking at me. I sighed and sat down. Yu patted my back, while grinning like the Cheshire Cat. 2 hours later the meeting broke up. The group had agreed on forming the Defense Association, a club with a curriculum that very nearly matched what I had suggested. As it relied heavily on quirks, it was decided it did not fit under the Martial Arts Association. Instead it would be under the coordination of the Extracurricular Activities Federation directly. Several of the first years wanted me to be the leader, but Hato pointed out the club needed to be officially approved and chartered before any discussion of leadership could be raised. As I was leaving the room, Gon-sensei called me over. Yanagi-san, I think what you are doing will shake up the school. He led me towards his office. We heroes have a tendency to assume the other students are satisfied under our protection. It was sobering to hear that is not the case. Ultimately, I think this Defense Association idea will prove to be a good thing. I appreciate that you insisted on legal and ethical training as part of the curriculum. As we sat down at his desk, he paused and looked at me, allowing me time to speak. I stayed silent. I wasn't sure where he was going with this and wanted to find out. Finally, he shook his head. I will take this before the leadership. I think the principal will eventually agree, though there may be restrictions. One that I am almost certain he will demand is that you not play a leadership role in the club. That actually hurt. May I ask why? I'm only a first year and would not expect to lead a club, the English study group notwithstanding. I raised that to remind him I was already helping UA students in a leadership role, minor though it was. But that's different from being forbidden such a role by the school. After Hosa City, on top of all the other incidents you have been involved in, the principal has his doubts about your fitting in at UA. That is one of the main reasons you have detention this weekend. First, and most important, is that you need counseling to address the violence you have experienced in recent weeks. Hound Dog is experienced in this area. He's helped me in the past when I've needed it. Secondly, the principal feels he needs to know more about you and why you're at the center of so much conflict. He's hoping you'll open up to Hound Dog and he'll be able to tell the principal what he needs to hear. So much for doctor-patient privilege, I thought. Until the principal is more certain of you. Kin hesitated. Well, he's not going to be looking to do you any favors. If you want this club to succeed for your schoolmates, you need to step back from it. Should I be looking for another school? I asked. The familiar cold had spread through my body. I had grown very still. The spirits were swirling and spiraling around the room in agitation. It has not come to that yet. The teacher's gaze was steady. He wasn't my enemy, but he worked for the principal. You need to consider if UA is where you really want to be. And if so, what you are willing to do to stay here. Thank you for your honesty, sir. You have given me a lot to think about. Chapter 32. It was a dark and stormy night and that fit my mood perfectly. Tomorrow I was joining Ida, Midoriya and Todoroki for a weekend of therapy and interrogation by the principal's pet shrink. My ability to remain a student at UA probably depended on convincing the counselor that I was safe, whatever that meant. I felt like suddenly this was all falling apart. I almost sobbed. It was an unusually strong emotion for me. But the frustrations piling on, the constant fighting along with the stress of living in a new country and in a new body was getting to me. Nothing is falling apart. Emily comforted. Need I remind you that you came to UA not of your own free will, but because we effectively forced you into it. If you choose to leave UA, if they choose to expel you, you are not injured. But you are. You and your family. This was your dream. No. This was my nightmare, one that has, to some extent, come true. I feared attending UA so much I relinquished my body and my life to you, taking on the karmic debt of interfering with your path to ease my own. Attending UA was my father's dream. What is he going to think, I wonder? I still wasn't sure what I felt about the old man. He wasn't evil. He cared about his family even as he failed to care for them. I wasn't sure I could forgive him for driving Emily to her odd form of half-suicide. It shames and saddens me to say, but I am not entirely certain I care what he may think. At this point the only thing I care about is what would make you happy. What path do you wish to follow? What is my goal? I pondered. To be honest, I don't know. I have a long list of things I don't want. I don't want to be a pro-hero. On the other hand, I don't want to let an over-evolved chipmunk force me out of the school and away from people I've committed to helping. I don't want to be completely sucked into the HPSC like that kid Ando talked about. I kind of like the idea of taking down crooked heroes, but I don't want that to be my whole life or even my full-time job. Too much like the PRT. I don't want to be a vigilante, but I also don't want to feel forced to walk away from people in need for my own safety. What do you want? I started pacing forward 3 steps, then turn, and back 3 steps. I want to finish the term. I want to help Big Hair Guy get his license, and any of the others that want it. I want to help the 3 Musketeers do good. I want you and your family to be safe and happy. Someday I want to help bring about more sensible laws so that people like those in the meeting today don't have to be afraid to protect themselves and the school doesn't have to be afraid to teach them. I might even like to be one of those teachers someday. It felt good helping those 4 boys figure out how to get over themselves enough to work together this week. I even like the English study group, silly as it can get sometimes. It's a way I can pay back some of my karmic debt. So, you want to be a full-time teacher and part-time custodes? Emily snickered. A girl can dream. I smiled. In truth, it is a combination that I think would suit you well and meets many of your needs. As long as it includes friends and maybe a family someday. Maybe. Someday. A long time from now. Do you need to attend UA to fulfill this dream? No. Which gives me some leeway. There are 2 factors outside of my control that affect this. What does Nisa want? And what will Ando allow? And if the 2 come to loggerheads over me, who will win and what will it mean for me? You could tell the principal the truth about what I did and who you are, I mean. Emily sounded uncertain, almost guilty. We effectively already did, I reminded her. I was frustrated with his reaction. I don't think he believed us. It may not have been the whole truth, but it was enough to explain the discrepancies he's observed. If he doesn't believe in Weaver, he's not likely to believe in me. Then you could ask him what he wants. If it is not something you can or are willing to say or do, then you can choose to leave. Or go to Ando for assistance. The provisional licensing test is in June. One way or another I'll be there. I can't trust Ando won't pull the license he's given me or threaten to do so to get what he wants from me. I need one I've earned publicly. After that, I'll have a lot more options. That night I slept poorly. I kept feeling someone fluffing my pillow each time I rolled over. I knew the place was haunted. Despite my spirit sense, I never saw who was there. A child, I knew. And one that seemed to like pranks. I don't think the pillow fluffing was a prank, but rather it trying to comfort me. When I finally fell asleep it felt like the blanket was stroking my back. In the morning I did feel better. I had a plan. I'd ask Hound Dog what Hamster Maximus wanted to know. I would stick to the Weaver mentor story. It was effectively true. If he didn't believe it I'd ask him either how to prove it or where to go from there. Any grief or trauma counseling he wanted me to do, I would do. I needed a good report from this guy to stay at UA long enough to prove myself or at least to get the provisional license. It was just past 0715 when the counselor pulled up in a van. He motioned me to get in. Ida and Midoriya were already there. I assumed Todoroki was closer to our destination. Do you have your overnight bag and work clothes? He asked. His voice was gruffer than normal, but easily understandable. Yes, sir. I held up my bag and he nodded. Buckle up, please. Good morning, Yanagi-san, Midoriya offered with a shy smile. Morning Midoriya-kun. Ida-kun, I nodded at each. It's probably easier just to call me Yanagi as we're going to be working together all weekend. Then call me Izuku, the green-haired boy offered. Ida, the other boy said, not quite as friendly. Maybe he just handles his nervousness differently. Emily commented. How are the wounds healing? I asked. I knew both boys had been hurt worse than I was. Ida still had light bandages on his arms. I'm all better. I've hurt myself so often now that I am getting faster at healing. Izuku said. I couldn't tell if he was joking or if he was actually able to train to improve his regeneration. My arms are not yet fully healed, but I am able to perform all necessary duties. Ida spoke in a stilted, semi-formal manner. I'm not sure what they are having us do this weekend, but let me know if you need any help. My offer was sincere. Effectively, I had a dozen hands, or more. I could lend him some if needed. No reason to ranger yourself before you finish healing. Not for a detention. I'm sure the school doesn't want to be responsible for a first-year tearing open stitches because of a punishment. I knew Hound Dog could hear me. I wanted to remind him he had a responsibility for these boys. I will give that due consideration, the tall boy said, then turned to look out the window. I turned to Izuku, who just shrugged. Were you injured also? He asked. I heard you spent the night in the hospital too. I had a burn on my arm, but it's pretty much healed now. It was pretty painful, but that's actually a good thing. It means the nerves were not permanently damaged. I told him. I wasn't a fan of talking about wounds, but I'd heard this guy spent a lot of time in the infirmary. I wanted to give him something to consider if he were ever burned. Given the next guy we were picking up was a walking flamethrower, I figured it could happen in a class exercise. Good to know. He pulled a battered notebook out of his bag and started jotting something down. I sent a wisp to peek over his shoulder. He was basically writing down what I had just said as well as some follow-up medical questions. Then my wisp's view was blocked by a pair of glowing golden eyes. I jerked it back and pointed several others at the boy. He was surrounded by 8 spirits who were all looking at me. They were human-shaped, some obviously male and some female. I could not make out their details. But they were definitely attached to Midoriya. Suddenly, the van seemed very crowded. What am I looking at? I asked my onboard expert. I have not seen anything like it. They are part of him, like I am part of you. But they are not equal. Both more and less powerful than him. Are they hurting him? I see no sign of it. They are part of him. Okay. Please keep an eye on them. Talk to them if you can. It would be nice to know he's okay. I will endeavor to do so. It will affect my ability to translate. Don't worry about that. It might be good to remind the shrink I've had a head injury. Yanagi? Izuku asked. I had been staring out the window, looking at him only with my wisps. Sorry, I was thinking. It was a phrase I had practiced a lot for just this sort of occasion. That's all right. He said, then lapsed into silence. We picked up Todoroki at the gate of an impressive traditional-looking compound. Endeavor was standing next to his son, though the two were not touching or talking. When the van door opened, the flaming hero reached in and forced a card into my hand. I would like to talk with you, Yanagi-san. Call me next week. Then the hero nodded to Mr. Dog and left without saying a word to his son, who silently climbed in and took a seat as far from me as he could. The counselor looked at me, then at Todoroki, then back to me. With the slightest of shrugs, he turned back to the wheel and drove on. What's this all about? I asked the two-toned boy holding up the card. It had an email address and Endeavor's hero logo. Nothing else. I cannot say. I apologize for his importuning you and recommend you ignore his request and destroy the card. Todoroki's tone was not quite as flat as Kodai's, so I picked up what I thought was embarrassment. He knew what this was about or suspected at least and really didn't want to talk about it. Emily giggled. I decided to ask later. It was just past 0945 when we arrived at our destination, the Medusudara Rehabilitation Center. The center looked like a college campus with dorms and green spaces, office buildings, and dining halls. As we drove through the campus, I could see several people, most with visible disabilities, moving from one building to another or just relaxing in the sun. We ended up at the facility's maintenance building. You can leave your bags in the van, said Hound Dog. We'll take you to your dorm later this evening. He turned his seat to face the four of us. First, let me give you a little background. The government funds this rehabilitation center to help people permanently injured by improper quirk usage find new ways to move forward with their shattered lives. Many need physical therapy to learn how to operate with lost limbs or senses. They may also need vocational and occupational rehabilitation, even job training. All of that is offered here in a full-time residential environment. He gestured out the window towards a teen girl in a wheelchair sitting in the shade working on a tablet. You four decided to ignore the law prohibiting the unauthorized use of quirks for anything but self-defense. You boys were lucky. No one other than possibly yourselves will face permanent injury from your criminal actions. Yanagi-san was not so lucky, nor were the people around her. Her decisions have directly or indirectly led to death and dismemberment. She has even been maimed herself. She has that loss in common with the patients here at Medusudara. Think on this over the weekend. These people represent the injury done by people ignoring the quirk laws, people like you. Let me state there are three elements to your detention. First will be the punishment. You will be undertaking many hours of menial labor, without the use of your quirks. I repeat. You are forbidden from using your quirks while at this center. Am I understood? The boys and I looked at each other, then barked in unison, yes sensei. The second part of the detention will be several group therapy sessions. You have all faced the trauma of combat of doing violence on others and having it done to you. This requires a structured debrief where we will examine the sorts of stress such situations can put on a person, strategies for effectively coping with that stress, and talk about the importance of seeking help when needed. I saw Midoriya nodding, but both Ida and Todoroki tensing up. I had experienced mandatory post-combat psych visits in the wards, so the basic experience was nothing new to me. I had no idea how effective Mr. Dog would be at this. His judgmental attitude at beginning was not encouraging. Finally, I will be meeting with each of you individually to discuss your specific needs and questions. He said the last with a doggy smile. He was not wearing his costume or his muzzle, so it was easy to see his full face. Remember, I'm here to help you get better. You can trust me. I sighed inside, where it counts. Before you go, I want all of you wearing these earbuds, just like in the Hero Basics exercises. I want to be able to communicate with you at any time. Also, I want you to be able to talk with me or let me know if you need help. You won't be able to use these to talk with each other unless I set it up that way. And you certainly won't be listening to or recording our conversations, I thought. Are you becoming paranoid? Emily asked. Becoming? No, of course not. I answered truthfully. After that, he got us out of the van and introduced us to Furaki-san, a large raccoon hybrid with a scarred face, missing right eye and ear, and a mangled left hand. He was wearing coveralls and a tool belt. I'm told you've been bad boys and girls, so I'm to work you till you realize your mistakes. His voice was rough and slightly distorted from his scarred lips. He gestured to his face with his mangled hand. I was 18 when I got caught in an explosion caused by a hero and villain fighting in the street, not paying attention to the people around them. Collateral damage, they called me. That's everyone here. All the residents and most of the staff. Collateral damage. You think about that when you're out there saving the world. But enough chattering. You two, he pointed to Izuku and me, are working the west quad. You two are doing the south lot. Each of you takes a sack and a stick. Pick up any trash on the ground and put it in the sack. When the sack gets full, empty it into a trash bin. You'll be emptying those tomorrow, when it's not so busy. Any questions? Good. Go to work. Lunch break is at 12:30. He stomped back into the building. An assistant gave us each the sack with a shoulder strap and a half broomstick with a spike at the end. Pretty standard trash pickup gear. He then pointed us to our assigned area, mentioning we should police the trash along our routes there and back as well. My watch read 1002 when we started. I spied on Izuku with a wisp while we worked. The 8 spirits attached to him were keeping an eye on me. I made no attempt to communicate or control them, knowing angering protective humanoid spirits was a bad thing. Gran Torino said you were an effective, but undisciplined fighter. Izuku's conversational opening caught my attention. I was impressed with him too. Serious speed and pretty effective tactics. He saved my butt. I was surprised to see the boy blush. Japan had a lighter nudity taboo than the US, but they came across as more prudish. At least, the people in the school did. Whatever cultural origin, my embarrassing him cut the conversation short. I was fine working in silence. Eventually he tried again. Did you mean what you said? What did I say? I asked. It felt like he had started the conversation in the middle, and I didn't want to try to guess what he meant. You said all a person needs to be a hero is the willingness to take risks and suffer pain to help people. He was not looking at me, a particularly evasive ice cream wrapper taking up his attention. Yet. That's what I believe anyway. What about quirks? What about them? Do you think you need a quirk to be a hero? He finally looked at me with his big green eyes. No. I think there are a lot of heroes without quirks, and there have been throughout history. Even in the world today the 20% of people that are quirkless still have the opportunity to be heroes, if they choose to take a stand when others run. Fight the fight they know they can't win to give other people a chance to live. Quirks help, like weapons, or skills, or training helps. But those things can never be enough without the choice to stand and fight. Or to run into the burning building to save that last person, or to treat one more patient while they are dying themselves. To do whatever it takes. Win or lose, that's a hero. I was. He stopped and started over. Everyone thought I was quirkless, all the way through middle school. My quirk didn't manifest until right before the UA entrance exam. I was determined to be a hero even though I thought I didn't have a quirk. But everyone told me I couldn't. That I'd never be a hero. And yet you still applied to UA, I pointed out. Even without a quirk you were working to be in a position to take risks for other people. Sounds like everyone was wrong. No, you just have to keep doing what you were doing then. Work hard and don't let your quirk define you. You used your smarts and determination to get here. Now keep using them along with your quirk to do better. Yet. Thanks. Do you hero students always talk so seriously? That seems kinda boring. The girl in the wheelchair I had noticed earlier was rolling down the sidewalk. She had stopped behind us and listened while we talked. What? No. I mean. Izuku blushed bright red again. He has got to get used to girls. I wonder if there are no women in his family. Yet, we can be pretty dull at times, I agreed. How about you? What do you think is exciting to talk about? Boys. The girl was pretty and knew how to use it. She was smiling at Izuku who was glowing brightly enough to affect air traffic. And music, and movies. But my favorite thing is sumo. Did you watch the March Basho? I was amazed Amagashira number 17 could take the championship. I had no idea what she was talking about. I had heard of sumo big guys in diapers bumping bellies, but had never watched it. My father enjoys watching the sport, but I have never been fond of it. Emily added. I missed it, I admitted. It's always exciting to see an underdog prevail, Izuku replied, gathering his courage to look at her. But wasn't he a former Ozeki? That doesn't really count as an underdog. Maybe as an old champion's last stand. Exactly. It was like a movie. There's a lot of drama in sports. And with sumo you get a new drama every few months. She wound down and seemed to have to catch her breath. I'm Ikuta Erika. I should be in my third year of junior high but I'm here instead. I still take classes online, but it's not the same. We're first years at UA High, I said. I know. She rolled her eyes. You're here because you got in trouble. I'm supposed to tell you my story and get you to feel sorry for me. Sounds boring to me. What story? Izuku asked. Oh. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Pleased to meet you. He bowed. She giggled. It's not an exciting story. There was this boy Kenji at my school. He has a force barrier quirk. When one of the younger boys AHN ran out into the street without looking, Kenji threw up a barrier to stop the taxi that was going to hit AHN. My mom and I were in the taxi and we crashed right into the barrier. I ended up like this. She gestured to her legs and the chair. So don't use your quirk to save other people because you can hurt other people. Of course, if Kenji hadn't used his quirk AHN could have been killed. Since I'm not dead and my mom is fine, it was better that he did. I don't see why some people don't see that. See, Izuku? That's what I mean about heroes. Kenji. The boy asked. No, Erika-chan here. She accepts the damage to herself to save AHN. That makes her a hero in my eyes. No. It was the girl's turn to blush and hide her face. Erika stayed with us until lunchtime. After lunch, Mr. Dog pulled me aside for my solo counseling session. We went into an office with a couple of comfortable chairs across a short table from each other. Would you like water, juice, or tea? He offered. Tea, please. After he handed it to me, he sat back and looked at his tablet. Before we start with your questions, I have one of my own. I knew this was a risk. Social situations had never been my specialty. But I thought this was one of those social problems it was better to face head on. Please. He sounded a little surprised. What do I have to do to prove to the principal that I'm not a danger to the school? He gave the slightest jerk backwards. I had surprised him. What makes you think the principal thinks you are a danger? I never liked the way shrinks answered a question with a question. He told me so when he visited my home. He thinks I'm not me. It's pretty hard for me to prove I am myself if he doesn't take my parents' word, or the fingerprint and DNA evidence I'm sure the last 2 hospitals I've been in have given him. He has concerns that you are showing an anomalous level of skill with combat situations and use of your quirk. Skills that were not evident in the entrance exam. The counselor put his tablet on the table. I'm sure it was recording. I was recording too, with my hidden collar camera. Yes, he said that. And I explained that I have been working closely with the spirit of an experienced hero from the interregnum. She coaches me, advises, and helps me find new ways to use my quirk. He seemed to accept that when I explained it to him. A spirit guide is hard to swallow. It sounds too much like an old fairy tale, he complained. Says the giant talking dog, I countered. Quirks have helped create a reality that people from the 19th or 20th century would have found fantastical and very much like a fairy tale. The government recognizes medium-type quirks. They're just not well advertised. I suppose. He quibbled. I've been told that I need to prove myself to the principal to stay at UA. I would like to stay. But I'm not sure what he wants from me. If you can help me understand that, maybe I can give you or him the necessary proof. He is concerned about the number of conflicts you've been in since school started. Understandable. So am I. 7 conflicts is a lot. While I've survived them, it's not been without permanent damage. I rubbed my empty socket under my eye patch. Is he blaming me for getting attacked? Inu, the Ravagers, Inu again, and a 4th time. I counted on my fingers. 4 of those were based on a centuries-old family feud that predates quirks, much less my attendance at UA. The Ravagers were part of a large coordinated attack on UA and All Might that affected all the students in the school. I don't think you can blame that one on me. I leaned forward staring at him in the eye intently. That leaves my internship. UA presented me the offer from the Bounty Heroes and I accepted it, assuming UA had done the necessary due diligence to ensure I was not walking into a criminal enterprise. I stopped, breathing hard. After visibly controlling myself, I continued. I maintained daily contact with Gon-sensei, reporting my concerns about what I saw and did. I followed the instructions of my supervisor. On the first day I was instructed to take out 4 known villains. I complied. Conflict number 6. I was instructed to go with my supervisor to Hosa City. I informed my teacher I was going on an out-of-town mission and gave him what few details I had. When we arrived at the train wreck site I was told to stay in the van and observe unless attacked. I did. As soon as I realized the situation was out of the ordinary, I tried contacting my teacher, the school, and the police. I was unable to do so, but continued trying. Then my own supervisor attacked me with a paralysis weapon she had told me was a tracker for my own safety. I disabled my attacker and her partner and detained them. I disabled the firearms that were endangering me. Still I stayed in the van, until I was attacked by a villain. At that point, I reacted to try to remove any unconscious or detained people from the battlefield and make my escape as I was instructed. We know what happened from there. I rubbed my arm. What more explanation does he want? I've said all this before. To the police and to Gon-sensei. It was in my report. I ran my fingers through my hair, tugging hard. The family feud was outside of my control. The League of Villain attack was targeted at the school. My internship was the school's responsibility. I know I am safe enough for the school. But at this point, I have significant doubts the school is safe enough for me or any other student. I was exhausted and sank back into the seat looking down at my hands. Mr. Dog looked like I had spent the last 5 minutes kicking him repeatedly. Having said all that, I still want to stay at UA. I don't really think that Greedo and Jita are your fault. It was just villains being villains. One of the things Weaver has taught me is that heroes are mostly reactive. The initiative is almost always with the villains. That was what happened with the League of Villains and in Hosa City. The villains got a jump on us. Even with the Anu, they mostly had the initiative. I started counterpunching through the media. But they always had violence as an option. And they weren't afraid to use it. That forced me to react with violence to protect myself. Why so much violence? He asked quietly. We try to teach that deadly force should always be the last resort. You seemed to use it when you didn't need to. When did I do that? I asked, curious rather than confrontational. What do you mean? You blew Volcano's arm off. His confusion was evident. I know. When did I use lethal force that I didn't need to? Are you saying you needed to blow his arm off? That's ridiculous. You could have done something else. His objectivity was slipping, which told me he was emotionally opposed to that sort of violence. I wondered if that was why he worked in a school rather than on the streets. Like what? Please tell me what else I could have done in that situation. You could have knocked him out. That's how heroes capture villains, for the most part. Tried it. He was too tough. You could have tied him up, like you did with the others. Tried that. He melted my bindings. You could have used the Jedi choke you used on Anu. Tried it. He was too strong. You could have flown away. If I had not acted decisively at that exact second, he would have killed both Gran Torino and me. I had no other choice. How can you know that? Precognitive secondary quirk similar to Cerniti's, though much more limited. Developed due to a unique quirk interaction during the bus attack. Defined and listed by Assayer. I assume Gon-sensei has put it in my file. Hound Dog picked up his tablet and spent a few minutes reading some details he had missed. Finally, he put the computer down. And the Nomu. Again, we tried everything else we could think of. It had killed several people in front of us and was in the process of killing more. We had to stop it. And I am not convinced I killed it. It was regenerating, even without a head, before the dragon blood caused it to overload or something. I assume the authorities are doing an autopsy. He was quiet again for a bit. Looking over his notes. Why do you want to train the non-hero students to fight? Sir, please. You were at the meeting. We don't want to train them to fight. We want to train them to survive another attack. That may mean running, or hiding, or only if absolutely necessary fighting. When you say we, do you mean you and Weaver? No. I mean Togata-senpai, Heido-senpai, and Heia-senpai, and all the other hero course students at the meeting and me. I may draw on Weaver's knowledge and experience, but I don't say we meaning her and I. I learn a lot from her. But I'm not her. Are you having trouble sleeping, or bad dreams since the Hosu incident? Or feeling depressed or angry? All of the above, to some extent. The past couple of months have been very stressful, for a lot of reasons. I am talking to Gon-sensei and Heia-senpai, and my friends and family. Even to Weaver. It all helps. But I would love some time just to be a student. It sounds like you have a lot of support. That's good. If you ever need another ear, please call me. Thank you for your candor. But our time is up. The rest of the weekend was more of the same, though I avoided blowing up at Mr. Dog again. While Ida and Todoroki were standoffish, as much as they could be while in group therapy, I got to know Izuka better. I never figured out his spiritual entourage. Emily said she had made an initial contact and they were very protective of the boy. If we were ever close to him for an extended time, she might be able to get further. Our chores included policing the green spaces and parking lots, bussing tables at meals, and emptying hundreds of trash cans. It was all hot, sweaty, smelly work. We also met other residents of the center including Taku-chan, a 40-something former professor with the mind of a 5-year-old. He sustained brain damage when a vigilante punched the villain holding him through a wall. The villain did not let go and Taku-chan ended up with a traumatic brain injury. And single mother Kubo Shiori who lost her arm when a hero student with laser hands cut her free from a burning car. There were a lot more stories like theirs. Furuki-san was right. They were collateral damage, but that didn't mean they weren't people too. In too many cases, it sounded like the pro-heroes weren't around, and if someone hadn't acted someone would have died. You can't save everyone, but you have to try to save those you can. From the faces of my year mates, I'm not sure we had learned the lesson Mr. Dog had wanted us to. Chapter 33. Sunday night I stayed up late jotting down much of what I could remember of the Protectorate Tactical Manual. After the temple attack, when first introducing the idea of Weaver as my spirit coach, I had mentioned writing down some of her ideas to share with my fellow students. Gon-sensei had shown a particular interest in reading it. Going over the attack at the train, I remembered I had used PRT power classifications to Gran Torino and he hadn't understood me. I wanted to introduce them without hinting at the existence of the PRT or the Protectorate. I thought the classifications useful combat shortcuts to describing the effect and strength of powers and attaching those to pre-planned response options. I wanted to build Weaver as a believable source. As part of that effort, I decided not to tie her to any historical setting, so she was harder to disprove. At Emily's urging, I also wrote a formal letter of apology to Gon-sensei, the principal, and the chief of the Hosa City Police for my actions in Hosa City. While I didn't think I was in the wrong, it cost me very little self-respect to meet their cultural expectations in order to secure my place at the school. I made sure I didn't admit to anything legally actionable, while offering regret for how my actions may have reflected badly on the honorable institutions of the school and the city. I copied Hound Dog on the message, thanking him for helping me think more clearly about the effects my actions had on those around me. As I slept, the sheet stroked my back again. It felt nice. In the morning, my regular path to the bus stop took me by the corner of a large park near the center of the district. There were several boys in their late teens loitering around the arched entrance to the park. I ignored the punks' rude comments as I passed, but I could see them harassing every female between puberty and menopause that walked by. Most ladies crossed the street to avoid the unwanted advances. While the sorry state of the neighborhood was taking up most of my attention, one of my shadows noticed a man in a dark coat on a nearby roof tracking me with a camera. I directed a full team of wisps, shadows, and geists to examine the man. Unfortunately, the only thing of interest I noticed was he had a pistol in a shoulder holster and 3 knives secreted about his body. He also had what I thought was a hotel card key in his pocket, but I couldn't read the hotel name without lifting it out of his pocket. He was too far out of my 10-yard range for that. A dim wisp floating 100 yards above me could see he kept the camera pointed at me until I got on the bus. When I got to school, I found a printed note in my shoe locker. Li Bing of the Zhenghe treasure ship has hired assassins to punish you for a news death. This is not sanctioned by Myriad. It was signed with a coiled serpent with 9 heads in a circle. I assumed that was the symbol for the 9-head dragon triad. If this is to be believed, there is dissension in the organization over how to deal with me. I'll have to show this to Ando and ask him about the connection to Anu. Would that old bastard haunt me forever? Putting the note in my locker also showed that Myriad, or one of her agents, could get through the school's security. Should I show this to the principal as well? Probably. Good morning, Yanagi-chan. Kode greeted me. I thought I detected a hint of excitement through her flat affect. How was your detention? Not fun. How was the USJ exercise? I didn't see anything in the news, so I assume there wasn't another attack. But there was. Haven't you heard? A large man in a hooded costume broke in and attacked the 2 classes. What? I barked. Maybe I was right, and this school wasn't safe enough for anyone. We were doing coordinated rescue operating in the urban area of the USJ, working in teams mixing students from both classes. I was working with Eureka, Siro, Shizhita, and Kaibara. As we were looking for wounded people under the rubble, a giant man with a spiked and horned costume appeared from under the debris. He was carrying Monoma unconscious on his shoulder. Something had happened to the teachers, so they were too wounded to fight. They told us all to run. And did you? I interrupted. Something was sounding off about this. A single villain taking down 3 teachers and facing almost 40 super-powered students? We started to, but the villain managed to block off all escape with a single foot stomp that knocked us all off our feet. Then Bakugo attacked. He told the rest of us to run, calling everyone weaklings. Kamakiri and Tetsu attacked right after that and the rest of us just followed along. The man gave a good fight. But in the end we captured him. And? I asked as she didn't seem ready to continue. And it was All Might Sensei in disguise all along. Kode almost smiled, she was so excited. Pony, who had been quivering to join in, added, and Monoma had faked being captured. A lot of the 1A students got really angry at All Might and were beating on him and yelling at him for playing on their bad experience last time they were in the USJ. I thought it was scary, but really exciting too. We beat All Might. Come on, we have to get to class, Jozo reminded us. He gave me a friendly nod. The bell was about to ring. I thought about the note in my pocket. Actual assassins hunting me was something new. Back home the Empire or the ABB would have come after me themselves if they wanted me dead. Some random guy I'd never heard of sending in contract killers was unsettling. I assumed the armed watcher was one of them. My first reaction was to hunt them down before they could attack me. Instead, I decided it was worth the time to alert the people most likely to be affected. I used my phone to send a picture of the note to Ando, Jin, Spinner, and Rin. I'd decide about informing the school later. In class, Gon-sensei had news for us. You may have heard of a recent addition to the UA first-year curriculum, the Community Service Project. Each of the past 2 years the first-year classes, except the Hero Course students, have selected a project to undertake in a community in the area that benefits the community in some long-term, wide-reaching manner. 2 years ago, the students worked with the Green City project to plant urban community gardens in Fuchu City. Last year they undertook a city-wide recycling drive in Kofu City. They used to try these sorts of things in Brockton Bay. Only Arcadia ever really got one going. I was told that when Winslow tried, it turned from a bake sale for community causes into a minor gang war, I told Emily. In Kesurumaki any community projects seem to benefit the company directly or take over some benefit they should have been paying. Emily grumbled. This year, I have been reminded that our Hero Course students are too often isolated from their year mates. So, I decided that Class 1B will be participating in the project this year. It is important that heroes be able to remember that they are more than protectors. They are part of their community and they have to be able to interact with the people around them, not just other heroes and villains, but everyone. The teacher looked over the class. Any questions? Monoma leapt to his feet. Are you saying that the famous Class 1A is not taking part in this worthy endeavor? That is correct. Their teacher has decided their time is better used preparing for the final exams. I trust that you will take the necessary time to ensure your success on the exams while still participating in this project. Setting priorities between numerous demands and managing your time to meet those priorities are both essential skills for a pro hero's career. This is another example of the arrogance of the prima donnas in Class 1A. I sent a sphere of shadow fire rushing towards his face. He cut off in mid-round to duck, throwing his arms up to protect himself. The shadow passed through him harmlessly. The class laughed at his antics. He spun to look at me, his eyes accusing. It's easier than chopping you on your head, I said quietly, nodding to Kendo. She nodded back from across the room. Monoma looked at me like a kicked puppy. I had realized late last week that he had gained a simple version of spirit sense, perhaps just the ability to pierce the veil, when he copied my powers. He was reacting to things no one else could see but me. He had also come to school on Friday with a winter spirit perched on his head. It stayed there all day. I wished I had the twins' ability to ask it why, and what it was doing in Tokyo in May. What I really wanted was to gather a bunch more of them to give myself another tactical option. Enough, Gon-sensei growled. Each class will send a representative to the project committee. Do we have any volunteers? I decided that the chance of my being selected, given my unknown status with the principal, was so low I didn't even consider if this was something I wanted to get involved in. Ibara was the first with her hand up, followed by Kosei, Komori, and Juzo. Thank you. Rather than taking the time for an election, I am going to appoint Ibara-san. Thank you all for your willingness to help out. The project work will be this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning with a family celebration on Saturday afternoon. Now this afternoon Snipe and I will be working with you on fighting enemies at long range. During the break, I debated whether or not to report the possible security breach represented by the note in my locker to the administration. I wasn't happy with them and more importantly I didn't trust them. This could be the precursor to a breach that endangers the whole student body, Emily argued. Surely you would not willingly endanger so many because of a grudge against the principal. It's not a grudge. This is ammunition for his belief I'm a danger to the school. Another reason for him to consider expelling me. For your own safety, not even that your convenience you would allow a chink in the protections to go unreported and unrepaired. Realistically it was probably just some random student tricked into putting the note in my locker. That would be hard to protect against. Slightly more concerning is the possibility that one of the students or staff is compromised. The least likely is that some triad member came on campus themselves. But you're right. You're right. No need to continue arguing when you've won. And for your information, I would have come to the same conclusion without being called a coward. I apologize. I do not think you are a coward. I sometimes get carried away. It can be hard to not be able to act, only advise you badger you really, I suppose. I am only beginning to realize profound limitations that are the consequences of my precipitous actions. It's all right. I think the last few weeks have been enlightening for both of us. I am slowly coming to realize my first instinct is not always the right answer. I am trying to think about things before making a decision, when I have time. Deciding to follow the chain of command this time, I brought the note to Gon-sensei. Thank you. I'll let the principal know. He turned to me. How was your weekend? Enlightening, I replied, then headed back to class. I was wondering what Hound Dog would report and wasn't interested in sharing my perspective. That afternoon I saw Ago Yamato and his friend Shikuchi talking on the bus. I sat down next to them. What's wrong with doing something for Maju Aizurai? The grumpy-looking girl argued. Because no one cares about that place, unless they live there or know someone that does. The big guy sounded both angry and resigned. I knew she lived in the district, while he got off a few stops before, just ahead of Kode. She wasn't on the bus today. All the more reason to do this project. Everyone and their family would see the issues there and maybe someone could do something about it. Chikuchi's frustration was palpable. Is this about the community service project? I asked. Hey Yanagi, the girl greeted. We weren't close, but as the only UA students in Maju Aizurai, we were friendly. Chikuchi was a first-year general education student who wanted to be a social worker or therapist after she graduated. She lived alone with her mother after her father's mysterious disappearance 10 years ago. She had an IR vision quirk that somehow let her sense emotions sometimes, a little. I want to propose a project. Taka-chan and I are both on the committee. A project in Maju Aizurai? I asked. I could see a lot of problems with security and active opposition, but I liked her idea of raising awareness of the problems in the area. Jiren would probably hate the idea, from what Ando had said. Myriad might not be happy either. But with the UA faculty, maybe including All Might, involved, they would be hard-pressed to do anything, except intimidation, protests, sabotage, kidnapping, And come to think of it, there was a lot they might do. I wondered how the principal would handle security for something like this. We were talking about 200 students and, on the last day, their families. Yes. You know that park near the center? She asked, getting excited. Pharisee cone? I pass it most days. It's a bit of a mess. Yes, but it wasn't always. When I was little, we'd go there as a family for picnics. I'd play with my friends in the playscape. My mom used to take me to the community center for after-school activities while she worked. It was great, one of the best in the city, my father used to say. He worked there. And she wants to propose that we clean it up and restore the community center as a project. Ago Yamato said. Sounds like it would be good for the community. Not just as a place to relax, but the community center might provide services to people, maybe even jobs. And getting the drug dealers out of there, and the gangs, could be good for the neighborhood. I like it. I decided. But that costs money, Ago Yamato pointed out. Gon-sensei said something about the students 2 years ago partnering with some community organization. Maybe we can find someone like that, or a government office that has money or can give grants to help get things started. I suggested. So how do we convince the committee? Chikuchi wondered. I would suggest taking some pictures of the park now and contrasting them to old pictures from when the park was new and in use. Maybe get examples of old calendars from the community center to show the sorts of services and programs it offered. Ask your mom if she has any pictures of you there as a little girl or your father working there. Don't be afraid to use personal stories to build sympathy and interest. They were looking excited as I spoke. If you want to go further, you could see if you can find the old budget figures for the park's maintenance and the center's offerings. Where did that money go? Why isn't the park being maintained now? How much would it cost in the future and where might that money come from? I think you are starting to frighten them, Emily warned. I looked at the two and saw they were staring at me with big eyes. Or you can leave that part to the business students. It's more in their line anyway, I finished. I've got my phone. Can we take those pictures now? The slightly less grumpy girl asked. Her face seemed to naturally fall into a frown, and her life in the slum gave her few reasons to smile. I'm okay with that. I looked at the big guy. Do you think I should come too? He asked. He was looking at me. If you have time, I think it'd be a good thing. You can support her proposal in the committee better if you can offer a second, more objective, opinion from personal experience, I replied. Looking at both of them seriously, I added. If there's any trouble, we'll leave the park and head for the bus stop. That seems to be neutral territory, for the most part. The important thing is we stick together, right? They both nodded. The park was much as I remembered it. At one time, it must have been a lovely place. You could still see the planning that had gone into the planting of trees and the stream that wound through the park to a small lake. On the edge of the water was what had once been a community center, now abandoned and occupied by a gang of older teens. Like many urban parks, this one was no longer safe for most of the neighborhood families. It had become one of the prime drug markets for the district. I wondered where the kids in the neighborhood played. I could see the playscape in the park had once been impressive, but now was in ruins. In the late afternoon, the gangbangers were mostly elsewhere. We wandered through the park, taking pictures of the scattered trash and broken benches, the ruined playground and clogged stream. I could see the soul of the park was still there, buried and crying out for help. I wondered if I was being poetic, or if there was some spirit or spirits calling to me. I let myself get distracted communing with the woods when a gasp from Chikuchi reclaimed my attention. There were 5 boys and 1 girl standing in a loose ring around us. They were dressed in the current mode for young gangsters, variations on the traditional black school uniform with the jacket several sizes too big and worn open hanging to their knees over a t-shirt or tank top and baggy black pants. Most were decorated with dangling chains and colorful bandanas. I heard someone describe it as a zootsuit meets Prussian schoolboy, whatever that meant. The girl wore the same thing on top with a short black skirt and long socks scrunched down to the tops of her combat boots. Her bright pink hair was in dreadlocks and she had pink bat wings on her back. The boys all showed some sort of mutation: horns, feathers, mechanical parts, and fur were all present. You're in the wrong place, little heroes, the girl said. She was looking at Chikuchi, who looked the most normal of the 3 of us. We were just leaving, I said. You were snooping around our park, the bat girl replied, looking at me now. That's gonna cost you your phones. She held out her hand, fully expecting our cooperation as her companions all made menacing movements, cracking knuckles, stomping hooves, rattling chains, etc. Chikuchi grabbed Ago Yamato's arm. I wasn't sure if it was for comfort or to hold him back. I stepped in front of them, placing myself between them and the girl. I looked her in the eye. My poltergeist started moving the air, creating a breeze that ruffled my hair, then blew it up out of my face. My eye patch folded up and a blood-red wisp pulsed dully in the socket. I said we were leaving. I packed my glare with the sort of dominance I used to have to use with Rachel and her dogs. The staring contest with the winged girl ended when she almost immediately backed up, pushing the boys behind her back. They had frozen, caught in the edge of my glare. With several geists on each of my companions' shoulders, I gently led them as we stepped forward. The gangsters stepped back. The boys behind us started moving to grab us. I turned my glare on them. They stepped back. Within seconds we were out of their ring and a minute later out of the park. I noticed the local hero, Slide and Go, watching us as we turned the corner. I think security is going to have to be a serious consideration, I said. We went to Chikuchi's apartment to work on the proposal. I made sure the big guy made it onto the bus at the end of the evening, though I did not tell him I was watching. Tuesday the project committee met during lunch. I sat in the audience as they discussed the ideas brought forward. After homeroom, I had spoken to Ibera, selling her on the idea of restoring a park and providing access to nature to a destitute urban wasteland. That meant we started the meeting with 3 votes out of 10. They only needed 3 more for a majority. The 2 teachers in charge of the project were Ito-sensei, the health teacher with the flowered hair that led Class 1B off campus during the Gigantomachia attack, and Kamihara-sensei, a young man around 30 who taught history and civics. I had been told that he was well connected politically, actually having worked on the staff of a senator in the national legislature, a counselor in the Diet, Emily reminded me, and had been the driving force behind the community project idea when he started teaching at UA 4 years ago. He would be a good ally in this effort, if I could figure out how to get him on our side. Chikuchi made a good impression. She personalized the issue with her family photos, while Agoe Yamato offered statistics on the population and socio-economic needs of the district. They even mentioned 3 possible partners or sources for external funding to sustain the effort after the project was finished. By the end of their presentation, Kamihara-sensei was nodding along and jotting notes furiously. The other 2 proposals, a blood drive and a combination food drive/bake sale/fun fair for charity, were significantly less polished or detailed. They also seemed like easier and safer options. As expected, security was the sticking point with the Pharisee cone proposal. I think the idea is wonderful and has the potential to be of great help to the community, Ito-sensei said. I'm just concerned about the safety of the students. Majua Izurai has a terrible reputation for a reason. Chikuchi started to cloud up. I imagine she had heard her home put down far too often. I raised my hand. There had been some audience input throughout the debate, so I did not stand out. When recognized by the chair Ibera, which showed that the admiration of the hero students was not just from outside the school, I began. Is UA only willing to support nice communities? Think of the difference we can make. Majua Izurai, where I also live, is home to hundreds of thousands of good, honest people that are stuck in a bad situation. If we refuse to help them because it's a bad neighborhood, I think we are doing a disservice to the students of UA by protecting them from the realities of the world like they were children. I also think we are doing a disservice to the nation because we, the premier high school in Japan, are not abiding by our school motto. Plus Ultra is not just for hero students. Here. Kamihara-sensei said. We cannot let the predators preying on these people stop us from helping them. We have all might, for goodness sake. Surely the faculty and students of UA can withstand the intimidation of a few hoodlums and petty villains. During school hours, the teachers who would normally be teaching us could be providing security, I agreed with the teacher. I bet we could convince the older students, who already have their licenses, to provide any necessary security after school hours. I don't think this is beyond the capabilities of UA High School. Everyone around the table was nodding. Ibera called for the vote and it passed unanimously. Chapter 34. By Saturday morning we were down to the last tasks of the project. UA families were scheduled to start arriving around noon for a large celebratory cookout. It was 0815 and I had already been on site for 4.5 hours. When the project committee had chosen the Pharisee cone renewal, things moved fast. Kamihara-sensei informed the UA leadership. I wondered how much pushback he got, but I wasn't in a position to ask him. After securing the principal's approval, he worked with his contact in the National Diet to fast-track the necessary permits. The student committee mapped out the tasks and started appointing people to the necessary positions. They split the project into 3 major divisions: the park, the community center, and administration/logistics. Someone put my name down for security coordinator. I was not given the option to refuse. Mind you, this insistence was done by my own classmates. All the positions, leadership on down, were filled by first-year students. The teachers watched and coached, but, other than construction and safety, they did not take leadership roles. I was curious why Class 1B students were placed in 2 of the most important roles that in the past had been held almost exclusively by business course students. I was still amazed and a little concerned about the respect, almost reverence, heroes were given in this society. Thursday morning, at 0700 a bus with my initial security contingent showed up at the Majua Izurai bus terminal. Gon Sensei, Midnight, Present Mike, and Ibera as committee chair, accompanied me, along with Jozo, Agoi Yamato, Manga, and Rikashi Hiwana. Rikashi was a first-year business student who stood over 9 feet tall, with bulging muscles and thick, pebbled grey skin. His face was stretched, almost equine, with an elongated upper lip hanging over his mouth, muffling his speech. He was probably the strongest person in the first year except for Izuku when he was really trying but was a pacifist, who had no desire to use his mutation quirk for violence. I had recruited him to my security team, explaining sometimes, having a really big guy in the room can keep any trouble from starting. Very well, but if a fight does start, I am leaving, he insisted, his voice a pleasant baritone. That's fine. For the most part I'll have you in the office managing the rosters and keeping track of hours, if that's all right. I would certainly prefer it to patrolling. He smiled shyly. The teachers were wearing their costumes. Ibara was in her PE uniform. I and the others on my security team were all wearing a uniform I had designed and asked the support students to fabricate on Wednesday. The basis was the PE uniform, with grey lightweight torso and groin armor, knee pads, elbow pads, and gloves. They were not perfect but were functional and similar enough in appearance that the security people would stand out but still look part of the UA contingent. I wanted helmets, but the committee thought that would make them look too militaristic. There are advantages in intimidation, I argued. It can prevent violence on occasion. This is not meant to be an invasion of the neighborhood. We are going there to help. Ibara replied. So, no helmets. Nor was I allowed to issue any sort of weapon, not even batons. I was wearing the same uniform, but wore my utility belt and scarf wrapped around my waist. I had a total force of 12 first years, including myself. Even with the help of students in upper years, I doubted it would be enough. I knew Maju at Izurai. When we arrived at the park entrance, we found someone had warned them of our approach. Several of the young gangsters known paradoxically as the Ancients had lined up to block our way. Gon-sensei grinned and held out a hand in front of me, stopping my advance. You can't come in. The park is ours. It was the pink bat girl. She was backed by 8 dangerous-looking thugs. My shadows told me there were at least 10 others hidden nearby. I used a geist to tap Gon-sensei on the back of his shoulder 5 sets of 2. Have you read the notice? He asked politely, pointing to one of the postings on the brick gate post. Notice of the park reclamation had been posted yesterday all over the area. Under the authority of the Greater Tokyo Council and the national government, this park will be closed for renovations for the next 3 days. You're welcome to return on Sunday to enjoy the new facilities. He smiled, his fangs seemed to grow. But for now, you and your friends will have to vacate the park. Please don't make a fuss. It's early. I haven't had a drink yet. And I'm getting thirsty. Batgirl's wings drooped. She stared at Vlad King for several seconds then looked at the other 2 teachers. She even spared a glance for me and Rikashi. Finally, she gestured and walked across the street. We all made way for her and her followers. They disappeared into a nearby alley. I followed them for a block with a few wisps, but they vanished into the warren of back passages and were quickly out of my range. On the way back, the wisps saw the rooftop gunman in his accustomed perch. He had been there all week. I hadn't seen him anywhere else. I had let Jin know about him and assumed my friend was keeping an eye on him. Ando had suggested that I capture the assassins for interrogation, either by tracking them to their hotel or taking them when they attacked. I was gratified by his confidence but was hoping Jin could track this one to the others. The gunman had me worried. While he only had a pistol, he made me think of snipers I had worked with back in Brockton Bay. I didn't think I could stop a sniper shot so I started keeping a shell of Geist spread out to my limit with the idea they would sense a moving shot and any that could reach it would deflect it off its trajectory. I kept a denser cloud close in to apply maximum deflection. Obviously, this was not something I could practice easily. And poltergeists, while capable of some independent function, were not capable of retaining complex programming for autonomous actions. I really hoped I would not have to test the defense with live fire. I posted 2 pairs of guards at the gate to help direct people away. I included Rikashi and Jozo in that group. Jozo was effectively my second in command of the security team. The teachers made a quick circle of the park making sure that signs were posted and that the gang had cleared out. The teachers would be around most of the morning but would not be making their presence known unless needed. Unfortunately, they were needed not long after the rest of the first year showed up just after 0900. As the students got off the buses, people with picket signs started gathering across the street from the park entrance. UA out and this park is ours were 2 of the common slogans. The picketers looked like regular people from the neighborhood, all with a certain aura of hopelessness and despair. The teachers gathered to observe as Kamihara went over to talk to the protesters. The situation remained peaceful though that may have been because the teachers remained at the gate. While searching the area for trouble, I noted the gunman had disappeared from his rooftop perch. I looked, but couldn't find him in the crowd. I sent Ando and Jin messages informing them of the change. Perhaps the presence of the teachers had scared him off. Jin later told me he'd left no traces, except empty strawberry creme candy wrappers scattered on the rooftop. I never saw him again. Whoever he was, he got away. The protests continued at a fairly low level for the rest of Thursday. That night some of the ancients returned to the park and undid some of the work done destroying new playground equipment and tearing up newly planted bushes. They even stole some of the supplies and equipment left overnight. In the morning, I had to set a night guard rota that included at least one teacher and several second and third year students. Jin and Spinner offered to keep an eye out overnight. This can be the first patrol of the Guardians or the Redemption Watch, we're still deciding the name. The who? I asked. Redemption Watch in Japanese was Todori Kii. I wasn't sure I wanted my name on his group. We're still working out the details, but have you heard of the Guardian Angels? No, I replied. They were a volunteer community safety organization that started in the US and came to Japan before the advent of quirks. People volunteered to patrol the subways and dangerous parts of town. They were recognized by the government and everything. I thought we could do the same. Our provisional licenses won't let us charge anything for heroing, or submit for rewards, but nothing says we can't defend ourselves and others should we happen upon any wrongdoers in our patrols. I'm not sure that's what those licenses are for, I argued. I checked the law. There's nothing against it. It's not vigilantism as we have licenses. It's just not pro-heroing. His grin almost reached his ears. I want to see if we can take over the Bounty Hero's old office. Maybe HPSC will donate it to our non-profit. I opened my mouth, but couldn't decide what to say. Finally, I just confirmed. So, you'll watch over my people at night? And leave the dragon out of this. He's working for me directly this time. Yes, ma'am. He actually saluted me. I left as quickly as I could. What have I done? I muttered. Helped 3 people that needed help. Emily suggested. It may not be normal, but I think you did a good thing. The protesters were back Friday morning, this time with a second group, the Face Border clan, that carried signs calling out to preserve the pure with the pictures of heroes with non-human faces crossed out and the face of God showing a pair of human standard faces. One truly offensive sign carried by several protesters showed Nizu, Cementos, Kobayashi-sensei and other UA teachers with mutated faces with crosshairs on them saying marked for cleansing. There were even pictures of first-year students like Kamakiri and Rikashi crossed out. Several pictures of me in crosshairs with just retribution were also displayed. There were at least 40 FBC protesters. I knew the FBC was a violent hate group. I'd hoped the numbers of the UA contingent would keep them away. It looks like I was wrong. There were still no signs of their elite fighters, but I worried it was only a matter of time. Friday was more raucous, with the demonstrating groups yelling at each other as much as at us. A third group of Majua Izurai citizens supporting our efforts started building during the day. Media finally arrived to start recording everything and interviewing anyone that would speak with them. They just added to the chaos. Inside the park, the students were working hard. The initial cleanup was mostly finished. I had helped when I wasn't working security. My spirits could find and pick up every bit of trash in a large area very quickly. It was disturbing how many used needles and broken bottles there were. After discovering this on Thursday, ITO-sensei had insisted I clear each area of the biohazards and sharp debris before the other students were allowed to enter to clean up the rest of the trash. That's not right, Kodai said, looking at the mass of materials I had accumulated. They were all going in a reinforced bag. No, it's not. But it's also not that unusual. You probably see this sort of stuff in big cities and poor areas around the world. Once I had the trash contained, Kodai touched the bag and shrunk it. Where does it go now? I asked. I had not been part of planning for trash disposal. I knew Kodai was playing an important role in reducing the bulk of the garbage collected. But her power wasn't permanent. The support students have access to heavy-duty incinerators and can capture any harmful byproducts of burning for later specialized use or disposal. Or so they say. Shrinking the trash means more can be burned quickly. Power Loader was supervising the team of support students who were gutting and rebuilding the community center from the inside, installing the newest technologies in ways that discouraged the gear being stolen or sabotaged. Cementos was making building construction and road repair quick and easy. Lunch Rush even showed up to make sure the 200 students had a good midday meal. May was using some sort of hydraulic press to hold up the ceiling while Cementos created cement pillars to permanently carry the load. Those are nice, I said, pointing to the devices. My babies. And they have another setting, she replied excitedly. She grabbed one not currently in use and dragged me to another room. There was an interior cinder block wall marked with a large red X. Watch this. She set the footer of the press on the floor and leaned the tip against the wall, forming a 45-degree angle. Stand back. She dropped her goggles over her eyes and pressed a button on her gauntlet. The press extended rapidly, tearing half the wall down. She hit another button before the tip of the press reached the ceiling. Ta-da! Very nice. I reached over to lift the device. It only weighed around 30 pounds. I had no idea how she packed so much power into such a small machine. But the next version is going to be handheld, if I can work out the leverage issues. I'm wondering if I can gravity lock one end, but only when activated. I saw her drifting into Tinker Fugue and floated a sandwich into her hand. She ate it automatically, never pausing her mid-air doodling. I found out later her glove captured the movement of her finger and recorded it as computer code of some sort. Way too tinker for me. I watched as Ibera spent some time wandering the park using her vines to shape other plants, reinforcing saplings, and creating frames for growth. While I can find no spiritual element to her quirk, Emily observed. She displays a reverence for nature that I find admirable. She always seems nice, but I can't help wonder if she's judging me when she looks at me. I assume she's not a full-fledged pacifist, but her in-class persona comes across as regretting necessary violence. Is there anything wrong with that? Emily inquired. Not as long as she's not deciding I'm a villain because I do what needs to be done. Perhaps you could talk with her about it sometime? Maybe. But not today. I continued my rounds. Saturday morning the students were putting the final touches on their project, those last little bits that always take so long. The demonstrations increased in size and intensity. Somehow the Face Border clan had gathered 80 or 90 people, this time including their elite champions that I had fought before. The ancients and their supporters numbered at least another 100, though the pink bat girl and her backup bullies were not among them. The pro-UA counter-protesters added another 50 to 60 to the incipient riot. That was when the UA families started to arrive. They crowded the public buses or drove their private vehicles. The family celebration was due to start at noon. I had to arrange a cordon from the center where the bus depot and the public parking lot was to the park entrance. It was only a block, but it was filled with protesters. Kamihara-sensei was spending a lot of time calming parents who wanted to get their kids out of there. Gon-sensei, Midnight, Cementos, and Hound Dog were at the gate along with me and Shota. The rest of my security group was manning the cordon. And now more of them are coming. Hotspur, the leader of the Face Border clan's champions, railed to the crowd, her voice full of loathing and contempt. Did you see them? Consorting with monsters and demons. And they will bring more impure to infect our home. Drive them out. Drive them out. The people carrying the horrible signs threatening any mutant took up her chant. They're stealing our park. Yelled one to the ancients, a boy with antlers and hooves not much older than the first years. All those families. Drive them out. Drive them out. Another group took up the chant. The people loosely on our side lacked the organization to effectively counter-chant, though they tried for a little while. I think this is getting out of hand, Shota muttered to me. He was looking at the angry crowd worriedly. A lot of these protesters looked more like street toughs than shopkeepers or salarymen. Who knows what quirks they have? This could get ugly fast. If it does, I want you to get the students and families into the community center and lock it down, just like we planned. It's the strongest defensible shelter. Leave the protesters to the teachers. Our job is to protect the people who don't have license to defend themselves or others. But we don't have licenses either, he pointed out. That's why we run and hide. If they attack us once we are fortified up, we can defend ourselves. We get 1B to be the first line of defense. We have at least some training if it comes to fighting. Right. He looked around even more nervously. Don't worry. I began, only to be cut off. My long-range spirit shell detected an incoming shot. Before I could react, they followed my earlier order and deflected the round as it raced towards me. I pushed Shota out of the way and the round passed between us, ricocheting off the concrete. The crack of the gunshot echoed over the crowd. Now they're shooting at us. Hotspur cried, her voice amplified by a speaker on her belt. Get them. She started rushing towards the gate. I blew my whistle 3 sharp blasts, then repeated it, signaling the students in my security group to fall back on me. The teachers moved forward. Cementos was raising concrete barriers to hold back the crowd, leaving openings. My people ran though. Get everyone to the community center, I barked as they arrived. All first years and families. Keep them moving. Shota, Rikashi, Agoi Yamato in front, Rin and Shinso in back. I'll bring up the rear. Don't use your quirks unless personally attacked. They nodded and took off. Juzo, Kamakiri and 2 other students were sleeping off the night shift. Manga and Abe, a support student, were manning the control room. I started passing orders to them through the earbuds. Control, we have a riot at the gate. Pulling all non-combatants to the center. I took a second to survey the area away from the gate with my spirits. I saw a gang of ancients, led by the pink bat girl, coming through the woods towards the gathering point. Inform the teachers and upper years we have incoming in Sector 7. Looks like 20 hostiles. Confirmed, Abe replied, his tone calm. 20 hostiles in Sector 7. The rest of my team was doing a good job rounding everyone up. The students were accustomed to following orders and their families moved with them. I sent Shinso to gather stragglers as I spotted them from the air. I knew he could convince them to follow if necessary. Behind me, my wisps saw the FBC champions had broken through the cement barrier and were engaging the teachers. The result was never in doubt. Cementos managed the battlefield, keeping the protesters not only away from the park, but separate from each other as well. Touchstone, the FBC tank, was a large muscular man with curly brown hair and a matching beard. His costume was basically bike shorts, a headband, and sandals, leaving his hairy chest and bulging pectorals on display. Abomination! The man screamed as he closed with the literature teacher, swinging a haymaker. No need for that. Cementos liquefied the roadway, swallowing the brute. He re-solidified it with just Touchstone's head above ground. Midnight quickly blew some of her soporific pheromones in his face, putting him to sleep. You are not pure. Hotspur, a red-headed woman in a black bodysuit cried as she swung towards Hound Dog. An electric charge was building around her hand. The counselor, moving faster than any unenhanced human, leapt to catch the swing line above the villain and used it to sling her into Manacle, her chain-wielding teammate in the biker leathers. The two crashed together and did not get back up. Blowback fell to blood-fouled wings and Frostbite was soon snoozing. The fight took less time than it took to describe it. I reached the center to find that Power Loader, Present Mike, and the Big Three had gone to hold off the incoming gangbangers. 5 against 20, the gangsters never stood a chance. Present Mike opened with a howl that stopped the gang in its track, hands clutching their ears. Please, Sensei, may we have the honors? Hato asked, batting her big eyes at him. All right, he replied. Extra points to the one that takes down the most. You're on, Togata said and dove into the ground. He was wearing his costume under his uniform, so when he reappeared among the toughs, he was still dressed. He was cutting through them like a buzzsaw, striking with elbows, knees, fists, and feet. Hato and Amajiki had to move fast to catch up. Between her spiral blast and his bullhorns and chicken wings they managed to subdue half the crowd. Points to Lemillion. Present Mike declared. The other two congratulated him. Power Loader released a swarm of coin-sized drones that flew to each villain and expanded into metallic zip ties. I could have saved you the trouble, he said, shaking his head. Parents and students were hesitating at the entrance to the building. Go in, I yelled. It's safer inside. You know how tough this place is now. You just built it. That got the students cheering and, more importantly, moving again. The central auditorium could fit the roughly 400 people with room to spare. I sent the other guards to lock up the other entrances and 2 to stand by the main door, looking for threats. I walked into the auditorium and saw the project committee gathered. I went to them. What's going on? Chikuchi asked. She was agitated. Her hair was unkempt, and she kept pulling at her ponytails. The Faceboarder clan and the Ancients decided to attack. There's a riot at the park entrance, but some of the teachers are getting it under control. Other teachers are wrapping up the... I stopped. I felt 4 figures moving though my sensor cloud. While they were invisible to my wisps, my shadows and geists were all over them as soon as they entered the auditorium. 3 men and a woman, all wearing high-tech stealth suits. They were moving slowly to avoid bumping into anyone. I could see that if they did not move carefully their suits had trouble bending the light around them. 2, including the woman, were carrying high-capacity machine pistols, and wearing hatchets and knives. 2 men were carrying 2 hand axes each and had pistols and knives on their harnesses. After the fight in Hosu, I started carrying small tungsten slivers in my bag and utility belt. I used my geists to fly several of these to foul the mechanisms of the guns. None of them should fire. Once that was done, I found the quick release catches for the harnesses and posted spirits ready to release them. Excuse me, I said as I held my hand to my ear and stepped away from the committee. I moved on a tangent from the line between the approaching assassin and the crowd. I needed some space. All the teachers and upper years were busy, and none could make it here in time to stop these killers. It was up to me. As I moved, I had more geists grab 18-inch strands of monofilament from my belt and move them along the ground and up a nearby wall. I needed them ready but unseen. I also prepped some flash powder and some capsaicin, just in case. I wanted to take these guys alive, and preferably unharmed. I knew Ando had questions for them. I did not know enough to be able to interrogate them effectively. I stood with my back to the approaching assassins and waited, ostensibly talking on my earbud. They took the bait. With a scream, they rushed towards me. The gunners brought up their pistols and fired or tried to. As planned, the weapons jammed. Wasting no time, they dropped them and drew their axes. The men with axes already in hand each threw one at me. My spirits caught them easily and turned them back on the throwers. The attackers were fast, strong, and well trained. The axemen batted their own returning weapons out of the air. To avoid them drawing more weapons with their free hands, I ordered the battle harnesses released and stripped away. This tripped the assassins up momentarily, but they quickly danced out of the way. One even managed to grab a pistol. I used the distraction to clamp Geists on all four necks, initiating the blood choke. While they were somewhat tougher than normal, and their necks were armored, the armor wasn't sealed, and my spirits could slip through to get to the necessary spots. I had 12 to 15 seconds before these guys should be out. They surprised me by performing synchronized acrobatic flips to close the distance to avoid any other attacks. While they were in the air, I launched my scarf at the closest and used the monofilament to restrain the others. I secured ankles to belts and one person's hand to another's foot. In the air, they had little leverage to resist. They landed in what looked like a particularly nasty game of Twister. I yanked weapons from hands and menaced them with their own blades until they passed out. While the rest of the students and families looked on, I removed all items but their clothes, and those I searched thoroughly, then bound them more securely. I finished just as Gon-sensei came into the auditorium. "Yanagi-san, are you all right?" he asked. I took 3 steps towards him when my cloud detected another incoming round. There were fewer spirits indoors, and I had not been able to rotate them like I had in the Hosa City battle. They were tiring and were not able to deflect the shot fully. I felt my eye patch burn cold as the round grazed my upper left arm, just under the armor. The impact, glancing though it was, spun me around, blood spraying across my teacher. I fell but rolled into a crouch ready to continue the fight. Seeing a bullet hole in one of the windows in the vaulted roof, I sent my spirits shooting through it to find the sniper. He was in an upper floor window several blocks away, well out of my range. As I watched, Xerox and Spinner burst into the room and quickly subdued him. "Yanagi, you're bleeding," Gon-sensei stated, obviously trying to calm me. I examined the wound with a few spirits. Just a flesh wound. It was already throbbing but was barely worth bandaging. "I'm fine," I assured him. "We need to secure these assassins for questioning." I had my spirits sending Ando a message with a short clip of the attack. "Taken care of," he said. I saw he had already cocooned them in a blood sheath. At that point everyone in the room decided they needed to know what was going on right now in their loudest possible voices. It got even louder as other teachers joined the assembly. There was crying and wailing. I think I even heard some teeth gnashed. General post-battle chaos. I let the teachers handle it while I checked with my team and sent spirits to scout the area. No one else was hurt. The riot seems to have dispersed, for the most part, and local police were finally arriving along with Slide and Go to handle cleanup. The media was having a field day. The teachers moved the crowd back outside. I was pleased to see a number of students moving out to repair the damage done during the riot. Good initiative. I sent some security to watch over them. Rin came over and sat next to me on the clean new bench. "Nine-head dragon?" he asked. I nodded. "They call them a claw," he said. "A 5-person hit squad. You did well to survive them, much less capture them." "We'll have to talk," I said. "Later." He nodded and left. Just after 1300 the principal, followed by Gon-sensei, walked up to me. "Yanagi Reiko," the principal said in his high-pitched voice. He handed me an envelope. "I am sorry to do this. If you wish to talk about this, I can meet with you at any time before the formal hearing on Tuesday at 1600. Details are in the notice." He looked at me, offered a shallow bow, then walked away. Gon-sensei was angry, something I had seen often enough in class, and bitterly disappointed, something I hadn't seen. He nodded and followed his boss. I opened the envelope. At the top of the page, it said, "Notification of intent to expel." Chapter 35. "I'm glad you decided to talk with me," the principal said. "I am hoping we can clear this up with no need for the hearing." "How can we do that?" I asked. It was Sunday early afternoon. We were meeting in his office, just the two of us. The school was otherwise almost empty. Power Loader was working on something in his lab with Mei. Kamihara was typing up a report in his office. There were a few others, but no one nearby. Bearding the thinker in his lair was stupid of me. Last night Emily and I had argued back and forth about what we should do. Since you arrived at UA, the principal has had one important question for us. He knows we are not the same person that passed the entrance exam. He wants to know who we are. If you want to continue at UA, we should tell him the truth, the whole truth. He is a good person who cares about his students. We have to trust him. Emily argued this same basic point several times as I tried to come up with reasons not to agree. I had resisted, plotting strategies that brought the media in, roused the students and parents against the administration, even leveraged Ando and the HPSC. I can bring this silly rabbit to his knees. I can tear the school down around his ears. How will that get you what you say you want to stay at UA at least until the provisional license exam? Will making an enemy of the principal, the teachers, and who knows who else achieve that? Will that not still be an option if you tell the truth and he does not see reason? Please try my way this once. This is not your old world and he is not your old principal. After many hours of discussion and debate, I'd decided to take a huge chance and made the appointment. I have been thinking about you, the principal replied. Researching you, studying your actions and words since the first day of term. I have one question I cannot answer. If you can answer it to my satisfaction, we can be done with all this bother. If not, you are too much a risk for me to leave in this school. We stared at each other for several seconds. I suspected I knew his question. I didn't know if he would believe my answer. Who are you, really? He asked simply. There it was. I knew it was coming. I held my nose and plunged off the cliff, praying there was water below. I am the spirit of an extra-dimensional para-human with years of experience both as a villain and later as a hero sponsored by the American government. Weaver was one of my code names. I died in the year 2013 of my world's timeline, leading an army of heroes and villains to destroy a threat to a multitude of Earths. After we succeeded, my own side executed me. I was 18 years old. He listened silently, without motion or expression. In the week after her receiving word she had been accepted to UA's hero course, Yanagi Reiko, a devout pacifist, decided she could not face the prospect of attending UA with all the connected violence. At the same time, as a dutiful daughter, she could not disappoint her family by refusing to attend. So, she found a third way. She used the spiritual knowledge and abilities of her family and her own quirk to summon me from the afterlife and forced me into control of her body. Her spirit is still in here, but only as a passenger. She advises me, translates for me, and explains the spiritual world to me. We believe the transfer is permanent. Her family knows of all this and is supporting us, and it really is us. Reiko now goes by the spirit name of Emily. My original name was Taylor. In short, I concluded, this is Yanagi Reiko's body, including her quirk. Her consciousness is in here with me. But, I am in control. Whether I want it or not, I am now Yanagi Reiko. Nizu continued to stare silently at me for several seconds. Then he jumped up onto his desk and started a full-fledged happy dance, his body bouncing, his hips swiveling, and his arms waving over his head. Yes. It all fits. It makes so much sense now. He squealed. I goggled at him. This was not what I expected. Ski. He is so cute. Emily cooed. What is this? What is he doing? I was very confused. I had prepared arguments and proofs. Emily and I had decided we would take this risk, try telling the whole truth. If it went bad, we would probably have to flee the country. We had already looked up ways to get to New Zealand. They took in asylum seekers, though most of them ended up in their Australian territories. I think most people forget the principal is not human, and his reactions may not fit within human norms. I think it likely we were a puzzle to him, to which you have just provided the missing piece. After a minute or more, the principal stopped and straightened his tie. He leaned towards me and actually patted my head. Then he retook his seat. I'll need a bit more information to make sure you are getting the education you need. Even if you were a trained and experienced hero in your world, this is a different context and you'll still need legal, ethical, and social training to fit in better with the expectations of the human government. He said matter-of-factly. Also, your academics show room for improvement. You were in high school in America? What year were you, or did you graduate? I was in my senior year, though I attended mostly online. I responded. I'll have to do some historical research to see what that would mean in our world. Or we could just run you through a series of diagnostics to better measure your current Gestalt level of achievement. Is Emily able to speak for herself? I could tell his mind was shifting gears quickly to cover a lot of ground. I'd seen it before in other thinkers. I want to try something I have been practicing while you were asleep. Emily declared. I wanted to surprise you. This might be an opportune moment for that revelation. Please put your phone on his desk. All right. I laid my phone down. But I'm not sure this is the best time for trying something new. Perhaps I could just give you control for a bit. He might not believe my assertions of identity, as we would be speaking with the same voice coming from the same mouth. Emily argued. He is intelligent enough that he might be able to distinguish between the two of us, but I think this will be more convincing. A surge of energy rushed through me and suddenly I felt half empty. You were communicating Nebuta just then, weren't you? He asked. Yes, we were. I stopped when an unexpected movement caught my eye. A pen on the desk near the principal's paw rolled over, then started crawling like an inchworm towards the phone. Nizu raised an eyebrow at me. I shook my head in denial. When the pen reached the phone, it straightened and lay still. The phone turned on and Emily's face, her hair braided on either side, showing she still had two eyes. She waved then spoke. Hello. I was not certain I could possess a device as complex as this. However, it worked. I am Emily. It is an honor to meet you. I stared at her. You've been practicing? I asked. After the Hosa City incident I could no longer remain completely passive. Emily's voice was choked with emotion. That, combined with her not being available to translate, meant I was having some trouble understanding what she was saying. If I had been able to act independently, I might have been able to save some of those poor men. To practice while you have been sleeping I have possessed the blankets. I guess this makes me an Akirio. Suddenly she faded from the screen and I felt her spirit re-enter our body. She's back inside me. I told the principal. So tired, Emily moaned, then her consciousness shut down. Now she's asleep, I said in my intermediate Japanese. Her new trick seems to have taken a lot out of her. Fascinating, he said, raising one furry eyebrow. I had done some research in these sorts of spiritual gensh. But to see them in action is becko. He picked up the pen and sniffed it, and then his stubby pink tongue shot out and tasted it. After a moment, he opened a box on his desk and put the writing implement inside. Turning back to me, he said in English, I am assuming you wish to remain a student and that the Yanagi will remain your legal guardians. I nodded. He got up and started pacing on his desk. The next question is, should I cancel the hearing on Tuesday? You're willing to allow me to stay at UA? I confirmed. I am. I just needed you to tell me the whole story. There have been hints that the school may be infiltrated by individuals loyal to either the League of Villains or the Nine-Head Dragon, possibly both. While I did not truly suspect you of being a spy, I had to know who you were. You are powerful and dangerous, too much of a wild card for me to allow you to stay if you continued to hide your true nature. So you wouldn't have expelled me? I asked. Have you ever heard of agnostic behavior and threat displays? This had come up in my reading about insects. Threat displays are ways one animal may convince another animal to act in a certain way by threatening violence without delivering on it. He looked at me while he licked his paw clean. I am not human, therefore I approach dangers somewhat differently than a human would. Think of the expulsion notice as a bureaucratic threat display to provoke a response. While you were an unknown, you were a danger. If you had not revealed yourself, I would have removed you. Now that I know who and what you are, I have no reason to do so. Therefore, we don't need the hearing. His tail began to wag and he got a mischievous look on his face. Unless you want to put on a show. I could contact Ando-san and we might plan a way to use the hearing to promulgate a deception of your being persecuted by the wicked UA principal. While you would be exonerated and allowed to stay against my better judgment, of course you would be publicly branded a troublemaker, increasing your appeal to the criminal elements for whom Ando has already staked you out as a tethered goat. I could see he was getting into the idea. Wicked might be a good description of this one. I considered his offer for a minute or two. Advantages, I began, thinking aloud. It might make me more interesting to the bad guys. Counter-argument is that according to the assassins and Greedo's notes, I am already of interest. I don't know if I need the boost. I ticked off on my fingers. Disadvantage is it screws me with the students and teachers here at UA for who knows how long. That would damage my father's plan for me to build positive public perception for the Bureaucracy even if the persecution is not related to that status. And the reputation stain could be long-lasting. I looked at him. He was watching, interested in my thought process, I imagined. I don't think the benefits outweigh the costs in this case. I would rather you issue a retraction of the expulsion with an explanation saying that our discussion satisfied your concerns and reference my letters of apology, perhaps. That clears this up in school as much as possible and keeps me eligible as a mole for the bad guys here at UA. If I was an outcast I would be ineffective in that potential role. Never did like the use of mole for spy, but I see your point. He sighed. Ah well, it would have been fun. I do so enjoy what is that delightful English idiom chewing the scenery. His expression changed again. From your statements on heroism and your push for the formation of a defense association, I imagine you are not satisfied with the current state of quirk laws. I'm not certain they are workable long-term. Not with the increasing prevalence of quirks in the population. I suspect most of the people chafe at not being able to engage in safe uses of their quirks in public. But I'm no lawyer or politician. I replied. I wondered what his thoughts on the topic were. With your current public profile, you may want to consider pursuing a political career, or at least becoming politically active while pursuing whatever career you do choose. He offered me a cup of tea. Do you know what that might be? You don't think I should be a pro-hero? I think you are basically one already, licensing aside. Is that what you want to do long-term? Not really. I have spent too much time fighting, lost too many people. I was thinking I might like to be a teacher. Ah. And thus the formation of the day. I see. I would still rather not have a first year leading a multi-year club. Instead, you might take on the role of a coach, leaving the paperwork and administrivia to someone more suited? At least for the first year. I nodded while sipping. That made sense, though I didn't hate paperwork as much as some people. It was easy for me. Nizu scurried to a bookshelf against the wall and returned with a slim volume. He handed it to me. You may want to read this and look up its impact on Japan 30 to 40 years ago. The book was The Meta-Liberation War by Yatsubashi Shikara. When you discuss sensible quirk regulation and allowing people to use their quirks more freely, you'll want to avoid comparisons with Destro's philosophy. He resumed his seat and sipped his tea. I would also recommend you spend some time in discussion with Kamihara-sensei. While I doubt you'll agree on everything, he is probably too pacifistic for you. He does have good insight into human politics and prodigious contacts within the current government and the progressive wing of the ruling party. Despite the fact that Kamihara-sensei is himself quirkless, his older brother is the number 4 hero, Edshot. This gives him a unique perspective on quirks and their place in society. I'd imagine if you'd wish to work for change from within the system, he would be a valuable asset and ally. I'm not sure I want to work for change at all. I protested. Yes, I have noticed your exceptional propensity for leaving problems you come across alone. Of maintaining a professional distance from injustices and staying wholly uninvolved. His nose twitched and his tail whipped back and forth. Exactly, I agreed. Who knew the rodent king could wield sarcasm like a scalpel? Very well, he said. But if you ever have any questions, please feel free to come to me. We outsiders have to stick together. Oh. You had mentioned perhaps writing up information from your time. I would very much like to see anything you are willing to share. Social, technical, or tactical information is all of interest to me. I have started to jot down some notes. I'll send it to you when I am further along. Very good. You have finals starting a week from tomorrow. There are no classes this week, so you have time to prepare. I would suggest working with your classmates. You need the help on Japanese subjects and can offer them help on others. Thank you. I was beginning to feel a bit overwhelmed. His mind bouncing from one subject to another combined with his energy was almost exhausting to watch. I needed to get out of there before he planned my whole life. If there is nothing else, I should start studying. You do that. I'll inform Gon-sensei of your reinstatement. And my parents. I was going to inform them of the hearing after our meeting. I had hoped we might come to a satisfactory resolution and spare them the anxiety. The principal nodded, clearly a dismissal. Thank you. I bowed and left the office. I had been hopeful he would accept the true story of our union, but his excitement was unnerving. His opinion of me seems to have changed completely. Was an unsolved mystery enough to drive him to hound me, even expel me? Now that it was solved, was he on my side? It was either that or he was plotting a deeper long-term plan against me. I couldn't know unless and until he acted. His supposed support was too useful to pass up, but I would have to have contingencies and an escape plan ready just in case. I hadn't told anyone except Jin about the expulsion, so I didn't have to tell anyone the results of this meeting. I could just continue as normal, with no one but Nizu, Gon-sensei, Jin, and me knowing there was ever an issue. When I got back to my apartment, I edited the video of the encounter, leaving an obvious blank where my explanation had been, but preserving his reaction and his revoking the expulsion. I then reluctantly erased the original. I did not want my confession available. While it was possible, likely even, that Nizu had recorded the conversation himself, I had to assume his data storage was more secure than that of my low-end phone or computer. At this point, I always kept a sensor cloud of spirits surrounding me. While in my apartment, that meant that I had spirits scouting all around the building and the streets outside. Therefore, I was not surprised when Jin knocked on my window. Opening it, I welcomed him inside. How did it go? He asked. He was in his Xerox costume, though he removed his mask once inside. Neither of us had a true secret identity, but he kept up the charade better than I did. Smiling at him, I floated a tea set into the room. He nodded and I poured. I can't decide if he is crazy or simply inhuman. The little principal? Quite possible both, I'd imagine. I mean, what sane person would want to be in charge of 600 superpowered teenagers? And he's not human. Why would anyone expect him to act as if he was? He has to fit into function, but that's not the same thing. I suppose, I replied. I showed him the edited clip. Rather than comment, he joined in with the principal's happy dance. That shit's fun. I bet I could get it to go viral, the newest dance craze. Jin somehow put the dance portion only on a loop. Have to find the right music though. Maybe something classical like the Spice Girls or Nogizaka 46. Something really old school. I shrugged. I'm not sure I want him to know I was recording. Super intelligent capybara, remember? He already knows. I just shrugged. Just keep me out of it. So you're staying at UA? At least until the provisional license exam. I would recommend you and Spinner take that too. Don't count on Ando to stay nice. You do realize he works for the licensing agency? Even if you pass the test, he can yank your license if he wants. Given or earned, it's all the same to him. Jin looked at me like I was being naive. I know, but he'd need some sort of due process if it's earned. That gives a chance to try to leverage public opinion. I realized I was being a bit naive. Maybe I wanted the system at large to be less corrupt or broken in this world. I might not trust an individual like Endo, but maybe the government or society was better here. Or maybe a suicidal spirit girl was infecting me with optimism. If you say so. He shrugged and sipped his tea. Friday I had gotten a text inviting me to a semi-formal study group at Yaio Rozu's house starting Monday. The group, made up of both 1A and 1B students, was meeting every morning during the week. Kendo and Ida had arranged for the two classes to study together after another incident last week where Monoma had embarrassed himself and the class by confronting Ida, Izuku, and Todoroki in the lunchroom about being attacked by Stain. The absence of 1B from the campus for the last few days had let the hard feelings from the incident fade, but the two class reps had decided to try to actively build bridges between the classes, building on the foundations laid in the USJ fight against All Might. I was specifically requested to help tutor some of the students in English and hero tactics. I had separate messages from Shota, Kode, Bondo, and Jozo asking me if I was planning on attending. I let everyone know that I would attend. I needed help with history, literature, and Japanese. Given his new knowledge of my nature, I half expected the principal to somehow require me to test without Emily's input. There are people with the ability to interfere with my connection to other spirits out there. He might choose to bring one in to ensure a fair exam. While organizing my desk for studying, I came across Endeavor's card. I had forgotten it last week. I needed to decide what to do with his invitation to call. It might be too late, but I still needed to make a decision, rather than just blowing him off through inaction. He was the number 2 hero and had been present in Hosa City. I had no reason not to contact him, other than his son's embarrassment. Our group therapy sessions with Hound Dog had hinted at a serious breach in the Todoroki family, but I had no particular loyalty to the two-toned boy. I sent the hero a message apologizing for not contacting him previously and indicating my availability during the coming week. Endeavor let me know he would be in Tokyo on Thursday and arranged to meet with me for lunch. I almost suggested the cutlet house I had met and knew it. I never did get to try the food. Chapter 36. The next 2 weeks were devoted to the end-of-term exams tests that would cover all the material presented in the last 10 weeks. First, there was prep week, where there were no classes, but the school's resources were available to students. This was followed by 3 days of written tests and 1 to 3 days devoted to the practical exams. The teachers were keeping the nature of the practical secret. After my meeting with the principal, Gon-sensei had met me at the school gate. He was dressed in civilian garb, which did little to lessen his ominous presence. Yanagi-san, I am pleased that you and Nizukoko have reached a resolution. May I accompany you home? Certainly, I replied. I had the feeling my homeroom teacher had felt awkward being put in the middle of the principal's issues with me. I felt confident he had been as supportive of me as his position allowed. While I found his weekly checkups at my apartment more than a little intrusive, I appreciated that he meant well. We walked towards the bus stop. He glanced at my bandaged arm. I feel I owe you several apologies. First, that I did not press for you to receive immediate medical attention when you were wounded. You did not act injured, thus, despite the apparent nature of your wound, I mentally prioritized it below quelling the growing panic. That was a mistake and a failure on my part, for which I apologize. He bowed. I returned it quickly, trying to wave off the rest of his speech. Please, sensei, there's no need for this. I wasn't hurt badly, and it was treated quickly enough. You had a responsibility to the rest of the students and their families. We paused our conversation as we boarded the bus. Then he continued. Also, I had not realized how involved you and some of your classmates would become in the community project. I worry that I may have put you at a disadvantage for preparing for the final exams. Please let me know if there is anything I can do to help. For instance, if you would like to arrange some study sessions with me this week. I am going to be working with a large study group that Kendo-san and Ida-kun of Class 1A have arranged. I think that is likely to be enough. If for some reason it isn't, then I have more motivation to study harder next term. Nay. He offered one of those untranslatable utterances that could be taken as partial agreement. After several minutes of silently watching the city pass by through the window, I asked him, have you heard what happened to the rioters or the Claw? Some. The police arrested the Face Border Clan's champions, and this time they made it all the way to jail. He offered a quick toothy smile. Also, several of the ancients were taken into custody. From their questioning, it is likely that there was someone acting as an agent provocateur riling the crowds against the restoration project. Any idea who? I asked. Some, but this is not the place to talk about the details. He looked pointedly around the crowded bus. Several people quickly shifted the gaze away from us. I nodded. We were mostly silent for the rest of the trip to my apartment. Once there, he asked his normal wellness questions. What are you eating? How much sleep are you getting? Are you having any problems with the neighbors? Is anyone bothering you? Are you having any other issues? Basically, how is a 15-year-old girl doing on her own in a bad neighborhood? I had stopped being offended when I realized that if it had been the original Reiko in this same situation, she would have found the care comforting, and it might have been necessary. You mentioned there is suspicion of a provocateur in the riots. I prompted after the normal questioning ended. I know you are familiar with the League of Villains. Shigaraki is considered one of their leaders. Another is Jiren, a mid-level villain, black marketer, and fixer of long standing. Gon-sensei paused. He's one of the big players in Majuat Izurai, I replied, wanting Gon-sensei to know I was aware of what was going on in the neighborhood. Possibly the mastermind behind its isolation in recent years. Exactly. He is thought to be the direct sponsor of the Ancients, and at least involved in the Face Border clan, not a member, but in an advisory role. The teacher continued. That would make sense. And the police think he may have arranged the riots to discourage UA involvement in the neighborhood. I surmised. Not so much the local police, Gon-sensei added. But regional law enforcement think that is a strong possibility. I sighed. Someone will have to explain to me how the various police forces interrelate. That's not normally covered until second year. And I don't think we have time for it this evening. He stood and started his preparations for departure. Please be careful out there. It is likely that the triad is still out for you. You have further embarrassed them. If the local head is not involved, that may give you some peace. Jiren's forces are also still embedded in the neighborhood. I want you to consider moving. This is not a safe place for you. I intend to talk to you parents about the issue. I appreciate your concern, I replied. I have no specific attachment to the area, but I hate the thought of being run out of anywhere by criminals. If I move, I want it to be on my terms, not theirs. He nodded silently and made for the door. When he left, I bowed him out of the apartment. That evening, at Emily's suggestion, I decided to take a trip to Tenji. This was an ancient Buddhist temple and graveyard in central Tokyo. Her family had some obscure connection I could not quite grasp. I felt the need to get away from the streets of Majuat Izurai that had become too familiar, and after the riots too dangerous for me to stroll casually. At least until tempers cooled further. I wanted to fly. I had not just flown for the fun of it because of the quirk laws. The same laws that kept me from doing it now. I had the secret license, but I'd be a fool to expose it because I wanted to feel the wind in my hair. So, 2 buses and 3 trains later I arrived at the Great Bronze Buddha of Tenji. The area was peaceful to the naked eye, but the nearby graveyard, Yanakabaki, was positively crowded with spirits. They all took notice of me, but none accosted us. Eventually I found a bench next to a small pond. Mr. Yanagi had introduced me to basic meditation and Emily had been trying to get me to practice more often. This spot offered the tranquility to allow me to let go of my tension and sink into relaxed contemplation. Why are we here? I eventually asked. I am worried about you. Emily replied. When you first arrived, you were weary of combat and conflict. You avoided it when we stumbled across that battle our first night in Majuat Izurai eschewed fighting the villains in order to save civilians. I remember. Since then you have been forced to defend yourself several times. Again, those fights were not at your instigation, at least not entirely. But recently with the bounty heroes in particular you have begun to seek out conflict. In the park, you were not seeking it out, but you made no effort to avoid it, and when it came, I believe you enjoyed it. And? I am concerned you are falling back into old habits. Patterns of behavior that you had said you wished to change. I would like to offer you a challenge. Emily sounded nervous. I thought about what she was saying. You may have a point. I still say the fights are, for the most part, coming to me. I don't go looking for them. But I am resorting to violence as a first choice and planning on further fighting. What's your challenge? For the next 2 weeks at least, concentrate on being a student, not a hero. Most of all I challenge you to have fun doing something that is not hero-related, something not cape life I believe is your term for it. And try to find at least one friend that is not a 30-year-old recovering schizophrenic or a voice in your head. A friend? I had friends, didn't I? You need connections to this world beyond me, my family, or Jin. I have nothing against Jin. But you are a teenage girl. You need to live that part of your life as well. Why? I don't think I ever really did the first time around. And you have said you regretted that. Why are you allowing yourself to fall into the same pattern again? Emily was pressing as hard as I had ever seen her press, except for her insistence that I talk to Nizu. This was coming from a person that saw my every move and heard most of my thoughts, so I had to give her questions some credence. I'll have to give this some thought. I guess I'm in a good place for that. I settled into my seat and tried to clear my mind again. I could feel Emily doing the same. After an hour, I was getting antsy. I got up and started pacing. I'll take your challenge. I agreed. Mostly because I don't think I'm stuck in hero mode, so it'll be easy. But, if you're right and I am falling back into old patterns, this will help me realize it. That is my primary goal. I am not trying to force a choice on you. I only wish your choices to be deliberate, rather than unconscious or driven by circumstance. We were silent as I made my way back to the apartment. Monday morning, my classmates all agreed to meet at the train station nearest Yaeorozu's house and walk there together. About half of each class showed up. There were several notable absences: Izoku, Todoroki, Monoma, Bakugo, Kirishima, Tetsu, Kamakiri, and Tokage. I was happy to see the students I was closest to in my class were there: Shota, Kode, Bondo, and Juzo. From the map it looks like it's only a kilometer or so, Kendo said, looking at her phone. Are we ready? Ida, who had been checking names off a list, looked to our class rep and said, everyone that replied to the invitation is here. I believe we are ready. Come on, people. Koze ordered in a faux military voice. Let's march. He started marching briskly down the street. Several people shrugged and started following him. Kendo whistled loudly, catching his attention, and that of the other students. It's that way. She pointed in the opposite direction he had been leading. Rather than blushing, he simply barked, about face. Forward march. Everyone giggled. I was impressed he had played it off rather than getting flustered. Social confidence was rare in teenagers. Kendo, of course, had plenty. She took the lead with Ida walking next to her. He kept trying to show her something on his tablet. I fell in beside Shota and Kode. Bondo was close behind. The four of us still sat together regularly at lunch. How are you? Shota asked, pointing at the bandage on my arm. We were all in light summer wear, mostly shorts, t-shirts, or light blouses. My bandage was easily visible under my short sleeve. No worries, I said. It sounds like a line from a bad movie, but it really was just a flesh wound. Basically, a deep scratch. A few stitches and I'm fine. I'm just glad no one else was hurt. The others nodded. That was frightening, Bondo said, sounding embarrassed. It was the first time I was involved in violence and I was just watching from the crowd. I was scared too, and it wasn't the first time for me, Kode replied flatly. But I guess we have to get used to it if we want to be pros. Even people that face combat regularly get frightened, Shota said. My father's soldiers sometimes talk about it, when they think no one is listening. You know there is still fighting going on in the Ryukyu Islands against holdouts of the Black Sun regime? The soldiers occasionally talk about how they still get scared facing the pirates and how they fight through the fear. I guess it is something you learn with experience. Part of the reason it is so frightening is because we couldn't do anything, Bondo stated. After we get our provisional license I think it might be better. You may be right, I replied. Feeling helpless is worse than feeling scared. Scared, you can do something about. But license or no license, if you need to act to save yourself, do so. And to save others? Shota asked. He looked me in the eye. That gets into legalities and personal choice, I replied. Legally you know you can't do anything but call for help. Anything beyond that is stepping outside the law. You have to decide for yourself what you think is right. What decision is there to make? He argued. The law is the law. I knew the young man was a thinker, but I had suspected his respect for authority would lead him to fall on the side of law. I didn't hold it against him. Laws change. Bondo said. New laws replace old laws. In a democracy, this is driven by the will of the people. In a dictatorship, it is driven by the whim of the leaders. Whatever the government, laws change. Which laws should be followed? Kode and I looked at each other. The group's lunchroom conversation had occasionally drifted towards politics, usually after a particularly interesting hero case study or history lesson. Shota's orthodoxy was well known. Kode was more moderate and my politics were assumed from my work with the day. Bondo seldom said much during these, so we had no hint of his leanings. We live in a democracy. The elected government developed the quirk laws for the good of society as a whole. Ignoring them leads to chaos, as we've seen both historically and on Saturday. Shota was getting riled. What are you arguing about? The voice came from Ashido, a pink-haired, purple-skinned girl in 1A. She had been one of the third-round combatants in the sports festival. Her reputation around school was as a Genki girl. Bondo immediately stopped talking and hunched his shoulders as if he could hide his massive body in plain sight. Shota turned to the acid thrower and muttered, sorry, we were talking about politics. Boring. She said. Did you hear what All Might did over the weekend? No, what? I asked. I had been curious about his absence from the park. He sank some Chinese ship or something. Ashido said. He didn't sink it, a boy with a black bolt in his orange hair corrected. Another 1A student whose name I couldn't remember. He captured it and pulled it to the Coast Guard station in Naha. It was supposed to be filled with Chinese pirates or mobsters or something, Manga added. His face showed a Jolly Roger flag. I really wondered if it was the treasure ship the warning note had mentioned. I'd have to ask Ando. If so, I owed the big hero, though I wondered if that would draw more nine-head dragon attention to me or if they would now concentrate on All Might. Neither was necessarily good for the school. There were other possibilities. The islands between Japan and Taiwan were still in a state of partial instability. Okinawa and the islands between it and Kyushu were supposed to be under Japanese government control, but the islands south and west of that were said to still be like the Wild West. Black Sun holdouts, Ryukyu nationalists, Chinese agents, MLA remnants, and actual pirates were all part of the volatile mixture. I could see All Might getting involved in any big operation if needed. The other students chatted about All Might and his activities. Azui, a frog-like girl in A1, wondered aloud if her internship mentor Selkie and his ship might have been involved. This led to a discussion of internships and the activities the different students got involved in. Attention everyone! Ida called. We're here. Everyone stopped to look around. We were on an empty street lined on both sides by thick woods behind tall wrought iron walls. The only gap in the walls was the large gate we were standing in front of. A metal plate showed the family name Yaeorozu. I knew she was rich, but I didn't think she was this rich, the lightning hair guy said. As most of the students looked around in intimidated wonder, Ida pressed the button and announced our arrival. Everyone! I have been waiting for you. Yaeorozu's excited voice could be heard clearly through the intercom. The gates swung open with a metallic clank. Please, come in. The long driveway eventually led to a palatial European-style mansion. It was an odd mix of Gothic and Tudor styles. It looked like something out of the Jane Austen movies my mother used to watch. Our hostess was waiting at the front door. I'm so excited to welcome you to my home. I hope you will feel comfortable here. I've set us up in the Great Hall. There should be enough room and supplies. Follow me. If you get lost, just ask one of the maids or footmen. It was a short hike, though what looked more like a museum than a home before we arrived in the aptly named Great Hall. It was a long room with a massive table down the center. There were portable blackboards and large tablets on easels scattered along the length of the room. Massive windows along one wall let in the morning light. Large golden chandeliers added to the illumination. The wood of the walls and furniture was dark. The carpet was maroon and felt like walking on a cloud. A large stone fireplace, big enough to roast a cow and currently unlit, would provide warmth should we somehow be stuck there until winter. Once we were all seated, Momo, as she insisted we call her, left to get refreshments. I feel so out of place, it's making me nervous, declared Ojiro, the 1A student with the massive tail. Me, too, agreed Pony. It's like she casually slapped me with a huge difference in how we were born, Kode deadpanned. But her bounciness is so cute I don't care. Siro concluded. What sort of tea are you all partial to? Momo rolled in a cart with fancy china, teapots, and cakes. Her face was lit up with a smile brighter than I had ever seen on her at school. She was followed by two maids with larger carts. We have Harrods or Wedgwood, or Ocha with water shipped from springs on Asama Yama. That caught my attention. Maybe this won't be so bad. During a break a few hours later, Kendo's voice carried from the far end of the table. You guys were talking earlier about how you don't know what's going to be on the practical exam for the finals, right? Looks like it will be combat against robots, like in the entrance exam. What? Really? How do you know? Asked Ida. One of our class mentors told me, Kendo replied. The other students cheered hearing this. I had no direct experience with these robots, but Emily's memories showed them to be not much of a challenge. I couldn't decide whether to be relieved it would be a cakewalk, or concerned that it would build unrealistic expectations in the students by not showing them how difficult real combat could be. Throughout the morning, my classmate Fukidashi Manga had been making an obvious effort to avoid me. Several times, I saw him glance in my direction, which was easy to notice, as he had to turn his whole two-dimensional head then shudder and turn away. At the end of the session, as I was separated from the other students, packing my bag, he finally came up to me. How can you stand it? He asked, the words appearing simultaneously on his face. Stand what? I replied. I checked with my scout cloud to make sure we were far enough away from others and that no one was paying particular attention to us. Shota was watching, but from too great a distance to hear. How can you stand being constantly surrounded by spirits like that? It's like you are in the center of a typhoon. I'd go crazy. I'm lucky that most spirits are repelled by me. Watch this. Manga did something that caused his spiritual presence to go from just like everyone else to whoa. This really makes the spirits freak out, so I usually keep it hidden. It just makes things easier. It was obvious that he was one of the spiritually aware population. I looked at him with the wisp's soul sight, something I avoided doing without a good reason because it felt like a massive invasion of privacy, and gasped. He did not have a crystal. He was a giant crystal, a blinding beacon of spiritual energy. I must have flinched. I bet you just looked at me through a spirit's eyes. Sorry about that, but you can guess why they don't hang around me much. An old tanuki once told me it's pretty painful unless I am keeping it hidden. What are you? I kept my voice low, so that only he could hear me. He hesitated. I don't know. I live in a government home for kids with severe mutations. Abandoned by our parents mostly. There's no record of my parents, so no one knows my origin. I've always been able to see spirits. Eventually I stopped talking about them when other people thought I was lying or crazy. Emily? Any idea? I asked. I have never seen the like. Perhaps we could ask my father, she suggested. Wow, I just realized. He started, obviously excited. His face panel showed a person with two heads. Suspecting what he was about to reveal, I held up my hand to stop him. That's a secret, I whispered urgently. Please don't say anything, and clear your face. Oops. He suddenly had a picture of himself with a lock over his face and a key being thrown away. Maybe we can talk more somewhere else. You want to get some lunch or maybe a walk in the park? Not as a date or anything. Just somewhere to talk. Sure, I said. Where? You live in Maju at Izurai. We could go to the park there. Or, some place near the train station here. My place is in Shibuya, so not close. Might I suggest the most appropriate place for a discussion of spirituality might be a nearby temple or shrine? Emily offered. They are located throughout the metropolis. Perhaps an inquiry to our hostess would not go amiss. How about we grab some food to go and find a quiet temple or shrine? There is probably one not too far from the station. I said, copying Emily's suggestion shamelessly. Yeah, he agreed. There is an old shrine about 450m that way. He pointed. A sketch of what I assumed was the temple appeared on his face panel. You know the area? I asked. No. I just always know where shrines are. Not temples or churches, usually. Mostly just shrines. He shrugged. Interesting, I replied. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to host this gathering. Momo was almost bouncing with her excitement. I look forward to having you in my home all week. Please let me know if there is any way I can make your time here more comfortable. Special food or drink requests. I'm sure our chef can make anything you want. Thank you for agreeing to host us, Kendo replied for everyone. The classes split into several groups as people left. Many headed towards the station, but some were picked up by parents or went elsewhere to catch other transportation. I let my group know I was running an errand with manga. Shota was obviously disappointed. I wondered if I was going to have a talk with Shota. He was a nice guy and had the potential to become a friend, but I was not interested in anyone romantically. I wasn't fully adjusted to my new body and didn't really know where I fit in terms of peer groups. Was I 15, 18, or over 200? Whatever it was, I wasn't looking to start dating anyone, especially not a 15-year-old. Not sure how I would tell him that though. I cannot offer any relevant advice. Rejecting romantic offerings is not something with which I can claim much experience. Emily teased. Manga led us to the shrine. Not far from it, we saw a noodle shop and got some noodles to go. The shrine was at the top of a small rise, surrounded by trees. It looked deserted, but I saw a Maiko, a college-aged girl in the traditional red and white, sweeping in the back. There were also a number of spirits, both yurei and yokai, in the area. They took notice of us but did not approach. Even the spirits of my normal swarm had moved away from us as Manga and I had strolled together. I had to order several to stay near or I would have been almost blinded. They conveyed their discomfort with remaining in Manga's presence by constantly trying to slip away. We made the traditional obeisance at the shrine, then found a nice bench to sit on. Sorry about your spirits. For some reason, they have always been afraid of me. Especially if I am open like this. Manga started. That's why they didn't run during the various exercises. I was keeping cloaked. Not afraid, Emily interjected. They are in awe of him. Whatever he is, his true spiritual power greater than anything I have ever seen before. Greater than the guardian of Hatsukiji. I am told they are not afraid, but in awe of you. I repeated. He shrugged. Same difference. He looked around, then spoke quietly. How come you have two souls? I thought for several seconds. Even after admitting my situation to the principal, I had no desire to spread the truth of my origin. I'm sorry to say I'm not comfortable talking about that. It is something of a family secret. Okay, he didn't sound too disappointed. I shouldn't have asked. It was rude of me. He offered a slight bow in apology. Have you had your quirk tested? I asked. I met a person called the Assayer and she told me my quirk was a special subtype of emitter. Called a medium. He interrupted. Yeah, I was told that too. I think the administrators at the home were worried I was too weird and called Assayer in to check on me. I manipulate a non-standard energy source. Whatever that means. Me too. I offered. I think that may be what the authorities call spiritual energy, or something like that. Then it is a very broad category, as what you do and what I do are very different. Manga observed. Emitter is a very broad category, so it makes sense the subcategory might still describe a wide range of abilities. I suppose. He looked around. I understand you grew up in a temple. Something like this, I said, waving my hand around the shrine. But bigger and much more remote. I was raised to be like her, I pointed to the Miko, who had stopped her work and was gazing at us from the other side of the courtyard. When she saw us looking at her she sank to her knees and offered a full dogza, bowing from the knees and touching her head to the ground. Oh! Emily exclaimed. He what? I asked. He must be a kami. She recognized his spiritual energy. It could only come from a divine being. How could I have missed it? Even though he was hiding it, I should have recognized it. Although it is not as if one expects to find a divine spirit in a high school classroom. I wonder if it is possible. What? Is it possible he does not know? She sounded dubious. How could he not know? A kami is a god, right? How could someone not know they were a god? A kami is not the same thing as the Western god. It is the spiritual embodiment of a concept. I cannot fathom how a kami would not know they were a kami. Let's ask. I replied. Manga-kun, what do you know about kami? I asked. Not a lot. He waved towards the shrine. They are the spirits worshipped in Shinto. Not much more really. I've never been that interested in religion. No offense intended. None taken. But I think we may need to find someone who does know more about them. You need to talk with someone. A little spirit just told me it may be really important for you. Uki. He was looking at me like I was about to start preaching at him. Don't worry. I'm not out to convert you or anything, but this might be important. Let me ask around and see if I can find someone for you to talk to. Sure, he shrugged. Whatever. Not long after that, we packed up our makeshift picnic and parted ways. I think I may have scared him. Chapter 37. I guess it wasn't surprising that Manga avoided me for the entire study session on Tuesday. I'd scared him. I imagined he thought I was a religious nut. I decided that I'd wait for him to talk to me, if he was interested in pursuing the subject of his nature further. If he didn't want to deal with it, I wouldn't force it on him. Denial served a purpose occasionally. That afternoon, Yu had invited me to meet her and her best friend Hato, one of the big three, for some shopping in Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. The stores there were known for specializing in items that were designed for different body types and quirks. When I met up with the other two girls at the Kiyoshi-ku train station I asked, why are we shopping here? None of us have mutation or transformation type quirks. This mall may be known for that sort of products, but it also has some great music stores and the best tea shop in Tokyo. Hato twirled in a circle, standing on one toe like a ballerina. Her long blue hair streaming out behind her like a cape. She was wearing khaki walking shorts and a deep blue tank top. Love their jasmine tea. Besides, Yu interrupted. A dark green headband held back her short red hair. Her t-shirt had a picture of the Milky Way with an arrow pointing to one of the stars saying you are here. Another arrow pointed to a star on the other side of the galaxy saying we are here. I'm shopping for my cousin. It's his 20th birthday next week and I wanted to get him something nice. He's got a mutation? Hato asked interestedly. Yes. Though you know it's rude to ask so openly, Yu chided her friend. He's got 4 arms. I thought a nice leather jacket would be cool. I nodded. Does it get cold where he lives? Yeah. He's in Hokkaido, so it gets really cold. Then a jacket sounds great, Hato agreed, then turned to me. I wonder if they have any cool eye patches or special gear for people with one eye. Yu screamed and slapped Hato's arm pretty hard from the sound of it. I just gave the blue-haired girl a "you have to be kidding me" glare and said, pass. We walked quietly for a few minutes. The mall was impressive, 4 stories in a single gallery at least 3 city blocks long. The thing that really made it stand out from the malls I had seen before was that the roof was split down the middle in a wavy line. It made it look like the partly cloudy afternoon sky was a river seen from the air. The building was mostly open at either end so that you felt more like you were walking in an outdoor market than a mall. This place is nice, I said. I like the open, airy feeling. I bet it's less pleasant when it's cold or raining. Nope, Hato said in English, popping her pea. They have retractable glass steel roof and walls. They use them at night too, for security. That makes sense. I allowed. How is the study session going? Yu asked. It seems to be going okay. I guess we won't know for sure until we hit the exam, I replied. I wouldn't worry too much, Hato shrugged as if it was not an issue. The tests aren't hard if you pay attention in class. She reminded me of some of the more advanced students who seemed to have the same attitude. The students who were having the most problems, like Ashido or Pony, didn't share this arrogance. Did you hear about Kubo Jiori? Yu asked, obviously changing the subject. Oh, I like her. Emily said. She is a singer. No. What happened? Hato replied. You know how she went out on that date with Takai Suguru. Yu began. When that came out in the media, she was fired from Planet Pink. I heard she was only demoted to Dream Dolls, Hato argued. Whatever. She was in trouble. Yu pulled out her phone and opened a video site. Watch this. We all leaned over to see more clearly. I could have used a wisp, but it might have been visible at this close range. In the video, a pretty young woman with bright pink hair hanging past her shoulders was apologizing for her behavior. Her eyes were full of tears and her voice was breaking as she accepted the responsibility for her wrongdoing for staying overnight at her boyfriend's place. Then she said she would atone for her mistakes and took out an electric razor. She then shaved her head, pink strands cascading down out of the camera's view. Her crying increased as more and more of her bare scalp was uncovered. 2 minutes later, she was fully shorn. Several more bows and apologies followed, then the sobbing bald girl cut the feed. No way! Hato screamed, her feet leaving the ground as blue spirals of energy shot from them. That's crazy. Yeah, Yu agreed. I know she wanted to apologize, but shaving her head is a bit extreme, don't you think? The last was directed at me. It does seem a bit much, I said. What was she apologizing for? I didn't quite catch it. Idols aren't allowed to date, Yu replied. They can date, Hato disagreed. They just can't be seen to be, you know, sexually active. They have to maintain an image of innocence and purity, Yu said, deepening her voice to sound like a teacher or newsreader. As long as they're in the group, they have to follow the rules. They are supposed to represent an ideal to their young girl fans. Emily added. I noticed the same person on a poster in a clothes store we were passing. She was wearing a bikini with one strap pulled almost to her elbow, the top of her breast clearly visible. I pointed to it. Innocence and purity. I admit I have never understood the conflicting nature of the way idols are portrayed. Emily offered. My father did not allow us to have posters of musicians, actors, or heroes in our rooms. He said we should be concentrating on our studies. The 2 third-year girls turned to see what I was looking at. Yeah, Yu sighed. It's the same double standard you see in heroing, Hato said. She pointed to another poster, this one of Owabami flanked on either side by Momo and Kendo in costume. They seemed to be advertising perfume. I stopped and stared. How is this allowed? I demanded. They did their internship with Owabami, Yu replied, smiling. They did the photo shoot as part of the internship. Not everyone gets to fight villains on national news in their first job. Some people have to be fashion models instead. I hope they got paid, I said. Did you? Yu asked. No. There you go. My mentor replied. Idols or heroes, it's all the same sex sells. Hato shook her head. Did you see the piece on the news the other night where Midnight Sensei and MT Lady were brought on to discuss sexuality and female heroes? At first, they were talking about costume standards. Then it ended up a cat fight, Yu grumped. Endo-kun was drooling about it the next day in class. Half the boys were, from what I saw, I added. It had been disgusting. I expected that sort of behavior from Kosei, but even Shota had trouble looking at Midnight when she taught her next class. Perhaps you were misreading them? Emily suggested. She was too often willing to look for the best in people. I think that show may have kick-started puberty for a generation of boys, Hato teased. But it makes me wonder what we can expect when we hit the pros. Are young female heroes supposed to hold to the same standards as idols? I asked. I remembered the PRT decorum guidelines were always treated like a joke in the wards, especially in Brockton Bay. Not really, Yu said. Some agencies seem to think of us as eye candy. I interned at the Springer Hero office last year. They wanted all female sidekicks and interns to wear catgirl versions of their costumes. Springer has a thing for catgirls, and he would inspect us every day. It was creepy. Didn't you say anything to the school? I asked. I had gotten an invite from Springer. Springer claimed it as branding and the school let him, as long as there was no inappropriate behavior. Hato sounded disgusted. I got another invite from them after the sport festival. No way I would work there again. I have heard that most agencies have a morals clause in their contracts. Most use them to weed out criminal behavior. But some. Yu was looking something up on her phone as she talked. She held it up for us to read. Here you see how woman Jenny tried to dismiss a young female sidekick who had gotten her picture on the gossip sites when she had a costume malfunction and accident, not a deliberate one according to witnesses and the girl herself. The case is in arbitration by the HPSC tribunal right now. No. Hato said, grabbing the phone to read more. That sucks, I muttered. Is there a list of the bad agencies somewhere for young women to look at? Something to let us know who to watch out for. A couple of people tried starting one, but the HPSC claimed it was defamation and made them take it down. Yu shook her head. I decided to talk to Ando about this. Sexual harassment is a crime. We had been walking almost aimlessly through the mall while we talked. Just then we came to a store selling chibi dolls of popular heroes. Ooh. Yu grabbed my hand and pulled me to the store window. Look at that gang orca chibi. It's so cute. And there's Wash. And Cementos sensei. I have to get one. I could give it to him as an homage after the holidays. So cute. Emily echoed. He may already have one, Hato pointed out. You can never have too much cute, Yu said, sticking her tongue out. We shopped for the rest of the afternoon. At Yu and Hato's insistence, I even picked up some barrettes to hold my hair back. I also found a traditional Kanzashi hairpin that could double as a throwing spike. I love a weapon you can wear to school. Hato gifted me with a tin of jasmine tea from her favorite shop. I tried some in the store and it was good. When I returned to my place, I found all my kitchen utensils had been moved, swapped left to right in each cabinet or drawer. I heard little feet running and a child giggling in the next room. Of course, my apartment had only one room. I assume this wasn't you practicing? I asked Emily. No. I still practice mostly while you are sleeping. This was not me. I believe Azashiki Warashi has adopted you or this apartment. What is that? While I had been reading up on the subject, there were far more types of spirits than I could remember easily. It is a spirit that brings protection and good luck to those in its household. They are the spirits of young children and are very playful and love playing pranks on their families. I believe your eye patch is a symbol of its relationship with you. So, a mix of good news and bad news, but mostly good? I know I have been oddly lucky several times when I have felt the patch give off energy. That is worth some harmless pranks. I'll even leave the kitchen as it is. Should I be making offerings of thanks of some sort? It cannot hurt. I would recommend a toy or something sweet. Remember, it is an eternal child. I left the chibi All Might figure I had picked up at the mall on the kitchen counter. It was gone in the morning. Wednesday morning it was back to Momo's for more studying. Nothing noteworthy happened, though I was able to sit down with Shota for a moment. Nearby Koze was flirting with Ashido, who seemed to be responding in kind. They were not being subtle, but nothing was happening between them. I have a silly question, I said. What is it? Shota replied. We were sitting on the terrace, the French doors in the great hall opened onto. There were benches and a table and chairs. Flowering vines climbed the walls, adding a lovely scent to the air. Half the area was shaded by a retractable awning. It was break time and most of the students were taking advantage of the beautiful weather. I had a plan to give Shota a hint that I was not a dating option. I pointed to Koze chasing Ashido around a topiary cut in the shape of elephant. When do people start dating in the city? What? His face burned red. I was just surprised to see someone as young as them even playing at flirting. In my valley, girls aren't expected to start having any sort of romantic interest until they're 17 or older. A lot of marriages are still arranged by matchmakers. My parents was. I guess that's one of the differences I see in the city. I don't think they are dating, he said. We are all too young to be thinking about marriage, certainly. People don't talk about it much, but even in the city, among certain families with strong quirks, there has been a return to the old traditions of amiye arranged matches and matchmakers. Like your family, and Momo's? I asked, honestly curious. I had not heard of this. He just blushed fiercely and nodded. Excuse me, he said and rushed back into the mansion. What was that about? Kode asked, sitting in Shota's vacated seat. I guess I embarrassed him. We were talking, or rather I was asking about dating customs and arranged marriages. I wondered for a moment if the quiet girl was interested in the shy boy. Ah. She nodded. Yes, that is an embarrassing subject. Are you aware that Shota has a crush on you? I suspected, but I'm not interested in dating right now. I'm just too preoccupied with other things. I wondered if this was how I should have tried warning him off in the first place. I tell a friend of mine who tells a friend of his who tells him high school telegraph. It is the normal procedure, in my limited understanding, Emily concurred. Your life has been busy, has it not? Kode agreed. He is probably not looking for any entanglements either. His family is one of the 88, which means he doesn't have a lot of choice in those matters. The 88? I asked Emily rather than broadcasting my ignorance. Surely they couldn't mean the neo-Nazi gang from Brockton Bay. The 88 most powerful families in Japan. In olden times they would have been the samurai, or even the daimyo. It represents a mixture of quirks, wealth, and political connections. Needless to say, no bureaucracy are represented. The new nobility? In essence. In your class Shota, Todoroki, and Yaeyorozu are all part of the 88. As is Kamihara-sensei. Sementos-sensei is from the Ishiyama and Midnight-sensei is from the Kayama. There may be others, but I cannot call myself an expert. Damn. Language, please. Kode watched as I digested her news. You were not aware of his connections. I wasn't, I agreed. Do not worry yourself, she said, putting a hand on my arm. He is not one to concern himself with the distinctions of rank. Yeah, I suppose not, I replied. That afternoon Fuwa Mawata, the second-year class mentor, had invited Kendo, Tokage and I for a lunch and a tour of her uncle Best Jeanist's offices. While this was too involved with Cape life to fit Emily's challenge, she had still encouraged me to accept as it was involving myself in my classmates' activities. Hopefully, I wouldn't have to fight my way out of the number 4 hero's stronghold. Kendo and I traveled together from Momo's house. The class rep was a slim, yet muscular girl, with long ginger hair always up in a ponytail, always friendly and chatty. She was wearing a sundress and jacket, more formal than the outfits she had been in earlier. While this wasn't a job interview, we both wanted to look professional, especially as Best Jeanist was known for his attention to fashion. I was wearing a black jacket and slacks combo with a grey blouse. How is the review working for you? She asked. Is it all making sense? Are you having troubles with any particular topics? I really appreciate that you are tutoring English for those having difficulties. Useful. Yes. No. Thank you. My reply was as deadpan as Kode's normal conversation. What? She looked at me confused for a moment. We were in the back seat of a taxi, taking a shortcut to a station where we could catch a train that would take us right to the genius office. Oh. I guess I was going a little fast there. Sorry. How is it going? Pretty well, thanks. I'm glad you and Ida arranged this. I think it will go a long way towards defusing the tension between the two classes. If only we can get Monomikun to stop picking fights and causing trouble. She sighed. I wish he had joined us, but that was asking too much. We continued chatting the whole way. When we got off the train, the two other girls were waiting for us. Tokage was a small girl with big green eyes and big green hair. Her tail splitter quirk always freaked me out a little bit. It reminded me of Mannequin in a weird way. She was wearing a purple knit dress with a broad black leather belt. A little showy for the situation, I thought. But she was an extrovert and liked attention. Our hostess, Fuwa, looked fairly nondescript, medium height with medium length light brown hair, wearing a blue denim knee-length dress. The most striking thing about her was the look of condescension she gave to Kendo and me as she looked at our outfits. It is about time, she snapped. We're almost late for lunch with Uncle Tsunagu. We're meeting him at his favorite Donbarai restaurant. Let's hurry. I looked at Kendo, who shrugged. We quickly followed Fuwa as she hurried down the crowded street, barely avoiding colliding with people returning to their office from their lunch breaks. The other girls had agreed to a later lunchtime so Kendo and I could complete the study session. When we arrived at the restaurant, we were quickly shown into a small dining room behind the main area. Best Jeanist was already seated. Welcome, he said, standing. I am Best Jeanist, Mawata-chan's uncle, on her mother's side. It is my pleasure to host you for the afternoon. You will, of course, understand that a crisis may arise that requires my immediate attention. I offer my apologies in advance should I be drawn away unexpectedly. The exigencies of a pro-hero's life, something with which you will all become familiar, I'm sure. We each, except his niece, introduced ourselves to him with a bow. Please sit, he invited, and we did. There was a menu in front of each of us and a waitress standing just outside the room. I would recommend you order first, then we can talk more freely. I saw something that looked good, curried. I'd discovered that I liked Japanese curries. They were less spicy but sweeter than Indian or Thai curries. Japanese restaurants served curries in several ways. Seeing a new curry dish on the menu was a treat. Once we had ordered, Fuwa started telling her uncle about us, like we were her protégés. Kendo-chan is the representative for her class. You may have noticed her in 1 or 2 ads with Uebami, with whom she did her internship. Did you enjoy the photo shoot? The pro-hero asked. All successful heroes must become comfortable in front of the camera, though a fashion shoot is very different from a news interview. It was certainly different than I expected. I must say I would rather have been patrolling or helping people directly. Kendo looked like she expected the pro to disagree. Very few of us became heroes for the publicity aspects, he allowed. But don't overlook the importance of building a positive image that inspires people around you. Uebami is particularly skilled in that area. That doesn't mean she cannot bring down a villain when she needs to. I nodded my agreement. I had fought alongside the Serpent Queen briefly in the bus battle. Fuwa continued with her presentations. Tokage-chan was one of 2 recommended students in her class. May I inquire as to who recommended you? Best Jeanist asked. Enforcer, one of our Saitama heroes, she replied. He was connected to the hero dojo I trained in. I have heard of the forked lightning hero, our host said. Though I have never had the pleasure of working with him. You are to be commended on the recommendation. It is no small feat. Lastly, this is the Human hero student you may have heard of in the news, Yanagi-chan. Fuwa did not seem pleased that I was there. Which made me wonder who had invited me. I have been looking forward to meeting you. Best Jeanist brushed his hair back from his forehead with an affected gesture, uncovering both his eyes to look at me closely. As I said to Kendo-chan, a hero's image is one of his dearest possessions and most powerful tools. Your public image is all over the place, a fine example of chaos stemming from the lack of a coherent message. He looked at me, waiting for me to say something. He reminded me of a denim-clad Glenn Chambers, someone I'd eventually come to appreciate, at least a little. I couldn't really argue with the hero. My image was all over the place. I had decided not to watch coverage of last week's riot and assassination attempt. At this point, I just did not want to deal with it. If I accepted female interns, I would suggest you work with me in your next opportunity, he said. Fuwa drew in her breath, less than a gasp but still a sign of surprise. Instead, I would like to put you in touch with a friend of mine. Someone that can help you determine what you want to say to the public and assist you to present yourself in such a way as to convey that message effectively. He leaned forward to peer directly into my eye. I have seen you in action. You have tremendous skill and a very versatile power. I am proof that combination can take you to the top 10. I would not be surprised to see you up here someday. Which is why you need to master your image. You will have a powerful voice. Know what to say with it. Thank you, I said. My father sent me to Tokyo, in large part, to raise awareness of my people's plight and to become a role model for them. I want to do that and more. I would appreciate your advice and that of your contact. He nodded and turned to Kendo. Fuwa was glaring at me with a jealous glow in her eyes that did not dim for the rest of that afternoon. Chapter 38. Thursday was a busy day. First thing in the morning, Emily wanted to show me her newest trick. We were standing in front of my closet where my uniforms hung neatly. I am going to make the attempt. Do not be startled, she said. The sudden feeling of being drained told me she had left the body. Then one of my uniform jackets started to pull itself off the hanger. It fell to the floor, then started pulling itself along the ground by its sleeves. The garment filled out, almost like there was a female torso in it. When it reached the computer chair, it climbed up until it was apparently seated and poised to type on the computer. Then the jacket collapsed, and I felt Emily return to our shared body. I did it. She was so excited, but at the same time was so exhausted that I could feel it. Must sleep. I retrieved the jacket and hung it back in the closet, shaking my head the whole time. Emily was making progress. I wondered if there would be a point at which she could reach true independence, and if so, would she choose to leave her old body permanently? As I traveled to the mansion for the study session, I spent time picturing a small army of body sheaths, mannequins, and powered armors which she could possess to offer a variety of capabilities both in combat and out. While I wanted the best for her, some small part of me worried what my purpose would be if Emily became her own person. If my only connection to Yanagi Reiko was her body, who was I? These considerations kept me occupied for most of the morning. Emily rejoined me as I arrived at the mansion, but she sensed my reflections and permitted me the privacy to think things through. The others must have just assumed I was in one of my occasional quiet moods. They included me in the academic discussions and exercises, but allowed me my solitude during the breaks. It was sweet that Shota, Kode, and Bondo all sat near me in quiet companionship. As the morning went on, my thoughts turned from Emily to my lunch appointment with Endeavor. Learning about the 88 yesterday had disturbed me. I couldn't shake the notion that the head of the Todoroki family might have some interest in acquiring me as a match for his son. I would have assumed the Yanagi's Human background would have made such a pairing unlikely, but did not know enough about the social mores to be sure. I almost asked Kode or Shota, him having the most inside knowledge of the neo-nobility and their marriage customs, but realized that would be cruel to him. This meant I was something of an emotional wreck arriving at the Cutlet house. My sensor cloud noticed three things. First was that the building showed none of the damage done by Anu's earth powers and the fight with Mirko. It had been repaired to the point of looking brand new, concrete spotless and metal gleaming. Second, I noticed a small badge on the wall next to the door. It read Ishiyama Reconstruction. That was Cementos' family name if I recalled Emily's lecture on the 88. If all his family had construction-related quirks and ran a building company, I could see how they would be both rich and influential. The third thing I noticed drove all the others out of my head. Endeavor was seated at the same table as Anu had been. Unlike my last meeting at the Cutlet house, I was walking in with no backup. Still, I tried to convince myself I had no reason to distrust the hero. No reason to trust him either. But I had agreed to the meeting. I wasn't worried about him as a physical threat. I would be much less nervous if this meeting was a battle. Instead, this was social interaction with an unknown goal, which always made me more uncomfortable. I squared my shoulders and mentally shook myself. When I entered the restaurant, he spotted me and waved me over. As I arrived at the table, he gestured for me to take a seat. He didn't stand. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Endeavor said. He was in his flaming blue and orange costume. His control of his flames was so good that the wooden chair in which he sat wasn't even smoldering. I took my seat and looked at him. There were a lot of different fire spirits circling him, obviously drawn to his quirk. There was no evidence he was aware of them. Part of my space case reputation was the fact that my eye was occasionally attracted to the movement of a spirit no one else could see. This naturally led to distraction. Monoma had it worse for a week or two, but was getting better. No one could see Manga's eyes, so there was telling what he was watching. Endeavor was staring straight at me. Thank you for inviting me. How can I help you? I wanted to get to the heart of the discussion early rather than waiting for him to slowly come to the point. He smiled. You're direct. And while you're naturally nervous, you push forward, demanding to know what I want. That is the attitude that interested me in you. That and your abilities. Interested in what? I pressed, ignoring his compliments. 2 things. But first a question. How much fire can you control? Fire control isn't my main quirk, I started. I realize that, but I have seen you use it before. Can you demonstrate? Here and now? I asked. My sensor cloud showed me the restaurant was busy, but our immediate area was almost empty. You are not likely to burn the concrete and metal. Just avoid the chairs. He smiled. I take responsibility for the public quirk usage. Very well. I gathered the fire spirits around him, as well as my normal wisps and shadows, and ordered them to all burn visibly and to dance in a complex pattern that surrounded the 2 of us and our table in a hemisphere of individual multicolored motes of flame. Each spirit seemed to spring from my hands as I moved them to orchestrate the dance of the spirits. I kept the last shadow spirits to crawl along my arms, chest, and hair, not quite mirroring his costume's flames in dark shades of black and grey. My eye patch was up and a hitodama burned red in the socket. All sound in the place stopped as customers and staff alike stared at us. From the hero's tight smirk, I gathered he liked the attention. Impressive. He gestured, flexing his quirk. The fire spirits were ripped from my control and flew towards him. I commanded the whips and shadows to move to follow them, changing color to be invisible as they moved. I did not want him to know I could control types of fire he couldn't. Wisps and shadows were not true fire anyway. They could not burn. In seconds he had a great ball of fire surrounding his right hand. He closed his fist, quenching the flame. The spirits were still there. They were simply not burning on this plane anymore. He wasn't controlling the spirits but the fire itself. I wasn't sure I wanted to try to test which of us the spirits would obey if we were in direct conflict. At least not unless I was ready for it to turn into a real battle. The waiter came and took our orders. After he was gone, Endeavor gazed at me for a minute or more. Finally, he began to explain his interest. You and I share similar quirks and similar attitudes towards combat. We neither of us shy from hard decisions. In Hosa City, 2 of the Nomo were slain. You killed one. I, the other. I know you did not make that choice easily. Nor was it your first response. Many others will decry your decision to resort to lethal force. But it was necessary. We both have the courage to recognize when it is, and the wisdom to know when it is not. I have studied the video of your fight with Volcano. While he was but a pale imitation of me, he was powerful enough that very few heroes could have him taken down without resorting to desperate measures. You tried an escalating series of attacks, all with no effect. So, you made the right choice to use your ultimate attack. And you chose correctly again when you aimed it at his shoulder rather than his head. He owes his life to your clear thinking. I nodded to acknowledge his points but said nothing. You're young and powerful and need mentoring. All Might has all but made his protégé known. My son has chosen a different path. Given that, I would choose to mentor you. Endeavor said as if he had handed me a winning lottery ticket. Which might not be far off in this world. That is a most generous offer. I am honored. But what does that look like in practice? I asked. You will have other internships and work experience opportunities going forward. I would like you to spend those working with me in my agency. I would also like to announce to the press that I am taking you under my wing. That will limit some of the ongoing criticism. If you're associated with me in the public mind, their expectations for your behavior will be shaped by my reputation. He paused and speared me with a glare. As my reputation will also be linked to your behavior, I expect it to be exemplary. I am not a martinet, but power demands discipline. Do you understand? I know what I mean by discipline and proper behavior. Your definitions may differ, I pointed out reasonably, I thought. That is something we'll need to discuss, should I accept your offer. To help me understand, can you critique my behavior in dealing with Stain or in the park riot and attack of last weekend? An interesting question. Endeavor sat back and stroked his flaming mustache. I have seen some reports of the events of Saturday. I'll need some time to look more closely before I can offer a worthwhile critique. At the most basic, you moved the non-combatants to relative safety and defeated the sneak attack. The fact that the villains were defeated and detained with a minimum of injury to you or the bystanders means your actions were effective. For me, that's usually the ultimate judgment. The man took a moment to taste his cutlet. He scowled at the waiter and sent a fork of flame to char the meat. I thought mine was one of the best I had tasted. I just wished they had curry to put on top. I liked katsukair much better than plain tonkatsu. As for your capture of Stain, it barely counts as a feat in terms of actual combat. He was already near crippled and was standing by Will alone. He waved his in as if dismissing the action. Your takedown of the winged Nomu, which I remind you I had already wounded, was more impressive. You showed good judgment in prioritizing the Nomu as the greater threat and acted accordingly. In terms of public opinion, your handling of the hero killer, humiliating him and rendering him the butt of countless jokes, was much more devastating than his physical defeat. The media love you. And you've shown a rare skill in driving that attention to support your cause. I would like to help you refine that. So, no complaints. I was surprised. Your flight from the original battlefield, and more importantly back to it from the Stain capture site, were clear violations of the quirk laws that cannot be excused as self-defense or actions under the supervision of a hero. If the authorities had been so inclined, they could have legitimately punished you for those actions. He offered with a gimlet eye that was much more effective when surrounded by fire. I agree. I was caught up in the moment. That's not an excuse. I knew better than to do it, but I did it anyway. He smiled. I will admit that it was seeing you fly that cemented my initial interest in you. What do you mean? I asked, suddenly suspicious. Even with the plethora of quirks appearing in the population, flight is still rare. While I can concentrate my flames to create a pseudo-jet, I can only sustain limited flight for a short period. No one in my family can truly fly. You also have a greater range with your attacks and effects than those we can achieve. These abilities, combined with your pinpoint pyrokinesis, would be valuable additions to the capabilities of the next generation of the Todoroki lineage. Surely you're not suggesting. I am suggesting nothing. Not at this time. But forthrightness is a characteristic we both share. I will admit I was initially interested in you as a match for my son. As he is separating himself from the family, I will shelve that idea. Should the situation change in the future, we can revisit the possibilities. Your offer to mentor me is not tied to any matchmaking. The skepticism in my voice was obvious. No. His curt response added to its credibility. All right, I said. I would like some time to think about this, discuss it with my family, and a few others before I can make a decision. I understand. Would you like me to speak with your parents? I will have to meet with them if you agree to my sponsorship. Not just yet, though they may wish to speak to you. Regardless of the outcome, I want you to know I am deeply appreciative of the honor you do me with this offer. Indeed. The rest of the meal was taken up with what was effectively small talk, mostly about my background and schoolwork. He didn't ask about how I'd gained my skills and experience. I got the impression he considered himself a self-made man and expected others to reach some level of excellence on their own as well. At the end of the meal he beamed me his full contact details. I expect you to use those if you have any questions, or just feel the need to talk. Or if the school should give you any trouble over recent events. He looked at me to express the seriousness of his offer. Thank you, I said, making no commitment. I had a lot to think about. I felt the need to talk with someone about this. I knew Jin had opened an office for his guardians at the community center in Pharisee. That afternoon I decided to pay him a visit. This was the first time I had been back to the park since the riot. What surprised me most was that there were actually people in the park, kids playing and adults strolling or resting on benches. I didn't see any gang tags spray painted anywhere, or garbage littering the ground. It was pretty, and a complete turnaround from what had been there before. There was a Sunflower Foundation sign outside the community center. I had no idea who they were, but I had suggested that Chikuchi look for outside funding. I assumed she had found some. When I went into the building, I saw Rin talking with two older men in suits. Once again, I offer the city's thanks, one of the men said. He was the younger of the two, chubby and red-faced, with thick glasses. I hope you will consider our proposal. He bowed again, somehow looking like he was bowing to both the older man and to Rin. Both bowed back, less deeply than the red-faced man had. We will certainly give your proposal all due consideration, Rin said. The older man, tall and slim, with a military posture, just nodded a fraction of an inch. Obviously hoping for more, the chubby man waited several seconds, then turned and walked away. As he walked past me, I noticed he wore a pin on his lapel. It had the symbol of the Majua Izurai district on it. I had seen the symbol on various billboards and posted notices from the local government. I assumed he was from City Hall Majua Izurais, not Tokyo's. Yanagi-san. Rin hurried over to me. I haven't seen you since the attack. I hope you're all right. I was dressed in my jacket again, so my bandages were covered. I'm fine, I said. What was that about? I pointed vaguely over my shoulder towards the man who could still be seen walking in the park. Yes. He seemed a little embarrassed. Let me explain. This is Xi. He is an old family retainer who also acts as the coordinator for the Lin family's charitable foundation. The older man bowed deeply towards me. I bowed in return. The young master has decided that the Sunflower Foundation should support the maintenance and operational costs of the park and community center until such time and the local government can undertake the task. Xi's voice was dry, like brown leaves scraping against each other in the autumn wind. Konami-san is a representative from the local authority. He was just thanking us for the grant. And wondering how much more he could get out of us, Rin said, sounding disgusted with the idea. I had known Rin had money. This foundation hinted at a much higher level of wealth than I had suspected. Sir. Xi chided, looking around at the surprising number of people in the lobby. Most were talking to the receptionist or checking the notice board. The center would offer classes and free access to computers, a small library, several meeting rooms, a small gym, and other amenities. Why don't you come to the Guardian's office, Rin said, leading the way further into the building. Xerox is out but Spinner is there, and a few other who would be happy to see you. Sounds good, I said. He's really taking this thing seriously, isn't he? Jin. Rin asked. Yeah. He is, Rin replied. And I think it's good. Probably more effective at making large changes in the community than any 3 vigilantes. We came to a glass-enclosed office. There were several desks with computers and phones set up and a wooden door with a medieval shield with wings logo on it. Agoi Yamato, Chikuchi, and Rikashi were at the desks. They were all wearing white t-shirts and red berets with the winged shield logo on them. Hey! Agoi Yamato said when he looked up. How are you? The other 2 stood and came to me. Are you part of this thing now? I asked. They won't let us patrol, because they say we're too young, but we can work the office, complained Mr. Pompadour. I'd rather not patrol, Rikashi said. But someone has to organize things. Hey! I can organize. Spinner was joking as he came through the wood door. When he saw me, he stopped. I think I need to talk to this guy, I thought to Emily. Be gentle with him. He is already intimidated enough by you, she replied. Spinner, I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. It's good to see you. This is some setup. How did it happen? It was Rincon that managed to convince his foundation to help fund us. Spinner pointed to the Chinese student. And what are you doing with the funding, other than building a nice office? I asked, keeping my tone friendly. We're patrolling the park and the city center, deterring crime and keeping people safe. He sounded like he was quoting some ad or something. That's great. Just you and Xerox? I asked. No, we have several adult volunteers working with us. Usually Xerox or I lead the patrol, but there are 4 or 5 others. Very impressive, for such a short time. Rin said. That is why I was saying they have the potential to make a real difference. The more people that get involved, the greater the long-term impact. I understand the notorious vigilante Nightwing has been seen wearing a red beret. He has asked to join, but there are questions about his prior activities. We'd hate for the police to arrest him for vigilantism because he is patrolling with the Guardians, Chikuchi said. He's pretty popular in the neighborhood, at least if you aren't in the gangs. I understand the foundation is hiring a lawyer to advise us on these sorts of issues. That's great. I have a media contact who I might be able to convince this would be an interesting story. Would you like me to talk to him? I offered. Really? Chikuchi's excited voice echoed in the office. That'd be great. We could get more volunteers that way. I looked at Spinner. He reluctantly nodded. Rin also agreed. I'll send him a message. Come on, Agoi Yamato said. Let's show you around. Things are changing fast. I heard that Slidengo is thinking about offering quirk lessons here. Sort of an informal quirk dojo. Wouldn't that be great? I thought about it for a few seconds. I didn't have any proof the pro hero was crooked, but I had seen him standing and watching when trouble was happening too often to trust him. That'd be interesting. I'll have to come, if it happens. I replied. On the way out, Rin pulled me aside. I want to invite Shotokan and Yaoyorosa-san to come see what is going on here. Both of their families have related charities that might offer support. They might even bring a parent, or at least talk to them about it, as the adults are the ones that make the decisions. You are in the study group with them. Do you think you might be able to hint to them that such a visit is worth their while? Yeah, I think I can do that. It'd be good for them to see the park is safe and being used like it's supposed to be after the problems last weekend. Thank you. On the way back to my apartment, I was thinking about Endeavor's offer and Best Jeanist PR discussion. Both of the top heroes were hinting that I had the potential to reach the top myself someday. If both agree, then you must take their opinions seriously. I ask you to recall our earlier conversations about your goals. Is becoming a top hero what you wish to do in this life? Emily's tone was gentle rather than demanding. I keep saying it's not. The thought has some serious attraction though. I never got much good publicity in my old world. Even when I was making a positive difference, even when I was saving the world, a lot of people still treated me like a scary supervillain. It might be nice to see what being a popular hero would be like. I let my mind wander. What would I like to be doing in 5 years? 10? In my old life, I never did much long-term planning because there was no guarantee the world would still be there in 10 years. Once I became a cape, it was a day-to-day existence. While there were problems in this world, there were no endbringers or entities. No sign of a world-spanning conspiracy like Cauldron. Here the heroes seemed to be able to win, not just the occasional fight, but to bring the world out of darkness. I don't know. Maybe being a hero wouldn't be so bad? End of Season 1.